Mark. Top of the morning to you. All right. Hope you're having a great day. Thank you for being here. Mr. T, good morning to you. Happy Saturday. Thank you for being here. Hope you're having a great day. Thanks for being a mod. All right, here I go. Simon slept with me all night. You missed me yesterday. I don't know. I don't know what. I mean, not only with me, but like I ended up was hot, so I threw my blankets off me. So the blankets are like covering him for like half the night. Actually, he didn't move all night long. The same exact spot from when I was hot and I threw the blankets on top. So when I pulled the blankets on top of me, he's still in the same spot. Right, like butted up against my shoulder even. I didn't have hardly any room, but I let him do it. Normally I would have probably like moved him away a little bit so I could not worry about rolling over on top of him. But luckily I didn't. And then he had a poop this morning that was so bad that his butt was hurting him. I ordered some probiotics for him today. See if that helps his butt out. What's Mama doing? Oh yeah. Yeah, my whole house smells like laundry. He's definitely an asshole. He needs to get a muffler. He was push starting it over and over down the alley, and it finally started. I didn't realize he was that guy. Every morning, he's like that asshole. Dude, I have a loud car in comparison to a normal car. My car is pretty loud, and I have stock exhaust. One of the reasons why I don't upgrade my exhaust system is because I don't like, for the limited amount of gain you get out of it, it's really just a noisemaker. Unless you like have a new turbo and you need it from turbo back exhaust, a bigger system. Most people just get them for the noisemakers though. Ah, my car's loud enough stock. Oh. What an absolute fucking asshole. He's driving down the street. You heard that backfire? Mama wasn't phased one bit. Mark could definitely fix it. If Mark and Ted got on it, boy, that thing would be good as new. Both of them on it. Yeah. Across the country. I thought you were both on the East Coast for some reason. Am I tripping? Man, I can't keep track of this shit. Oh, Wisconsin. I forget that. You're about the same latitude, though, aren't you? We're on the same weather. I gotta make sure I pick Simon's food up here. Definitely feels good having that laundry done, man. It's been bothering me. Man, it's been bothering me. Hey, Golden Coin, what's going on, man? Bro, where do you live again? I forgot. Is it like Maracas or something? You know. What's she doing? Her head. Oh. Dude, I thought she was facing the other direction. I thought her neck and stuff was her tail. Her ear, I thought was her tail. I'll be back. It sounded like I could hear water dripping underneath my place. That's what I was listening for. Oh, I didn't have the AC unit on last night either. It's not, I don't know. Alright. Unless it's just dripping because it's built up a bunch inside of it. The only thing it could be is kitchen piping. Oh, I wanted to go in and do this so I don't forget. Like if I don't, I mean, I'll probably end up playing, but I need to get these for my these little token shits that I have. I got 2 days to use them. It's these things. I could give you a closer look for the game. I gotta get these things. Remember these things? Let's do that now. So, okay, I can't get a Lamborghini for sure. I mean, I could spend all of my things on these and hope to get a Lambo out of it, but I'd have 12 chances. And I'd have to get a prime parcel to be able to get a Lambo. About that. Plus, then it would just be the basic model anyway. I wouldn't have enough to get any of the cool paint. It would just look like that. Yeah, I already put it. I should go in and get these other ones. Get the cab. Cab. I definitely get this. Alright, let's just get this. Boom. Got the muscle car. Pretty cool. My only one. Boom. Not bad, not bad. Alright. Oh, Mom, what are you doing? Go ahead and get his bike here. Add it to the bike collection. Go and get his own taxi cab, you know. the unicorn out of the lobby? Yeah. I'm still keeping the scooter though. I kind of like this one though. I don't see it very often. This one's probably going to be everywhere now. What? I just wanted to have it. Let's look at 1500. I think I'm gonna get these twice, dude. Artisanal tokens twice. That's a ton of them. Yeah. This dance is. Okay. I can't even hear it. Hold on. I hear it. I don't know. Is the music any good? Probably not. Oh. I'm gonna get the artisanal tokens. They're so hard to get normally. That's pretty sweet looking though. Only artisanal tokens. Boom. Boom. Bro, I got 351 artisanal tokens now. That's pretty dope. Alright. It took me years to get 200. I used 100 of them though. I can give it 40. 2 key fragments. All I'm doing. That's ugly. It's just such a bad pass. Dude, why did they do like a awesome pass with Lamborghinis and then follow it up with such a shit pass? Like, what in the hell is that? You got the gay gun. Gotta have the rainbow on there. That's made for kids. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Mm. Gotta have the rainbow. Yeah, why do they put that BP-30 so far out? That's normally in the beginning, isn't it? Wait, is there one in the beginning of the 10? What the fuck? This is such a bad. Wait, no, they did. Okay, no, they did. They put a 10. They increased it to 30. But this is bad. This doesn't even look good. The emblem for it. I don't know if I'm gonna get this one. How much is it? Oh, it's only $5. Well, I mean, for $5, I'll probably get it. Last one was like 15 or 20 or something. $5 is worth it to get the schematics and the polys out of it. I'm gonna play anyway. That's right. Boom. Look at that. Looking pretty good in there. It's just that scooter's so rare, man. I've never actually even seen it. I think they took them out of the game even. You can't get it anymore. That better? So dirt, he likes the dirt bikes, but he also gets down with that leopard print scooter. Because he's a tiger man also. He's also the tiger guy. Whoever the tiger guy. That's why it fits for him. Tiger King. What? Oh, good thing I get to get this gay outfit at the end of this if I keep it up. Yeah. These are new. Revive a teammate knocked down by an enemy with EMT gear. Use 2 repair kits. Beautifully teammate killed by the enemy with their blue chip. Revive yourself. Okay. Wow, there's so many new ones. Wow. Well, well, well. What's Mama doing? Mama had one. Oh, she is. I think she just looks big, Miss Bungle. Uh, I don't know. I don't think she's bigger than Simon. She's probably about Simon's size, if that. All right, about Simon's size. He's pretty big though. He's 12 pounds. Hopefully, I gave her enough of that flea medicine. How you doing? Hey, we got a Royce Miller meal. Oh, it's the Burger King one that he didn't want to upload. I better get some food ready. Hey, Night Owl. What's going on, man? How you doing, dude? How you holding up, Broham? You know, we're always here for you. Want to talk or anything? You're great, good, man. Gotta cook, though. I gotta... Alright. We'll flare it up, but besides that, I'm here. Made it. I even showered. Oh, I did all the shit that I do every morning already. I'm tired, but whoa, good job. Back in bed. Oh man. Almost full. You definitely getting full quicker. Sweet Bee? Mama. I feel like there's something under the house. Nobody messes with Mama. Not the cats. He is king of the neighborhood. There's something else under the house. The fuck? Or what it is. He was just under there. I gotta smoke to get hungry. To give me the motivation to go make some food.
CBS 4 is your local. Election headquarters this week, marijuana was front and center in the race for governor.
CBS 4 State House reporter Hannah Adamson shares how Hoosiers are responding to the candidates' plans. Republican leaders within the General Assembly chose not to study cannabis reform this interim study
I'm just going to point out that she's got some big ass tits.
session. However, with Indiana's gubernatorial candidates open to the possibility of some form of legalization, advocates tell me they're confident that conversation will once again ramp up soon.
It's not a new issue. It's available. So let's regulate it.
Cannabis reform advocate Chad Dickerson says he's spoken with both Senator Mike Braun and Jennifer McCormick about their stances on marijuana and is encouraged by what he sees from both candidates.
A feral cat breed. A feral cat breed. I've had a Manx before. I had a cat that was half Manx and it had a bobtail, but the way her hair looks on the end is not normal. It's as if I don't know. It's growing patch in a patch at the end. Like it shouldn't do that.
Really great and refreshing to see McCormick have an actual plan in place.
While McCormick says she would create a commission to explore full legalization for adult use, Senator Braun says he's open to legalizing medical marijuana only.
Everybody seems to be turning a new page.
But some aren't so convinced any plan will get the go-ahead in the General Assembly anytime soon.
I think Senator Braun is right when he says we should listen to law enforcement, but I think we should also listen to our medical professionals who
listen
are
to law enforcement. They want the busts.
This is going way too fast.
The marijuana today is not the marijuana of 30, 40 years ago.
State Senator Liz Brown says more research is needed to determine what medical marijuana dispensary protocols should look like for Indiana.
There's no study in pharmacology classes in medical school or osteopathic school or the nursing school saying this is the dosage to give. To add something like this without understanding all the consequences and the effects on our citizens, I think is totally irresponsible.
This comes as the DEA announced it will hold a hearing on the reclassification of marijuana. That hearing is set for December 2nd. Reporting in Indianapolis, I'm Hannah Adamson.
Dosage is going to vary with this just like it does with any other drug. What do you mean that everybody gets it? We're all cookie cutter with this one. You only get 10 milligrams.
Across the country, some ballots are already being mailed.
You know what I mean? They would have turned it into a fucking pill. Going to be completely controlled by them. You only get this many milligrams. We'll increase you if you need it later. So you get 10 milligrams. 10 milligrams of THC per day. It's no longer going to be in plant form. We're not trustworthy enough to have it in plant form.
Quiet till I speak, okay? That's what I say. Good idea?
What do you say to Vladimir Putin's threat of war, sir? It's a serious threat.
You got to be quiet. I'm going to make a statement here, okay? All right. Anyway, Mr. Prime Minister, welcome. Welcome back to the White House. Often said, there's no issue of global consequence where the United States and Great Britain can't work together and haven't worked together. And we're going to discuss some of these things right now. First, Ukraine. Quiet till I speak, okay? That's what I say. Good idea?
What do you say to Vladimir Putin's threat of war, sir? It's a serious threat.
You got to be quiet. I'm going to make a statement here, okay? All right. Anyway.
Why didn't they just
Prime Minister,
kick that fucking guy out? What? Why are they letting the press just do what they want?
Back to the White House. Often said, there's no issue of global consequence where the United States and Great Britain can't work together and haven't worked together. And we're going to discuss some of these things right now. First, Ukraine.
Over his head. With the reporter. What do you think of a reporter? That wasn't enough, dude. That was a bullshit hit right there. God damn it, you're fast to get this fucking. What?
My advice would be go road test them both, see the price difference. On our live stream, where I use my 56 years of working on cars to answer all your car questions. Remember, during the show, go to YouTube
There's a national
Live,
treasure.
in the live chat, type in your questions. I see them on my screen and I answer them. Now, it's Saturdays at 10 a.m. Central Time, Thursdays at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, although it'll be Eastern Time soon. In a couple of weeks, I'll be going back to Rhode Island. But here I am, and if anybody ever gets confused, when I'm live, you just go to the Scotty Kelmer channel on YouTube. You see a thing that says live, you click on the live, it pops up, you can ask me questions and I can answer them. It's not often that you actually get to talk to a real mechanic who's going to answer your questions without being paid to sell you products that are a bunch of crap.
It's not very often. It's never. This is going to happen.
Alrighty, here we go.
Unless you know them personally and they're your friend. Like they're
Kombuchi says, do you clean the toilet? Okay, that's a really good one. Yes, my wife makes me do it all the time. I just did. She was yelling at me. And I gotta say, I am peed off about modern toilets. Back in the day, they actually flushed. Now they're all those stupid low-volume flush, and they don't work half the time. So you gotta do it again and again. It really doesn't save water.
Come on,
does
baby.
anybody actually understand? You're not really conserving water. The water rains, comes down, you use it, it goes back into the watershed, goes back into the ocean, comes back up. It's a circular thing, and you're not really wasting it. You're just letting it pass through. Just like a friend of mine, Tony in Canada, said, you don't actually buy beer, you are just leasing it, and then it comes back out, goes back into the water stream. So people that think they're saving something, aren't saving anything with those stupid low flush toilets.
Dude, you're really not either. Because I heard that California had an abundance of water this year, and they're throwing it away into the ocean.
Auto start-stop systems. Well, unfortunately, it's built into the main computer software. Some guys sell things that you plug into the OBD ports. Never use those. You don't want to permanently have anything plugged into an OBD port. Why? Because the OBD ports are just there for onboard diagnostics. So don't do that.
I have something.
Most cars have a button you can push when you start the car. You got to push it every time, right?
Bro,
but, I mean, it's not that big of a deal.
I've had something plugged into my OBD port since 2013. It's for 11 years. Of course, it's fine.
Train yourself like a Pavlov dog. Start car, turn off auto stop. It's not that hard to do, you know, and I do it because there's too much wear in the engine.
My Cobb access port.
But you start messing with the software of the car, you're asking for trouble. Plus, if it's a new car, you'll void your warranty. So you don't want to do something like that.
Yeah, you kind of do, but I bought my Cobb from the dealership. So.
Great one. 80 says, I got a 2012 Jeep Liberty. I have a misfire on cylinder 6. Okay.
Warranty.
There are many reasons you can get misfires. One of the most common is a bad coil pack. So take the coil pack on number 6, put it on 1 and put 1 on 6. erase the codes and drive it. If it comes back, misfire cylinder number 1, you got a bad coil. Usually that's it, or a bad spark plug check.
They can deny a claim
it can also be a bad fuel injector,
if they think it caused it.
Lots of things can theoretically do it, but normally it's just a bad ignition coil or a bad spark plug. We got flies in the neighborhood here. The cats try to get them. I can see them on my lights up there. They're attracted to the lights. The evil flies have invaded because we had shrimp last night. They could smell it. Next question.
Yeah, shrimp last night too. Shrimp tacos.
206 Dustin TV says, can my 07 Honda Civic manual transmission last forever? Well, I hate to break the bubble, but nothing lasts forever. Everything wears out eventually, but it's a manual transmission. Now you're going to have to put clutches in as the clutches wear out. That's normal wear and tear, right? And they can last an awful long time. They're well-made transmissions, you know. Don't do burnouts and drive like a maniac and downshift real hard all the time. Realize brakes are cheaper than clutches and transmissions, so you better braking than you are gearing all the time, like a race car driver. But they're really well-made, and they can last an awful long time. Next question. Audric Genesis got 2017 Miata, automatic transmission with 100,000 miles. All right, if you're thinking about buying it, my advice is, first, drive it. I hate those Miatas with the automatics. With the manual, they're fun, zippy little cars. Automatics, they're dogs. Except for the real new ones. The real new ones are all fancier transmissions, and they work quite well. But that particular one, drive it. It may or may not have a problem. You always want a mechanic to check out a used car before you buy it, right? But that particular one, drive it. If you don't like the way it drives, don't buy it.
No.
Because I don't like the way those automatic transmission Miatas drive. They're a weak little engine to begin with, and then they've got heavy automatic transmission. They're not as much fun to drive. But if you're the type of person who gets and drives and just toodles around, might be perfectly fine for you. Road test it first. Then if you're happy with what it does, pay a mechanic to check it out. Poppy 412 said, I just bought a 2021 Chevy Silverado. Was it a bad decision? Well, let's just say it's a decision I would not have made. Now, Silverados were good as far as I'm concerned, up to maybe 2001 or 2002. Then they started to go downhill, right? But if you take care of it, so it's got a V8 engine, you don't drive like a maniac. I still had customers get 100-something thousand miles, and they're still going okay. You know, they're tremendous gas hogs and all that stuff. But let's say you bought the Silverado with the 4-cylinder engine. That's a big mistake, unless you're going to drive like a turtle, because those big trucks were not made for 4-cylinder engines.
I wish my car wasn't a gas hog.
Is a BMW X5 worth getting
like
an extended
13
warranty
to 15 miles a gallon
I'm not
normally.
a fan of extended warranty, and I would never buy a BMW X5. They're endless money pits. But if you're going to buy one, I'd say try to get a real extended warranty.
Don't ever buy a BMW.
Research the company who sells the warranty first, because a lot of times they're not worth the paper
warranty
they're
on
written
it.
on. BMWs can become endless money pits like that.
Yep.
The main thing would be, what are the restrictions on the warranty? How many miles does it go for? Because generally the BMWs are okay the first 60, 70,000 miles. And if you buy a new one and you're driving it around, the regular warranty is going to cover a bunch of stuff. But as they age, they start to fall apart. Only most warranty companies aren't stupid. They're not going to give you a warranty over 100,000 miles on a BMW because they know they fall apart. Originally they did. I had customers that bought them years ago with extended warranties. They got all kinds of work done. Then they thought, I'll buy another one to get the warranty. And the warranty company said, whoa. We don't do those BMWs anymore because they lost too much money.
I bet they don't do Jaguars either.
Next question. Mike says, hello. Should I buy a CX-30 or a CX-50 Mazda, both made in Mexico? Well, I'm not a fan of Mexican-built cars, but some of them seem to go okay these days. And what do you want to spend is what it comes down to. You know, they're both decent vehicles. It's not like they make the engines and stuff in Mexico. They're made in Japan and they just ship them to Mexico. And they're decent vehicles for the price. I've had people buy them. Do you want to pay extra for the 50 or are you happy with the 30? My advice would be go road test them both, see the price differential and see is it worth paying extra or are you happy with the cheaper one? Next question. The Simp says, I recently purchased a 95 F-150 5-liter. Is it reliable? Well, if it's lasted this long, now it's old, right? What? It's 29 years old. It's almost 30 years old, almost 3 decades old. But those things are all fixable. Parts are available. The only problem with those vehicles in general is if you're in Detroit, Buffalo, wherever, where they use salt on the road in the winter, the frame will be rotten. It'll be rotten. It's worth nothing. On the other hand, you got one in Tennessee, Texas, Oklahoma, New Mexico, whatever, where it never had any rust. It could still be a great vehicle. The main thing is you want to check for rust. If it's a rusting hulk, you can drive it, you bought it, but don't put too much money in it because once they start rusting, it's the end of those things. David DeVos says, what do you think of the new Tacoma 2024? Okay, well, I just found out that they have a TSB out for their transmissions braking. So, as I say, it's a new 8-speed transmission. Don't ever buy something new that's been changed. Right?
Yep, that's true. Never get it to first year.
To a V6, they've had all kinds of problems with them.
Never get a first year of a car.
The Tacomas, the same thing, only they went from a V6, now they only have turbo 4s. I don't like turbo 4s. And it turns out that the turbo 4 with that transmission, they're having some serious problems. Toyota's having to replace
I got a turbo 4.
And torque converters. And so if there's one thing you listen to from me, do this. Never buy a new model of anything with radical changes, even a Toyota, because you don't know what's going to happen. Now, it's a Toyota. They're a good company generally, right? So they'll probably figure out how to fix these things. Then you could buy a used one as long as somebody said, yeah, Toyota replaced the torque converter and the transmission. And they'll give you the paperwork, and then you know it's been fixed correctly. But never buy anything when it comes out new with a radical change. Who knows if it's going to hold up or not? Next question.
He didn't give an idea how long you should wait. Years.
E. Fonseca says, Scotty, what do you think of a 2023 Subaru Outback? Okay, if you want a vehicle like that, they're decent vehicles. They're not great, but they're decent. Although I got a friend in Australia, and he was mad, you know. They have the Outback there, right? And he says, they have them here. They're supposed to be the Outback. Go in the Outback. They didn't come with a spare tire. Now, that's absolutely ridiculous. If you're saying you got this off-road Outback thing, and you don't have a spare tire, you go on off-road, you're going in the Outback, you better have a spare tire.
Yeah,
you get stuck in the middle if you get a big flat that's blowing up. You know, they come with like a tire repair kit and a compressor to fill it back up again, right? You might get a shredded tire and you'd be screwed. You know, if you do when you use an Outback for real Outback stuff, my advice is this. Get a spare tire and put it in. The heck with them not putting one in the first place. But they run okay. I mean, they don't last as long as Toyotas and Hondas, but they have real good all-wheel drive systems. And if you like a vehicle like that, I've got customers with them. They're happy. Next question. Look for a good one. Cop says, what's your opinion on Pontiac Firebirds? Well, you know, most of them have big V8 engines that are fun for zooming around. Some people like collecting them.
They turn into shit over
some that are
time.
extremely rare, some that are just cookie cutters and aren't worth all that much money. Generally, though, the people beat the heck out of them who drive them. You buy a used one, it's pretty much ready for the junkyard half the time. But say you find an older man that had one, he didn't beat it, and he put low mileage because he stored it in the garage in the winter. They can be fun cars to fool around with. Just don't overpay, because everybody knows Pontiac Firebirds with a whole bunch of money. Not necessarily. Only specific ones are worth a whole bunch of money. And the rest of them, you know, they're fun to drive around. There's no arguing that. They're tremendous gas hogs, too, if you drive them fast. But, you know, back in the day, that's the kind of stuff people were driving.
I had a
Next
Z28
question.
RS E-top. I bought from the Master
Chapman
Chief of
says,
my
I got a
base.
2015
I left his
Lexus
stickers on it.
I-250. When should I change the differential fluid?
That's
Is there a
another
way to
story.
check it? Well, it's just more or less time. If you want to be a fanatic, I'd say change it every maybe 60,000 miles. You know, I've had people who never changed it, and they got.
He brought me into his
200,000 miles.
office
Still
eventually.
working, but
We had to
everything
talk
gets
about that
dirty
one.
eventually. Dirt gets on the
I was
gears,
parking
on
in the
seals,
EOD
and they
parking
wear
lot, parking
and stuff. And
space.
it's so easy to do.
It was
You
for
just
explosive
drain,
ordnance
plug, drain it, pump some new stuff
disposal
in.
team.
Just make sure you buy the same fluid that came
Training.
in it. You don't
For an
want to mix
actual
fluids.
officer
the ones
for the
that they come
EOD.
with have the right additives.
He was getting the
Don't say,
tickets
oh,
for
our
it.
store says this works for everything.
I was an
No,
idiot,
nothing works
dude.
for everything. Get the original fluid and put it in.
But dude, that car was beat as
Next
shit. I ended up selling it to a mechanic because I blew the head gasket in it right before I left for Hawaii. I sold it for like $500 still though.
CJ Lewis says, I just moved to Chicago from Tennessee. What do I do to make my car last longer up north? Well, to make yourself last longer, look around all the time. This isn't Tennessee. You're in Chicago now, one of the most dangerous cities. We went up there last year to take the kids, the grandkids, to the Fields Museum. And while we were sleeping in a hotel, the next day I watched the news, and a couple miles down the street, 3 students were murdered at the University of Chicago campus, which is in the bad part of Chicago, not the safest city in the world. You know? Now, realize they use a lot of salt. Your car's going to rot away in the winter. So my advice is do this, because I used to do when I was in Niagara Falls. Join one of those car wash clubs. Like in Niagara Falls, they had a deal for $19 a month, $19.99. You get infinite car washes. So every day you could take it to the car wash, you would rinse the salt off. That is a big deal, or your car is going to rot away. You're probably going to replace the battery. It gets really cold in Chicago. The batteries won't last long.
Dude,
I would say at least every 2 or 3 years I would replace the battery before winter in Chicago.
I didn't even think about that when I was living in Colorado. I didn't like my car being nasty though, so I would rinse all the shit off of it once it stopped snowing. You know, I didn't do it every day though. I wonder if I did any damage. Shit. I might ask a mechanic that next time I go in.
Just to make sure the thing started. And you're probably going to want to invest in a pair of snow tires if you got a 2-wheel drive system.
Dude, the fucker, when I came out here in December, and I went through a blizzard in Wyoming, or Utah, going across, and going to the 15 in Utah, I think. I went through I went through the worst blizzard that they had all year. It was that night, and I drove that way instead of going south. My car, everything was fucking disgusting by the time I got to Truckee. I think it's called Truckee, California. It's like one of the first cities once you get into California. And there was a truck car wash dude right there, and I was like, okay, this is something. Because my car looked horrible. There was no way I wanted to clean that thing when I got to California. You know, it looked like it had been in Burning Man during that mud apocalypse they had or something. It was just like so filthy with salt and grime. And the way they worked there, you didn't wash your own truck though. It was it was like an automatic truck wash or car wash, except for there were people inside of it doing all the work. And they had never seen someone drive through the way I did it, because I didn't want the truck washed. I even told them, don't wash the truck, because that would cost more to wash the U-Haul. I was like, only wash the car off, please. I just need it rinsed off real good. Get all that shit off of it for me. And yeah, they did it. They rinsed that thing off real good for me, and I came to California with a clean car rather than a salt crusted car. That was one of them dough moments, man, where I was thinking on my toes. I saw a truck car wash. I was like, bro, boom, let's do this, because that would have sucked, dude, having to unload my car all nasty, and then I had to go straight to the car wash after getting here. I think it cost like $20 or something. I can't remember. It might have been less. It wasn't much though. So if you're ever moving and you know your car gets dirty and you want to show up with a cleaner car, you can always go through a truck wash. It was a trip. It was experience because I'm by myself with Simon. You know, my car's sweet though, so there's that. It was much newer at the time too, so they really understood probably. It was only at the time. It was only like 4 years old.
5 wheels. Next question.
Oh yeah, it made probably more sense.
For a good one.
They probably understand now too, though. It was so nasty. I mean, not one the truck wash, dude, because that was like another $50 or something.
First generation diesel Ford Ranger in person. No, as a matter of fact, I never have. All the ones I saw had 4-cylinder or V6 gasoline engines. I saw a guy shoehorn a V8 into one once. It went like mad. Didn't handle it very well. But, no.
Is that where I was?
First generations, they didn't sell that many of them. You know, Americans aren't that big for little diesels like a Ford Ranger. Americans diesels, bigger. F-250, 350, GMC 25, 3500. They want big stuff for towing giant things.
You know about that.
Americans and smaller diesel engines were never all that popular. It's always a fringe thing. You get guys that get Volkswagens with diesels that would get, 60 miles a gallon, but they're not made for towing anything, right? Americans are never that big into small diesel engines.
That's
and
interesting.
Now with all the pollution control laws and stuff, they'll probably never be.
Yeah, but why? Like, what's so interesting to me about that? Well, okay, no. Yeah, they're diesel electric, though, that's why. Diesel electric in Europe is extremely popular. Where they're hybrid diesel electric. But here, yeah, he's right, dude. You hardly ever see a diesel car here. They're so rare. Why is that? Because Europe has like strict emissions laws too. Oh, because of diesel electric. Why don't we have more diesel electrics though? It's something to do with gas. Like, what's the reason? Maybe because we have more distance that people are driving, and diesel doesn't give as much bang for your buck. But it does though, because why would big rigs use it if it didn't give more bang for your buck? I don't know. That's weird.
Next question.
Oh yeah, what were you saying right here? Lemon. What do you know about the lemon lot? Because there was a lemon lot in Pearl Harbor, and all it was a lot of vehicles on base that was being sold by service members, but they were all like really decently priced in comparison to if you were going to try to get a car. I bought one from it, and it wasn't. It might have been on Hickam actually, but our bases were connected. But Hickam's Air Force Base. I can't remember which base it was on now, but I bought an Acura Legend. It was like an 80 something, I think. It was pretty sweet though, dude. It's a 6-cylinder. Yeah. Acura Legend. It was pretty pretty nice. Oh man, I forgot about the lemon lot. Navy Federal Credit Union gave me the loan for it. Dude,
Says, do you like the new Koenigsegg Gamera? Okay, Koenigsegg is that Swedish guy that makes insanely expensive
Preludes were nice, dude.
$1,000,000 cars that have phenomenal.
Dude, 93 Preludes had really nice body styles, I thought. It looked fast. Just that. I think the Prelude in the 90s was the nicest Honda, actually. It was like an Acura NSX kind of almost, like the nicest Acura. I felt like it was the sportiest. And all you had is slam too. Oh shit! They probably look like a go-kart. No, but I liked them. I had a friend that had a red one. I rode in it with him in the backseat, tripping balls one day. One night, actually. One night. We got pulled over that night, too, dude. Oh my fucking god, dude. I was chucking full beers out of the back of this thing because he told us to throw our beers out. He meant throw the ones we were drinking out, not just all of them, because they were old enough to drink. I just wasn't. Holy shit. I'm sitting here throwing fucking full beers out the back window, and they're like, what are you doing? Hey! This is stuff. Man. Yeah, man, I'm pretty sure that dude, like, dude, that was scary. I thought we were all getting arrested because we're all tripping our asses off. Well, then we ended up getting let go, dude. I can vaguely remember the story. It was so fucking long ago. Why did we get let go? I don't remember because I wish I could remember. But we ended up having some crystals afterwards. We went to crystals and chowed the fuck down.
Technology. Some of them don't even have regular cams. They use electronics and air pressure and stuff. Really interesting technology.
Everything.
They go super fast. They set world record speeds and stuff. But really, what kind of a nut spends millions on a stupid car, right? There's a YouTube guy that he put $500,000 down and he's paying thousands a month for the next 20 years for one. I mean, I don't understand people. Why would you waste money on
prove anything or something?
You look
we
at
weren't
them great.
really
you
drunk
can't
or
drive cars
anything.
around 200 miles an hour. You're out of your mind. You're going to kill yourself, somebody else. Interesting technology. It's like rocket ship technology is phenomenal, right? But I'm not planning on buying a rocket anytime soon that I'm going to ride around in. That's cool.
I'm pretty sure at one point I was in the back of the fucking cop car tripping. I don't know. I got a strong like remembrance of at one point being in the back of the cop car tripping on acid and freaking out. But I don't know. I can't remember how we got out of that one, bro. Tennessee too, man. Tennessee ain't playing. Weed was illegal as shit back then. They were trying to put people in prison for it.
Beyond Gamer says, Scotty, I got idle misfire. I changed sparks, wires, checked fuel pressure, everything in that category. Can it be the timing chain? Well, it could be if it's the timing is off. Now, the thing about a misfire is sometimes it confuses people. You think misfire, okay, it's not firing right. Well, it doesn't mean it's necessarily the ignition system or the timing chain. A bad fuel injector can cause it. A blowing head gasket can charge. A car that's running too lean can get misfires. A car that's running too rich can get misfires. There's all kinds of reasons you can get misfires in a car. And a lot of them have nothing to do with the ignition system. Yeah, you tried what you could. My advice is find a guy like me, just to road test it, put his fancy computer, look at the data, and I can figure it out real fast. My friend Bernie in Albuquerque has the system that I got in a box over here. It runs on my laptop, and I just plug it in, and you drive it for like 5 minutes, and then it gives you a graphic representation of what's going wrong, and it's really good for figuring out where the misfires are actually coming from. It can even be your catalytic converter's clogged up in Bernie's machine. Hey, it's called the AES. It really it can find that stuff. It's a couple grand or something. It's what mechanics use, but hey, find a mechanic who's got one, and it'll be able to figure it out real fast.
Do you have one of those, Mark?
Sabara said, should I trade my Ford Mustang V6 2010 for a 2016 Dodge Charger Police Pursuit V8 all-wheel drive? Well, you want something that's really fast and you'll probably have to spend a fortune repairing? Go right ahead. V6 Mustangs are pretty reliable. Decent gas mileage because they're not V8s, and you're going into an extremely fast, endless money pit. You're going to spend tons more on gas, on repairs, and on car insurance. What do you see what it costs to?
Oh no, I didn't know he did that with them. Why does he unlist them? He privatizes them or deletes them afterwards. Bummer, dude. Video unavailable. Private. 8 a.m. Saturday. We gotta start making a Scotty Kilmer time every Saturday. If his video is all fucked up, what do you mean? Oh, really? That's fucked. I haven't seen anything like that. Would you send me one of them if you don't mind? I want to see what they're talking about. Idiots. I don't think it's funny, but. Because he doesn't have to be doing that. Especially now that I know he's privatizing them, it's like he's not even keeping it up for to try to get anything out of them, like more views or subs. Dude, oh, I had it on top chat. I had it on top chat. Are you low T? The Karate Kid star Chad McQueen has died. Wait, oh, is that the instructor? Chad McQueen, Chad McQueen, Chad McQueen, Chad McQueen, Chad McQueen. Died of organ failure. His father's legacy. His father was the McQueen known for racing. No, he was a student. Dutch. Cobra Kai. Yeah. He was 63 years old. Fuck. Get out of here. I was highlighting something and some pop-up came right when I was trying to do it. Alright. Oh yeah, he is the son of Steve McQueen. The son of Steve McQueen is dead. They have kids. Oh, that guy. Damn. Yo, okay. Now y'all are gonna remember. This is the guy. The blonde-haired dude from Karate Kid. Remember? seem. Bummer. I'm just staring at something and acting weird, but I don't see anything. So, alright, what can I do? I gotta put something on while I put oatmeal. See, that's why I was a little getting all crazy too. I was out of eggs. I was out of what? A paramedic who was convicted in 2019 death, 23-year-old Elijah McLean. That was a guy that they gave a bunch of ketamine to in Colorado. The paramedic has been released from prison after a judge reduced his sentence Friday. He was accused of administering an excessive amount of ketamine to sedate McLean after an encounter with police in 2019 in Aurora, Colorado. He was found guilty in December 23 of assault in the second degree for the unlawful administration of drugs and criminally neglect homicide. Kitchenek was sentenced in March to 5 years in prison for the assault conviction and 1 year on the criminal neglect homicide conviction. To run concurrently. On Friday, a judge reduced the sentence, converting it to 4 years of probation. Well, maybe that'll get the leftists to start coming out chanting, "No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. What are you doing? Oh my goodness, that was amazing. Girl, come here. Go, go. Hit me a bunch. That dude, do you have a cat that'll jump on your shoulder like that? You ever even seen somebody have a cat that'll do that? On demand like that? She's very smart and daring. I'm just glad we got through that spade thing and she still trusts me. I didn't know how that was going to go, man. I'm forcing her to wear that thing for a week. I don't remember having to do that for Simon. Oh man, we learned about bottle and bond last night. I remember that was neat. I know that this number is, it means something. The DSP KY12, it has to have that number on there. Buying bottle and bonds are kind of special. I've always been hearing it from the bourbon channel I watch. He's always fond of any bottle and bonds he'll normally try if he hasn't tried one, because they're so rare, I guess. There's only 40 of them, that dude was saying. And this is Barton 1792 bottle and bond. So they're probably right around the corner from that Evan Williams place, because I think they're in Barton, Kentucky, Bardstown, Kentucky, where this place is. And that was a really high quality video they made. Lots of production value. I still want to try that corn whiskey too. A bottle and bond, mellow corn. Ancient baked bread. What? Come on.
Feeding Rome was an
Bro,
enormous task.
Enjoying
and one
watching.
of the most important sources of energy, calories, came from bread. So it was fundamental
breaking bread
for
because
Rome to have a steady supply of grain. And when Rome got to have a population of 1 million, well, then that grain came from all over the.
You see, that's why cats were so important. I think cats were given to us by aliens. They made them. Let's see something. Hold up. I need to see something. The family tree of cats. Whoa, she bit me. You don't like that song? Oh, it's a puzzle. That's pretty cool. It's a puzzle with the feline family tree. Check it out. But did it start off with big cats is my question. Because I think they gave us grain and cats at the same time. Small cats though. Small cats, not the big ones. But here's why I say that. Because grass, wheat, isn't it like microscopic form? Or is it something is the same? I think it's grass. Grass and corn are in the same family. Family. It says corn is a grass. Does corn-fed cow is grass-fed? Well, that's a good question. Yes, corn is a member of the grass family. as are other grains commonly encountered in farming: barley, millet, oats, rice, and wheat. Hey, Amazon delivery guy, you're awesome. Thank you, sir. I got some probiotics for Simon. Man, I got here quick. It wasn't supposed to be here till 10 o'clock. Crazy. I ordered it this morning. Amazon. I got here that fast. Isn't that kind of wild? Oh, Mama's back. Thanks, sister. I didn't even notice. Grass is corn. Belongs to the Poaceae family. And while eaten sometimes as a vegetable and sometimes as a grain, it actually classified by botanists as a fruit, as are tomatoes, green peppers, cucumbers, zucchini, and other squashes. But what I was getting at is, if we had grass first, like small grasses first, and big cats first, I think the aliens gave us both of them at the same time, small cats and corn. Because we needed the cats to guard the dried corn. Grass family tree. Oats. See, this is why I say that, dude. Look, wheat, oats, all of them. Rice, all of them are in the grass family. Dude. I think that they gave us grass. And they gave us cats. And we worship them because that's how important, judging off of this video, grain would have been one of the most important food items on the planet at that time. And having something to guard it would have been priceless. And cats don't even need us. But it's our existence that brings the rats, and that gives them the food supply. It's so symbiotic, man. Apparently, cats got out of hand in some places, though, to the point to where probably like in places like Haiti, where they're eating them ritualistically, as well as sacrificially, as well as traditionally on holiday like events that they have that are like Thanksgiving, where everybody has to have some cat that day. But they have so many of them there because they don't spay. They didn't have Bob Barker every morning on Price is Right telling everybody this microphone, his fencing microphone, on God.
Empire. It came from North Africa primarily, but also Sicily, Sardinia, the Black Sea.
And North Africa was the first to start doing it. But we don't know what was happening in the New World at the time, though, right?
An ancient bakery. And who runs this establishment in antiquity? The Pistores.
I can't be this big.
And they do the milling and they do the baking. And this is quite a large bakery that we have in Ostia Antica. Right across the way is the enormous Horium. So you have probably a place where the grain was stored. It was a natural place then across the street to place a bakery. So you came here with the grain, you dumped in the top of this mill, composed of two components of this very resistant volcanic stone that comes.
It's amazing that this stuff still exists. It's still sitting there, and you can go touch it. They let you actually touch it? For real? Or just him? He just gets to get all grabby with it. Do you think they let everybody?
From Orvieto, and you have it balanced on a single spindle, and you'd push along. Originally, there's a pole out here. You were a slave. You were a donkey.
Oh, yeah,
it was
donkey.
A miserable existence. And you did it right here, day in and day out. And there are tons of these millstones around
rocks
here.
too,
so
though?
This is a very large establishment.
Still milling. You're eating fucking
comes out the flour, and in another room
rocks
we have a
are
series
in it, though.
of mixing bowls.
How the hell they
so
get
you're
the
going to
rock
be mixing
dust out?
the flour with the water.
Those things
and you're
wear
gonna have
down.
it leavened for these loaves, and then ultimately in the back there is a wood-burning oven, and then pull them out for sale. So this is where you came every day to pick up a loaf of bread, because most people didn't have a wood-burning oven in their homes.
They just ate bread.
Most people in
That's
Austria
all they
didn't even
ate.
have a kitchen. So they're coming out daily to establishments
They didn't have a
like
kitchen.
this to get food.
Most people
and
didn't
one
have
of
a
the fundamental
kitchen.
places in the Roman
Oh.
cities is the bakery.
When?
But just how similar is contemporary bread
Pretty wild,
with that of
ain't it?
ancient times? I head to a local bakery to find out.
It's almost the same, because
Laura, you're
bread's
a
only
bread
like 3
expert, you're a
ingredients.
bread guru, you've written cookbooks, you travel the world doing
This is the
consulting.
same.
What do you think about the fact that the ancient Romans, their most common food consumed every day was bread?
Well, you know what? I'm not surprised. It's still the same. I mean, things haven't changed. Okay, maybe we eat a little less than we did, say, 80 years ago, but it's still the foundation of the Italian table. 9 Italians out of 10 go out every day. They go to a local bakery and buy some bread. It's the center of our diet.
Now, the Romans used different kinds of grain. We know they used spelt and wheat and millet and barley. What about when we make bread today in Italy?
You know what? Once again, there's a red thread that connects us to the Romans with the grains that we use for bread. So you mentioned emmer, spelt. We use those. Emmer is a progenitor of all modern wheat, and einkorn too. These are ancient grains. They date back thousands of years. And then we have old varieties of wheat that date back hundreds of years. And we have hundreds of these varieties, both for bread wheat and durum wheat. Think about durum wheat.
Pancakes.
In Sicily, only more than 50 old varieties. And this is a treasure trove for us Italians. It's our pride and glory. It's our gold. We have seed vaults and seed banks. It's our mission to preserve them.
We're so fortunate that we have whole carbonized loaves of bread from Pompeii, from Herculaneum. We even have those loaves of bread depicted in Roman art.
Yes, and that's why I brought you here in the heart of ancient Rome,
That
on one of
was
the
that a
7
bread
hills of Rome
rock?
at the bakery of my friend Sergio's to make one of those ancient Roman loaves. Let's do it.
Is it fucking bread fossil?
Okay,
What was
so
it?
now
Why
we
was it
have all
black?
the ingredients in the bowl. We have the
Moldy?
emmer flour, salt water, and our leavening agent, sourdough starter,
Must have been a
ready,
rock.
right? So a levain. We're mixing it, not aggressively though, because it's emmer, so gentle. You want to be gentle. We're going to let it rise for 2 hours. And then Marco is here, he's a baker here, and he's tying it the way the Romans would have tied it, and then all we need to do is bake and eat.
Why do they
How cool is
tie
that?
it?
So ancient Rome, the most populous city in antiquity, was ever dependent on grain imports from all over the empire. And this staple was enjoyed by all in the city, also part of the annona, the grain dole. Bread remains a staple worldwide, and Italy continues
Why
the Roman tradition of
do
fresh
you
baked bread
tie it?
daily. Buon appetito! Back to ancient Rome. It was a complex endeavor to bring grain to the capital.
It keeps it more perky.
There was a lot of infrastructure in place. Rome had to be assured that the ships
That's
were
a
coming
Jurassic
in with the
Park
grain
music.
every year, otherwise the people of Rome would starve. You had to have the farming industry regulated, the shipping industry, then of course you're storing it, and
Regulate
ultimately
that
you
shit.
distribute it to your
Government's
citizens.
involved.
It's an enormous enterprise, and it's all surrounding
Rome
the
fall?
industry, the production of grain, and then the production of bread.
Had to do with the
Romans had a
grain.
welfare system in place, which involved the distribution of grain
Oh.
freely to its citizens. It was called the annona.
Yo.
And a lot of that regulation of the grain to be distributed to the citizens of Rome took
Pissed
place
off the
here
rich people.
in Ostia Antiqua. It was a fundamental
Giving
city
away all our grain.
for Rome because
Our
it was
grain.
the port city of Rome. So you have a very complex network of farming and shipping and storing and distributing the grain to the citizens.
I asked my colleague, archaeologist Benedetta Bessi, what she thinks about Ostia Antiqua.
Ostia was very important, so were the other port cities like Pozzuoli, because they guarantee the arrival of the grain on a regular basis. Navigation back in the days was only seasonal, and they would have the grain shipped and crossing the Mediterranean from spring to fall. And the rest of the time, Ostia played a major role with the storerooms for the grain to be destined to Rome.
So let's take a look at one of the warehouses, one of the Horia structures of Ostia.
There's so much more to see in Italy than
Here
just
we
the
have
normal
a
shit.
horium, a warehouse.
I kind of wish I'd have went.
And this is one of my favorites. It's
Right
so
there.
well preserved. What you have is an enormous open space, then surrounded by a portico, lined with dozens and dozens of rooms, 2 stories. So what you have then is the porters come and bring the goods, the sacks of grain, the amphorae. They're putting them here in the center where they would be counted, cataloged, registered, and then stored in individual spaces, individual rooms, later to be brought out again and loaded up into ships to be towed upriver to Rome. An incredibly complicated, laborious enterprise, but necessary for feeding Rome.
Is that original?
And this one is so well
artwork?
preserved, and we're so fortunate that we actually know the name of the individual, Hortensius, who was its sponsor.
Let's take a look at another association, and this one is really important. This is the hall and adjacent temple of the mensores. They are public accountants, charged with counting the sacks of grain brought into the warehouses. The standard is the dry modius bucket, holding about 15 pounds. Here we see a porter carrying a sack of grain, a youth who is counting the sacks, and the mensor himself, who is measuring the grain with a modius bucket and a stick. The modius and the
stick so
stick
you can hit
were
somebody.
frequent symbols of their work.
They try to short him.
Where are we?
Outta here.
Well, we're outside the city walls in ancient times, and those roads leading into the city were lined with tombs. Of course, it becomes even more crowded with aqueducts. We have the big one here of the Aqua Claudia that crowds in the space.
Dude,
now
that's
for
what did
buses
it,
and trams.
actually. Now that I remember, it was the aqueducts that killed them, wasn't it? Their water source was contaminated, and they didn't know it. You know what caused the fall of Rome? I think it just actually came to me, dude. Aqueducts. Was that or was it that? Or was that the Greeks? Was there a problem, man? Maybe not. There was a variety of ways lead was used in ancient Rome. Might have led to lead poisoning. Oh, that's what I was thinking.
But there's one tomb in particular I want to bring your attention to, and it is the tomb of Marcus Virgilius Eurysakes. And the name implies that he is at least originally Greek. We don't know if he's a freed man. We don't know if he's a freed citizen. He doesn't tell us. But we're told in his inscription of his tomb that he's a pistor and redemptor. So he's a baker and he is a contractor. And there's a narrative frieze at the top of his tomb that tells his business, which is making bread. So the grain arrives, the grain is ground up by mills, pushed by donkeys, and then you have the flour, and the flour is worked and kneaded into loaves, and they're going to be baked in an oven and ultimately weighed out. So this is a person that becomes wealthy. He has a very prominent tomb at the intersection of two roads, and even the tomb itself is unique. The tomb itself is attractive, it's different. And maybe because of those silo-looking structures and the bowl-like structures, it's referring to the activities in his bakery. There was one found down the street. Maybe it was his. He is a prominent individual, and he shows you how he made his money, making bread for Rome.
Is he still in there? Maybe he's got his secret bread recipe in his pocket, written on a stone tablet, so it'll still be there. With the stone fragments in it. The stone dust.
In this luxurious cream, these little balls of pigment, when you blend it on, the balls burst onto your face, and you get that beautiful, healthy, fresh dose of color every single time. So this is what you do. You take it, you put a little on your finger, you smoosh it. You can feel the balls inside. And then when you press it on, there go the balls. They're bursting, and you're getting that beautiful... What's wrong with everybody? I don't understand what the problem is here, people. Okay, well, there we go. So look at that beautiful blush, and look how natural.
Okay, so we need, and look at the girl who's up next. We should have a threesome. You, me, and Jackie Gonzalez.
I'm gonna lay down right here.
I
was just gonna lay down back here behind you.
Go ahead, Miss Jackie.
He spooned the last time.
Wait, do a little spin.
Okay. Remember in Austin Powers, he's like, "Go, you're a tiger. You love the camera."
And you can see why it makes everybody,
Gorgeous.
even Jackie, who was not an attractive woman, looks so good in this. Look how good you look in this, Jackie. You could be a model.
Girls. Well, I know some people.
And if I didn't have so much Botox, you'd see how upset I am right now.
Well, wait a second.
Can I put it on my rear?
Well, that's what I said. I said the same thing to her. I said, where else can we put it? She's like, Albany, seriously? You're not going to do that today.
You're getting all 3 lip glosses, girls not included, a 232-057. Just want to make that clear. Otherwise, we'd be way oversold.
Show our only overpriced opportunity at PM Style. So you can go ahead and dial in for 8217094. What is so funny?
I'm laughing because neither of us can talk tonight.
Oh, this is true.
I just called you Amy and you're Courtney, and you just called that overpriced and it's an overstock.
Oh, no.
I'm telling you, we are an absolute
overpriced.
We represent the lollipop kids, the lollipop. Okay, sorry.
Would you hand me that peanut?
I'll just lick it.
Okay.
Yeah. I was going to lick the plate, but I thought I'd mess up my lipstick.
Oh, do that. Lick your finger and touch it on your butt and make a sizzle sound. Oh, all right. Never mind.
Here,
well, anyway.
I'll lick your finger.
Okay.
Nothing says I love you like elf poop.
This is going to be giant. A lot of fun tonight. Anything goes. Starts now, you guys. I'm so... I'll see you later. You just... Whoa, down, man down.
Look at 4th.
I did. I was here with Carol.
Oh, that's right. I was here with you. I forgot. That's right.
Wow. Hold on, boys. I'm engaged. Wrong hand.
bottom. Anybody can do that. Do it while you're sitting on the potty, for God's sake. I don't
If you
care.
have gas.
What?
I know, it's so sweet. Elizabeth, and I like sitting on it. I'm like, wow, I just know. That's how soft it is. You don't realize you are sitting on it. Clearly, you can tell I have no children.
It's like a pillow.
Yes. Does she not look hot? I mean, you are hot, but that really like makes it
Only if I'm having
over
a
the
hot
top.
flash.
Oh, there you go. See, there you go.
I'm so hot, I just blew that light out right there. Thank you.
You know, this is not your, oh, you've got a little button undone right there, Colleen. I know it's late at night, honey,
What?
but, you know.
It's a girl's show. There's a lot of flashing that goes on. So, boys, you've been warned.
I would like to report Jackie for touching Brenda in inappropriate places.
And yes, I do all of it.
You do?
Yeah, I do.
You do.
I'm gonna go do right now.
Talk about.
It's me. Go.
You're touching her there again.
She's got a nice hiney.
This is
Oh yeah, it's on it's on backwards, Juliana. Yeah.
Suzanne has put her shirt on backwards. Well, let's
I slept
here.
hours.
Listen, Monica and I are wearing the shirt with the V-neck in front. Suzanne, would you like to turn around and then pick your hair out? And Suzanne has this. So
I meant to do that.
And again, now we are just discovering this is a reversible shirt, so it's a 2-in-1.
And you look cute. Thank you. Whoever's hair this is.
Dude, QVC's gotten fucking wacky.
I'd like to thank them, whoever they were.
It's my sister.
I feel like I should just turn my nose up. Like, you started talking about major department stores, and I'm like, oh my God, that's my necklace. Just so it's clear, the screen says AK, my best friend who I wrote a letter to today. Arkansas is AK, so it was just a little slip up on our part.
That's
but how's Alaska?
AR and Alaska's AK.
Oh, AR is Alaska. Oh, gosh. Oh, did it go so lucky?
Well, happy Friday after. Is today Friday? Is today Wednesday?
Wait, is it Thursday? Okay. Wait, is today Friday?
I'm going to be back on Friday. I don't even know what today is.
I've been married too, 3 times. All I got out of that was busted.
Oh my! It's an Albany sandwich. It's an Australian Albany sandwich.
It's a Vegemite.
Having a bad hair night.
Oh no, you're not. I just said to the girls in the green room.
And you're getting the look of plumper, juicier, fuller lips, and then you get a little guarana that you need. I hear that whip over there. Yeah, Brenda, make it happen.
Brenda, I just have to say that I know that I have a lot of guys that are watching the show for all of you models, and a lot of them just lost it right
exactly. Now. But look at how beautiful she looks. Again.
Where did that come from, though? What does she have that for?
That's right. Watch
you know
out.
it. And something comes along. You
just whip
it.
It's the fried Twinkie, all this deliciousness, whatever it is in here, and cheese.
You just dipped it in my tea.
Oh, I thought it was honey. Last year, Rachel and Lisa came over, and Aaron thought it was appropriate to have 5 racks of ribs on top of a turkey and a ham. It was really aggressive.
It was a lot.
We're still eating it.
Boys, I love the way Brenda. Is that not Beyonce? When are you going to sing for us?
Larger and longer pantyhose. I'm like, soon I'll have them under my armpits to try and make this work. But now Spanx to the rescue. You think I'm kidding? You
No, I just know with traditional tights, I'm that girl in the corner that's like, quick, she turned around. I'm like, get on up here.
I did too. You're doing this.
You're part camel.
It's a fact.
I had no idea. This has been such an educational evening.
Fun little end of the year fact for
Thank you, Courtney. All right. Courtney, a.k.a. part camel.
What was your favorite?
Sorry.
That's a very high heel.
Big shoes. Sorry.
And this is Style Your Home. Oh, I almost fell. Okay.
Here's the difference, and I love.
Corinne needs to lay down.
You okay, Corinne? You didn't sleep well last night?
Did I get it in the deep plum? Did I? What do you mean I'm on a wait list? This is is my show. Now.
You doing all right now?
I'm okay.
You gonna make it?
I just need to swallow the last piece.
Well, I'll talk while you take care of that because heaven knows I don't need to wear it. Yeah. All right. Just turn that way a little bit. Turn that way a little bit. Yeah. There you go. Okay. Finish it up.
How are you?
I'm very excited about this. You and I, we work together, but we've never actually done a show together. Apparently, the restraining order has been lifted, and that's really good for the old creepy guy.
You could do that with muffin mix as well.
That is good. That is really ridiculously good.
And you know the best thing, Courtney?
It's so good I don't mind talking with my mouth full.
One of my girlfriends uses,
She just
I don't shop
ate.
the clearance racks at stores because it's covered in DNA. I go,
No, I cut him with the dog clippers.
I'm
it was
sorry,
weird. I kind of
Kelly.
dragged my hiney around on the carpet last night for no apparent reason, but that might be in a
That is disgusting.
What?
That is disgusting.
Well, this is a real
What?
girlfriend hour.
Hold on,
Right
whoa,
over here
whoa.
I was talking.
Sorry,
I kind of
Kelly.
dragged my hiney.
I go,
No, I cut him with the dog clippers.
I'm
it was weird.
sorry,
I kind of
Kelly.
dragged my hiney around on the carpet last night for no apparent reason, but that might be in a
That is disgusting.
Sorry.
That is disgusting.
Well, this is a real girlfriend hour. Right over there I was talking about my chin hair, and now you're talking about needing anxiety medication.
Tonight is just, it's a little drunk on Easy Pay.
I know. I like
Is what we should have. You know what? I think that should have been the name of the program guide. Now that would have gotten some attention.
Say, it looks like your eyeballs are floating in outer space. Honey, you know that, and you know we don't like floaty balls.
Big Daddy.
Thank you.
Hey, kisses to you. Wow, your skin feels so good. Kiss me again, Tommy.
Here is the piece de resistance.
Yes.
It took me a long time to learn how to say that word. This
Like
is like guarana.
Guarana.
Although I think, we don't like floaty balls. Kind of topped it all, to be honest. I'm just saying.
BBC people have a really good sense of humor. I think they hire these people for that purpose. They got to think on their toes with the callers. That's 10-year-old upload. Blockbuster. We see this dust of cheese. Oh man. Oh man, look at this. Oh, and then let's get a double boom on that bitch. Let's get a triple boom. Let's get a whoa, what's he doing now? Oh man, I thought he was gonna make it even different. Oh, you can make it smaller. Wow, so many different music though, bro. Blockbuster. Bet you didn't know you needed that.
Parole programs or the known gotaways, the almost 2 million gotaways that we've had. Known gotaways along the border. Plus, there are the unknown gotaways that are down there too. We don't know how many that is.
Who the hell is this guy?
Especially the gotaways. We don't know anything about these individuals.
Yep.
So, and when you overwhelm the border, I think what's happening is the cartels will send these large groups of families and unaccompanied children to spots on the border patrol to force all of the resources to that one spot to handle this surge of 200-300 people that happen to be crossing at 3 o'clock in the morning, and that allows the bad people to get across the border undetected, and the gotaway numbers go up because they can go to the unprotected areas that have been vacated by the border patrol members that have had to come and cover. cover the mass number of people coming across.
We've been hearing stories of Haitian migrants specifically in Ohio, and this has kind of blown up over the past week of been doing activity both in Colorado. We're hearing crime being carried out specifically by illegal aliens. There is a Venezuelan gang that has been doing activity both in Colorado, we're hearing reports, and in Texas. And then we have those stories of what exactly is happening with the Haitian migrants in Ohio. Well, here with us to talk about all of this and much more today is the president of the Immigration Accountability Project, Chris Chmielewski. Chris, thank you for joining us today. We really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me on.
Let's jump in first by talking about the work that you all are doing over at the Immigration Accountability Project. What is your mission? You all are a new organization. You've hit the ground running. What is your end goal?
Right. We're a new organization, but not new to the issue of immigration.
Exactly.
So we founded the Immigration Accountability Project right at the end of 2023, beginning of 2024. It was founded by myself and Rosemary Jinks, who's our director of policy. The two of us combined have close to 50 years worth of experience working on the immigration issue. So we're pretty familiar with immigration policy and what's been happening and not happening in Congress and throughout the past several administrations on the issue. And we just felt that while there are organizations out there that focus on this issue from our perspective, nobody was really doing enough to hold the members accountable for their actions, votes, and statements. And that's actually the mission of the Immigration Accountability Project. It's to hold members of Congress and members of the administration accountable for their actions, votes, and statements that they make on immigration, and to educate the American people on how these immigration issues affect them and their communities. Unfortunately, we see all too often members of Congress are willing to say one thing, but then they vote a totally different way. You see it right now. Congress is considering trying to pass a CR that would include the SAVE Act, which would require documentary proof for citizenship at the time of voter registration. But you have a number of Republicans that don't want to vote for that CR, and many of them because of the fact that Speaker Mike Johnson is attaching to the SAVE Act to it. So they'll say one thing, but then when it actually comes to them voting on it, some of them are doing some very different things. And we want to hold those members accountable and educate the public so they can hold their members accountable.
Chris, is that a real issue that illegal aliens are voting in U.S. elections?
So we know that they're being registered to vote, whether knowingly or unknowingly.
Sure.
We have the executive order from the Biden-Harris administration that came out in the first few months of the administration back in 2021, which ordered all federal agencies to provide voter registration information and forms to anybody that they come into contact with. And it doesn't discriminate against whether or not the person's a citizen or a non-citizen. It just is a blanket statement. And in fact, a number of groups, including the Heritage Foundation, has tried to get the documentation, what the plan actually is at the agency level. And so far, nobody has gotten anything out of the administration on this. So we don't know exactly what's being instructed, but what we do know, and probably the best example is of a case in New York City where Representative Nicole Malliotakis from Staten Island, she found the contract between the city of New York and one of the NGOs, the non-governmental organizations there, where they were actually required as a condition of their contract to provide a voter registration form to every single person they were resettling. And we know they were resettling illegal aliens who had crossed the border illegally. So we know that they're getting their hands. We know that non-citizens, including illegal aliens, are getting their hands on voter registration forms. Unfortunately, the National Voter Registration Act has a form and has produced a form, and the form simply just has a checkbox. All you have to do is check a box saying that you're a U.S. citizen. There's no documentary proof that you need to provide. So it's pretty easy to get through it. And you imagine somebody who's new to the country, they put all their trust in somebody from the government or from an NGO to help them find their way here, and they hand them this form, and they maybe they don't know English very well, maybe they do know English, and they're told, yeah, just fill out the form, check the box, and sign the line. And boom, they're registered to vote. And so we've seen through state actions, Texas, Florida, Ohio, Virginia, they've done some. They've released how many non-citizens they've cleared from their rolls. So we do know that they're on the rolls. We have some anecdotal data that they are actually voting in elections. There's been some pretty good reporting from down in North Carolina that illegal aliens did vote in the 2016 election, or non-citizens voted, at least in the 2016 election. So they're able to register to vote, which creates the issue. If they can register to vote, then it makes it easier for them to vote. Finding instances of them voting is a little bit more difficult, but why don't we just clean up the issue and prevent them from registering to vote in the first place?
Well, and specifically what the SAVE Act would do would say, okay, for every single person, no matter where you live, what state you're in, you have to provide some sort of proof, whether an ID card of, yes, I am a U.S. citizen, correct? It's that simple.
It is that simple. And a lot of people think, oh, well, a driver's license, especially the new Real ID driver's licenses, these prove U.S. citizenship. They don't. Non-citizens can get a driver's license and they can get a Real ID driver's license. The only thing a Real ID driver's license proves is that the person who's on that license is the actual person. It strengthened up that part of it to prevent fraudulent driver's licenses from being produced. So it does not prove U.S. citizenship. Not only can legal non-citizens who are in the country legally, whether they're green card holders or temporary visitors in the form of students, foreign students, guest workers, tourists, what have you. Not only can they access driver's licenses, but in 19 states, illegal aliens can get a driver's license as well. So getting a driver's license is not an issue. And for many, getting a social security number isn't an issue either. For anyone that gets work authorization, and we know every single person that's been paroled into the United States who has crossed the border illegally or just flown around the border through the various parole programs implemented by the Biden-Harris administration, if they get work authorization, they're entitled to getting a social security number. So many of these individuals who are in the country illegally but have been paroled here have both a driver's license and a social security number.
So then does it really come down to that issue of registration? Because I'm thinking of people at polling places, there are long lines. And I mean, they can't be like running background checks on every person that comes up to the table to vote.
Right. And we've all experienced it. Especially we'll probably see it in this fall's elections, talking about how closely contested it sounds like this race is going to be. And that's what we've seen over the last, 3 or 4 presidential elections. You're waiting in line for a few hours to go up there and cast a vote. And these election officials, they're trying to move through that line as quickly as possible. They don't have the time to sit there and verify. So the verification needs to be done ahead of time. And then another issue is you have some states that do same day voter registration. They can register to vote on the same day. So we should ensure that these individuals have documentary proof of U.S. citizenship, which means there's a number of different documents that the SAVE Act includes that you can use. You can use a birth certificate from a U.S. state. You can use your passport. You can use passport cards. There's a number of tribal cards involved too. And they also include some leeway too. So election officials can make their decisions on what they can accept and what they can't accept. But it at least adds that extra protection to make sure that a non-citizen can't register to vote by adding this documentary proof requirement. And I think the most important thing to remember is that any vote cast by a non-citizen cancels the vote of a U.S. citizen. So if we're really going to talk about how valuable it is to vote here in the United States, shouldn't we make sure our votes aren't being canceled out by people who shouldn't be voting in the elections?
And where does the SAVE Act stand right now?
So it's passed the House of Representatives, passed with a bipartisan vote. So Republicans and Democrats both voted for it to get it across the finish line. Obviously, it hasn't been taken up on the Senate side by Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. And that's why you're seeing House Speaker Mike Johnson trying to attach it to the continuing resolution to extend federal government funding so that we don't have a government shutdown at the end of the month. So it's a must-pass bill. They often use must-pass vehicles to try to pass some of their priority bills that the other chamber won't take up. So this is their plan to try to get it attached. But like I said, they're struggling to still get some of the votes to get it across the finish line.
Yeah. Well, the issue of border immigration, voting, I mean, this is top on everyone's mind because we are less than 2 months out from an election. And right now we're seeing just an explosion of news stories as it relates to illegal alien crime specifically. We've seen an increase in crime across the U.S., but right now there's just some really disturbing stories about crime that's being carried out at the hands of illegal aliens. I'm specifically thinking of gang members. There's a Venezuelan gang, and with one of the core priorities that you all have as an organization of upholding the rule of law. And we're hearing these reports in El Paso, Texas, of a Venezuelan gang really destroying a hotel there, of taking over an abandoned, semi-occupied apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado. What exactly is happening here? This is the same Venezuelan gang in both locations. What do we know about this gang?
Well, we know that they're a Venezuelan prison gang, and that they've been wreaking havoc throughout South America for since their inception. So this is a pretty scary gang, and it's pretty alarming to see some of these images and hear about some of these stories. They're also connected to the Lake and Riley murder down in Georgia, and they're also connected to the shooting of a police officer up in New York City. So knowledge of this gang is nothing new, but essentially what's happened is they're getting through some of these cracks that the Biden-Harris administration has exploited because of certain loopholes within our immigration law that we really need the House of Representatives and Senate to come together to close up. But we know that people have been crossing the border illegally. Border Patrol has just simply been releasing them into the United States with a notice to appear before a judge or a notice to report at an Immigration Customs Enforcement office. We know that they're also granting parole through the CBP One app. They have the CHNV program, which they paused, but they're getting ready to reinstate if they haven't reinstated it already, which allows Venezuelans, along with Cubans, Nicaraguans, and Haitians, thank you, to receive parole from outside the country in their home countries. And that simply allows them to fly into the country quasi-legally. Again, they're still here illegally, but they've been given parole status, which means they're not in threat of being deported unless they commit a violent crime, but they're not at a threat of being deported, and they can receive a work permit after so many days. So we know that we have these parole programs in place. We have a border that's just completely overwhelmed. When you look at the numbers, apprehensions may be down, but if you still look at the total number of encounters, it's still very high and above historical norms. So we're still having a tremendous number of unauthorized individuals being released into the United States. And when you overwhelm the country with this many people so quickly over a short period of time, this is what you're going to see. You're going to see an uptick in gang violence. You're going to see an uptick from some of these Central American and South American organized gangs, and you're going to see an uptick of crimes in other places, non-gang related, but other crimes that have been taking place as well.
So then, are you not surprised by what we're seeing right now?
No, in fact, we could have predicted it. I mean, we knew that once they said we're going to start allowing these people in, and especially at the number, more than 7.5 million people have gotten into the country illegally since the start of this administration. A combination of people released into the United States at the border, or a recipient of one of these parole programs, or the known gotaways, the almost 2 million gotaways that we've had, known gotaways along the border. Plus, there are the unknown gotaways that are down there too. We don't know how many that is, especially the gotaways. We don't know anything about these individuals. So, and when you overwhelm the border, I think what's happening is the cartels will send these large groups of families and unaccompanied children to spots on the Border Patrol to force all of the resources to that one spot to handle this surge of 200-300 people that happen to be crossing at 3 o'clock in the morning, and that allows the bad people to get across the border undetected, and the gotaway numbers go up because they can go to the unprotected areas that have been vacated by the Border Patrol members that have had to come and cover the mass number of people coming across.
We've been hearing stories of Haitian migrants specifically in Ohio, and this has kind of blown up over the past week, of conversations of these geese being taken. There's audio that the Federalist exclusively reported that there was a gentleman who was on a bicycle who called local law enforcement and said, "Hey, I just watched these Haitians walk away with some geese." I'm going to go ahead and play this audio so we can hear it.
I see a group of Haitian people. There was about 4 of them. They all had geese in their hand, They got away. I couldn't make out the first 3 in the license plate, but I got the numbers.
All right, so what do we know about this situation, Chris? What is going on here?
Yeah, well, when you've got an estimated 20,000 Haitians, I think it is, resettled into a town that initially had a population of, what was, I think the initial population was 40 or 50,000 before this happened. When you bring in that many people, it's tough for those individuals to assimilate into a community. They tend to overwhelm the resources. There's not enough housing for them. There's not enough jobs for them. And plus, they're going to bring their own culture. And let's be honest, there are cultures around the world that do things very differently than here in the United States. It doesn't make them wrong, but that's just the way that things are, and they're outside the norms here in the United States. So when U.S. citizens start to see these things take place, it's pretty alarming, and we have to ask ourselves: is this the end result? Is this what we want to have? But I think the big question, or the bigger question, is number one: why are these NGOs placing them in a single place? There's talk about the fact that NGOs may be working with employers to bring in cheaper foreign labor for those employers that are seeking work, so they don't have to hire more expensive American workers. There's a number of reasons. We can go back to the non-citizen voting issue too, where they can possibly be putting them there to try to register them. Obviously, Ohio is a swing state, so it's a pretty important state on the map, even though it does seem to be leaning a little bit more red. So we don't know why they're bringing all these people here, but I think at the end of the day, when you bring such a large number of people from one culture and bring them to a town with a totally different culture and experience, they're not going to be able to assimilate. It's going to overwhelm the town, and you're going to see these sorts of things happen. Because what are they going to do? Instead of mixing in with the rest of the town and just kind of blending in, becoming the melting pot that everybody talks about, instead, they're going to just continue to live together. And you're going to see the creation of enclaves, things like that. And unfortunately, this is what happens. They don't really move away from their culture and integrate into U.S. culture. They just maintain their culture from where they came from. And I think it's fine if they bring elements of their culture, but at the same time, we also have to think of what's acceptable here in the United States. What are we willing to accept?
Yeah, and that maybe leads to a larger question of solutions. Like I said, we're close to an election, regardless of whether it's Kamala Harris or Trump. They both obviously are discussing the border because they have to. It's such a big issue. Right. One candidate is discussing it a little bit more than the other. But when you look at what needs to change, and, if we went back to all of Trump's former policies, is that enough? Or are we at such a completely different place than we were 3.5 years ago that there need to be entirely new border policies, new policy introduced in order to address new problems that we're facing that have arisen in the past 3.5 years?
Right. I would say all of the above.
Okay.
So, yeah,
a lot of work.
Right. We've certainly had a change of policy. The previous administration dealt with a border surge, and the way that they handled it was they created the Remain in Mexico program. So anybody that was coming to the border, across the border, didn't have authorization to enter into the United States, they said, okay, we're going to make you wait in Mexico until your court date. And because we know, due to the immigration court logs, that those court dates weren't going to be for 5, 6, 7 years, people stopped coming because they're like, you're not going to be able to get into the United States. They're going to make you wait in Mexico, and you could end up waiting there for 5, 6, 7 years. Is that something you really want to do? And Mexico wasn't really thrilled about having all these individuals waiting in their country for that period of time either. So it became an effective policy. That program was immediately terminated by the Biden-Harris administration when they went into office. It was one of the hundreds of executive orders that they tore up on immigration when they got into office. So they've invited this wave of illegal immigration down along the border, and this is what the result has been. So I think there's a couple things. One, we need a change of policy. Obviously, the policy of the previous administration did a better job of preventing illegal border crossings and prevented things like what we've seen in Aurora, Colorado, and Springfield, Ohio from happening. But we also need to have a change in laws. I think we do need to strengthen the immigration laws. Right now, parole is overly abused by the current administration. I would argue that it's being illegally over abused by the current administration. It's supposed to be used for extreme humanitarian hardships, and they're using it to cover pretty much anything. You have a broken toenail, well, that's an extreme humanitarian need, so we'll let you into the country and offer you parole. So I think Congress needs to tighten up that language. And then there's also a requirement that requires that everybody who's in the country illegally and gets apprehended by Border Patrol be detained. Well, we know that the current administration has implemented a policy of alternatives to detention, which means they're giving them ankle bracelets, which they simply cut off once they get away. They give them iPhones, which is simply dump in the garbage can. So there are many ways around these alternatives to detention. I think we actually need to hold these individuals. And once they find out that if they cross the border illegally, they're not going to get released into the United States with a promise of a work permit couple of months, I think you'll see them stop coming, because they're not going to get what they came for, and that's to immediately be released into the U.S. with an opportunity to work.
What about deportations? How should that be tackled?
Yeah, I think deportation is an important part of any country's immigration policy. If you're going to have credibility, you have to have enforcement. And if somebody is in the country illegally, they should be removed from the country illegally. We do. The population, the last government estimate that we had was around 11 to 12 million. That was almost a decade ago, I think. So we know that that number is much, much higher, especially just because of the numbers that we've seen come through just in the last 3+ years. So you know, the ICE force is only 5,000 to 10,000 people. So, and many of them aren't working on enforcement and removal operations. They're doing HSI, which is Homeland Security investigations. So they're focusing on other things rather than just simply deporting people who are in the country illegally. So they're a bit stretched thin. You can have a force multiplier by trying to partner with willing local police departments, which is something that we've actually had in the past. It was the 287G program, and you had a number of counties and state governments and local police agencies that were willing to assist in federal immigration enforcement policy. But I think we also have to take away the magnets. Unfortunately, we have too many states that are offering them healthcare benefits. We have states that are giving them driver's licenses, as I mentioned earlier. We have states that are offering them, that they're allowing them to vote in their local and state elections. They're providing them with, you know, it was just vetoed, but California had actually passed legislation that would give illegal aliens $150,000 down payment to purchase a new home. Now, Governor Gavin Newsom vetoed it, probably for political reasons, didn't like what it would look like. But, you know, this is some of the things that states are trying to do. And if the states are going to continue to make it easy for illegal aliens to live and work here in the United States, they're going to stay here and they're not going to go home. But if you make it difficult, I think many of them will go home.
Yeah. Chris, tell our listeners how they can follow the work that you guys are up to, and when they visit your website, what are the resources they're going to find?
Sure. Thank you. Well, our website is the iaproject.org, and we're also on all of the social media outlets, and the links for that are on our front page as well. I would say our biggest tool that we just released is our member accountability pages. Yeah. So if you go to our member accountability pages, we have an accounting of every single current member in Congress, how many bills they've sponsored, how many bills they've co-sponsored that deal with immigration, and what votes they've taken. So it's a complete record for each member of Congress on their legislative activity. And then again, like I said, eventually we're going to add their quotes and video clips of them talking about the issue and any press releases that they may have put out as we expand this resource. Mm-hmm. But for now, you can clearly go and see what actions that they've taken. And again, website is iaproject.org. They can go and see what all of these members. You can even see who's taken the most actions in Congress on the immigration issue.
What a helpful tool. Thank you, Chris Chmielewski, the president of the Immigration Accountability Project. Chris, thank you for your time today. Really appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
just gotta pay the toll. Kitty toll.
Good morning, everyone. The Stress Miller come back at you with yet another Let's Try. You're not you when you're hungry, and I'm really hungry right now, and irate because of it. And a bunch of things compounded on top of each other, and I was very close to throwing a temper tantrum in front of my cousin. My brother, the genius, the unquestionable deity of humanity that he is, decided to take my wet clothes out of the dryer so that he could dry his clothes. Not wait in line and reset my clothes to dry because he still had time. No. He was that much more important than me. He had to do it because he is my superior. He is my better. In every way, shape, and form. He's thinner than me. He has hair. You know, he has a slightly higher paying job. Not that much, but slightly. So clearly, he needs the dryer more than I do. I am just a ragamuffin, a slave before his glory. And then, because I'm hungry and I didn't want to drive, I decided to get today's subject via DoorDash, and he drops it off not just at the wrong door, at the wrong building. He says, oh, it's the map. The map led me to the wrong one, and I'm just, no, sir. I've had DoorDash delivered here a number of times. They've never, I even put in specific instructions to help lead you to the right door. And on top of all of that, poor Clark has worms, which I know it's not gonna, hopefully, finger crossed, it's not gonna kill him, but it's just that's, and again, he's my cousin's dog technically, but I do feel sympathy for little guy. He doesn't deserve that. Which also means that it was actually lucky that I didn't take him to the dog park yesterday, because that would have been a mass, that would have been a mass spreader event, or whatever you call that. He could have infected a bunch of other dogs. Which the dumb thing is, he has had his worm shot. So, my cousin thinks he got it when they took him to the vet for his neutering. I think he got it from my aunt's stupid dogs, because my aunt has a tendency to adopt dogs without actually researching them, looking into them. They literally have a little bio on the Humane Society website that will tell you, how long has this dog been here? Are they comfortable with cats? Are they good with kids, etc. They will tell you if an animal has issues. Anyway, but
they're not going to give you a dog that has worms, dude. You know what I mean? Is that what he's saying? She gets dogs from the Humane Society that has worms? No, they're going to... here they would. They would give them medication.
Anyway.
If they knew they had it.
So what did I have to walk across the parking lot to get? Why, it is none other than Burger King. What does that say? Royce M. Okay. Breakfast since 1983. Breakfast your way since 1983. Which is weird because this is from the lunch menu. That is right, we are trying all the elements of the fiery menu. Which, again, part of why I'm a little upset is because, you made me walk across the parking lot barefoot for Burger King. You monster.
Barefoot? One.
You know how many broken bottles I had to dodge? 0, but... Because literally our It's a very gentrified development, let's just say. Anyway. Oh no, that doesn't stop like a bunch of, well, like, in my experience, it's white people who tend to throw beer bottles on the ground, so I shouldn't even say gentrified. Anyway, we have a bunch of fiery stuff. We have fiery chicken fries, fiery mozzarella sticks, fiery Sprite, and 2 kinds of fiery sandwiches.
What's the racist thing?
I don't know how much of them I'm going to eat right now. Given how upset I am, I may eat both. I have a tendency to eat my feelings. But for now, let's just start with the fiery mozzarella sticks. Well, that's my dog. Well, that's Clark after his, after he got neutered. That's just mozzarella sticks with cayenne pepper and red food dye. The only thing fiery today is my temper. Anyway, let's try some of the Sprite. I'm hoping that when they say fiery Sprite, they mean cinnamon. I really don't want to sip on this and get even more spice.
Oh, it's hot.
No, it's not cinnamon. It's more spice.
Hilarious.
Because that's what people want on a hot summer day, is a spicy strawberry soda. It tastes okay, but it's just I think I've had these before. Well, no, that last year they were called ghost pepper chicken fries. Now they're just fiery Sprite. They still taste good though.
He likes anything that's meat.
It actually tastes really sweet. I don't know if that's because of the Sprite. Here, let me get a palate punch. Where's my water?
He's just trying to show people he's not allergic to it.
Let's get another chicken fry. There's a strangely sweet aftertaste to them that I don't get. It reminds me of like a cookie. But they're good though. Better than the ghost pepper fries. The ghost pepper fries were awful. Let's see. This is the fiery royal crispy chicken. Oh my gosh, look at that. Mmm. Spicy brown sugar bacon. That is delicious. I'm gonna have to.
It's hard to
pace
eat.
yourself here. I gotta go to bed after this. And now for the finally one. The Fire Bacon Whopper with cheese. With cheese, Mr. Squidward. With cheese. Someone joked to me on my Skyrim playthrough today, I think it was Tyler, that the Night Mother looks like the chocolate lady from SpongeBob. Oh, wow. Sorry about that. Ooh. Chocolate. Oh, I remember chocolate. I remember when they invented chocolate. I always hated it. Oh, man, I'm getting sliced my nose now. Ugh. Let's see what's under the hood here. Okay, so you got spicy mayo. You have the spicy brown sugar glazed bacon. And you have just lettuce, tomatoes, and cheese. White cheese, though. No, they use cheddar this time. Fun fact. My supervisor at my old hotel, weird guy, but I liked him. He stopped going to Burger King because he claims that they replaced their cheese with a non-dairy soy substitute. And he says he can taste it. I don't know what he's talking about. Given he occasionally listens to Alex Jones, I think he got it from there. Like, he doesn't watch Alex Jones consistently, but he's got a weird relationship. He's a constitutionalist, which is like a Republican, but they have the moral high ground. That spicy mayo, though, that is bomb.com. Skip everything else here. Just get the Whopper and the chicken. They're delicious. I'm sorry I'm eating this fast, but I am hungry. Good Lord. I drink water and it goes away for a second, and then it comes back. In greater numbers. I'm gonna pause a second. Alrighty, there we go.
What are you talking about?
Again, that is really good. Now let's go back to this chicken, because I thought the chicken was going to be the good one after tasting it. It kind of is. The only thing that makes it better is that fried chicken is better than burger.
I think he's drowning his sorrows in this one.
You know what's that thing? I still have a bunch of African food in the fridge. Ethiopian food, for sure. It's so much better than this. No, that's too spicy. The problem is it's a flavorless heat.
That does suck. It's just hot with no flavor of the pepper. Oh, something hit the floor.
It's inside.
You scooped it back in real fast.
My savior. My brother has always had ego problems, you know, middle child syndrome.
Where'd that
He
come
used to
from?
abuse me when we were children. The culmination of it was when he literally beat me with a chair. He took a metal kitchen chair. Like, okay, so this was like a... So it was like a metal frame with leather seats. They were nice chairs, very sturdy. But, anyway. He took it into the living room and beat me with it. Because I forgot to give him back his credit card. And so he was stuck in line at McDonald's without a payment option.
Huh?
That was back in 2012, 2013. I had already graduated. My brother was still going to high school at the time.
McDonald's was involved? That's crazy.
These make a lot more sense when they're a vehicle for a ranch.
Dude, he should just...
The white person's nectar of the gods.
You should just take one of those like a shot each time he eats one.
Anyway.
Once you're that big, that's how they're meant to be consumed.
I do worry sometimes my brother is actually a sociopath. Or psychopath. I don't know.
I wonder what he thinks he is. Brother.
He's definitely egotistical. And like, I know, I'm one to talk. I block people on... I tend to block people if they start talking too much... Start talking weird. But like, that's more just because I'm not good with confrontation. I can't de-escalate a situation. And I certainly can't stand up for myself.
You work at a hotel then.
So yes, I am going to run away. I am going to take the path of least resistance. And I'm sorry. If you don't like that, if you don't like me hiding behind Automod and an itchy trigger finger, and maybe I'm not for you. This is getting dumped down the toilet. And like, I'm sorry that I'm not. I don't claim to be a good person, necessarily.
Apparently McDonald's can't confirm
My
it.
politics are because I was such a shitty kid. And I feel like I gotta make up for that by being as progressive as I can be. I'm like, I do genuinely believe the things that I say, but, you know, it's not the beliefs, it's the preaching that people don't like. And, you know, it's just... there are a lot of people in my family with rage issues. My mom and dad, my brother, my cousin. Not the cousin I live with, his brother. Like, my cousin's brother is I have to be nice for my grandmother, but I wanted to, I don't know. I want to cut ties with all these toxic people that I can't because they are family. And I noticed that like so many people in my family are bad for me psychologically. All my aunts are selfish. And the most selfish one isn't even technically my aunt. She's my uncle's wife. She's the religious zealot who thinks Pokemon is of the devil. Oh, and the Ninja Turtles. Ninja Turtles are satanic because their meditation is not done in observance of God. Because God forbid you try to better yourself through, like, Buddhism isn't even like technically a religion, it's a lifestyle choice. You could technically be Buddhist and Christian. I mean, hell, a lot of monks live very Buddhist style, or a lot of Christian monks live very Buddhist style lives. Oh Lord, and then my uncle on my dad's side is I'm not even going in. My uncle on my mom's side is, well, he gets whipped by his religious zealot wife. The kind of whip, y'all know what I'm talking about.
No, I don't.
Karen. Oh, what can I say? This stupid thing started going out on me yesterday. I hate it so much. It kept interrupting my live stream by turning on without me touching a button on it. Excuse me.
You missed the drive.
Yesterday I tried to do a live stream where I tried to connect with people, tried to do something fun, and instead some local dude tries to, I think it was local, it was the 712 area code, which is Iowa. Some local dude was trying to call me, making a big hullabaloo. And people just kept like, and then this guy who's like, oh dude, you gotta come on. No, this is my channel. You are in my house, sir. When you come into my house, you respect my rules. Okay? On your channel, things go your way, but on my channel, you don't advertise yourself. You don't be like, oh, you gotta come on my channel. No, this is my 6K subscriber special. It's like, oh, he brought you. He's the reason you're popular. Whatever, I don't care. In fact, if he is responsible, then I would rather all the people who subscribe to me because of him unsubscribe. Please do so now. Feel free. It is so upsetting to try to make this work, to spend way too much money on stuff to try,
on food that you're going to buy anyway?
Food,
what are you talking about?
Lego set, on, we're trying to connect with you about stuff I am passionate about. I don't want to do food all the time. I want to get away from food. Maybe I should just like totally pivot this channel. Do a daily, instead of that, I'll do a daily vlog talking about like current events or something. Prove that I am actually as intelligent as I claim to be. Instead of being the poo-poo funny man for you. Reacting to the
The poo-poo funny man.
Oh, Royce, you breathe so heavy. Royce, you breathe so heavy. I'm like, and you smell your own farts, okay? You are a pathetic human being. If you care so much about my breathing.
So what if I smell my own farts? They smell delicious. What's wrong with you?
Don't.
Like you don't.
Engage.
Butthole.
That is how you make your voice heard.
COVID's made it so I can barely even smell them now, though. I'm kind of disappointed.
Like you don't engage with it, because if you engage with it, it won't go away. Okay?
I don't know how bad they are.
From that Trident store, you can only get rid of them by not observing.
Oh shit!
This is such.
That'll help get rid of my mouth sores. What I just ate is really good for mouth sores.
The only way that I feel
I'm serious.
is if I
Why I
can
flared
live
up
in my
probably.
little
I
bubble
haven't had eggs in a while.
and not have to be forced into situations where it's like, oh, Royce, you have to do this. Royce, your followers would really like it if you did this. No.
I gotta get this off my porch. Right. Delivery.
This is not financially beneficial enough for me to care that much. This is not my full-time job. My full-time job is managing a hotel. Okay? My full-time job is making sure that I represent our brand successfully and to the best of my ability. And to anyone who tries to, like, pinpoint where I am and try to take photos of me or whatever, I will call the cops on you.
Try to take photos.
Okay?
Of the hell? I just want pictures.
That is stalking, and it is illegal in every state, not just Iowa.
Not illegal. You find him
You all
and
need to treat me better, okay?
only illegal
This
if
is
you make
also a
it
toxic
weird.
relationship. Yes, there are good people out there. Again, that Tyler guy, he seemed pretty chill. Andy seems really chill. There are a few more, but the rest.
That's the end of it. Did it? I mean, if that were the case, paparazzi would be illegal. Whoa. Wow. Look at this. A cat aptly named Drifter is safe at home after sneaking outside and getting trapped in a sewer for nearly 8 weeks. The 3-year-old Tabby went missing from his Minnesota home on July 18th. His owners presumed that he went to check out the construction underway in the neighborhood at some point. The family was beginning to plan a small memorial service for Drifter when neighbor kids came over and said they heard meowing come from a storm drain in the construction site. Wow. He survived by eating poop? Really? Is that what you read? There's probably rats in there. I bet there are rats in there. It's not filled all the way up with fluid. The rats are probably eating poop. Oh, he lost a lot of weight. He still had his collar on, confirming identity. When he went missing, he weighed 15 pounds. He only weighed 6.5 pounds. Damn. Bro, that fucked him up, probably. Yeah. That's really bad for a cat to lose weight that quickly. I wasn't eating anything. Oh, it says right here, Nessethan Comstock guessed that Drifter explored a hole that got sealed up with him inside, and they had been living underground, eating and drinking whatever he could find. Perhaps mice and sewer water. Oh my gosh, it had to drink sewer water. Man. April had gone out for a walk that morning and called out Drifter's name, and they think that the cat heard the calls through the sewer pipes and went to a spot where he could be found. Drifter spent the night cuddling with April in her bed. He's putting weight back on now, and his vet expects a full recovery. Man, he was freaking... We're trying to give him fluids, and he wants to eat the syringe. And he just wants to eat. He's sad. Police respond to possible stolen military Hummer at Santa Monica Beach. Whoa. How it got stolen? bought it from the Afghanis. He bought it from the Taliban. Over. And the hell's in the back of it though, man? That doesn't look civilian.
Hey, how's it going? Oops.
He didn't know it was cranked. Try to crank it again. Could I be freaking lug nuts it has? And the rim is like a multi-piece. What's going on, man? That thing is crazy. I guess 5 miles per gallon. Trippy, man. How did it get there? On Tuesday, September 10th, Santa Monica police officer and Los Angeles police responded to reports of possible stolen military Hummer at Santa Monica Beach parking lot. The vehicle, which was missing license plates, appeared to be abandoned, prompting concern among local authorities. After verifying identities of the individuals on scene, it was determined the vehicle belonged to what appeared to be a local military base. The people present, who were identified as military personnel, were authorized to recover the vehicle and took it back to the station, resolving the matter without further incident. That's it. U.S. military vehicles don't have license plates. If it has a plate, it was put on the market and sold to civilians or another government agency. What? There are license plates on government vehicles. Oh, military vehicles, right? I mean, that's not true. There's something on them. They have U.S. government plates. Hummers might not have it, or Humvees might not have it, but I drove a van transporting sailors to and from base and hospital. And dude, it has to have a plate, or because of a cockpit behind it, they didn't know what the hell's going on. It doesn't like, there was nothing else that was made it look like a Navy van. It was just a white van. It didn't say U.S. Navy on the side of it or anything. Dude, I'd be jamming out, dude. I'd be jamming out to Tupac a lot of times back then, because I just started listening to Tupac a lot more. Living in Southern California for the first time. You know. So live and die in LA. I was in San Diego though. We said one of the songs talks about Rosecrans, from Long Beach to Rosecrans. He's actually talking about Long Beach Boulevard to Rosecrans here in LA. But ironically enough, the interstate turns into Rosecrans eventually in Point Loma in San Diego, and that's the street I would take home all the time to get to the ASW base. I take that to, I forget which street, that took me to Harbor, and that's where the base was, and Harbor Boulevard. Right across the street from the old Navy boot camp. So it was like, I don't know, the Rosecrans was different for me because we had a Rosecrans too. Long Beach to Rosecrans. I felt like he was talking about San Diego or something. I didn't realize that LA even had a Rosecrans street back then. Yeah! And now look at me. I'm in the fucking shithole. Long Beach. I made it to Long Beach after all. Tupac will be proud of me. The best cheesecake in LA.
What's going on, people? It's another beautiful day in Los Angeles.
I could go have this shit right now.
We are in Inglewood. Y'all know who behind the
That's
camera.
even closer.
We got Cuzzo in the building.
Yes, sir.
And everybody
That's
in
even
their
close to
mama
working in Inglewood.
been telling me to go to Harriet's Cheesecakes. Now, I done got tagged
car audio
1,001 times to go to Harriet's, man. Y'all better be right. Let's get to it.
They're still around.
Now, I saw you walking out of Harriet's right now with 2 bags in your hand. What you got in the bags?
Well, I only planned on buying 1 slice of cheesecake,
right?
Okay, which is my favorite. It's praline, and I like the sweet potato. But then I also love banana pudding.
You know, I've been over here to the strip mall before. You know, we got Harriet's right here, but right next door we got Phillips Barbecue. A lot of people, a lot of LA natives been telling me to go there too. I don't know if I'm gonna try right now though, man. I kind of got a little sweet tooth today. I'm gonna definitely go to Harriet's though, see what's going on. You know what I'm saying?
I've been trying to get on your station.
What's up? Get on my stage. What's up? What you got going on?
Let me show you.
What you got going on? What you got? Talk to me.
I'm Miss Crab Boil Lady.
Crab balls?
Yes, indeed.
You look good. Hold on, I'll see the crab balls.
Hey, you guys.
Yeah,
yes,
the crab boil lady.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I'm underrated.
Where you be set up
years.
at?
I'm in Watts.
You in Watts?
Yep.
Okay, so what you doing here at Harriet's today?
Coming from my doctor in Culver City, and I love Harriet's.
Yeah, what's the best cheesecake on the menu?
The caramel, praline.
Praline. That's what the praline. Yeah, the caramel, the praline.
Yes, absolutely.
Look, they done said I done heard praline 3 times since I got to Inglewood today.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You can't go back to Watts without giving me a slice.
Okay. So you said the caramel, the praline, and then after y'all get the cheesecake, y'all got to get the seafood boil.
Yes,
you know what I'm saying?
That's
Like that.
Like that.
There's a lot of different cheesecakes. They dump stuff on it. They just have it one and they dump it.
$9 per slice, but hey,
damn,
you paying for the quality here.
$9 a slice.
Everybody and their mama been telling me to come to
This motherfucker. How much is a whole pie? $100?
So if you could, you know, for the people who don't know, let them know who you are.
Okay, I'm Harriet's daughter, her oldest. Mom unfortunately passed away, but this is her shop. We've been around for over 40 years and in the same location. We've never been anyplace else.
Should I go get one of their pies, man? I could go right now if I wanted to.
Well,
there's probably a line
if
today.
you like sweet, you definitely want to try.
I don't even open yet though. They open at 11.
Okay. But we also have a new flavor that's catching on quite well, which is the turtle, which is basically our chocolate fudge brownie with the addition of caramel and pecans. Our signature flavor is the sweet potato. That's the one that's been toted around town.
Okay.
Sweet potato cheesecake is our signature. And
is that hard?
It is sweet
It's worth
$9. Vanilla cheesecake with
what's so hard about it?
Sugared pecans on top.
Okay, now you're talking about language. You're talking about language now. Okay, I'm ready for this. You know, I don't do a lot of sweets, but I love sweet potatoes. All right. So, you know, I guess have you been working here, you know, with your mother since you were young?
Since I was young, but I did leave for a series of years because I'm a specialist in higher education.
Okay.
So I've just recently come back in 2010, 2011. When Mom was having some double knee surgery. But the business has been here. We've had family work here. We've had neighborhood kids work here.
Wow.
We've had all sorts of wonderful people work here.
Wow.
So it's not just family. Even though we're black owned, I like to say we're community based.
Right.
Because we do a lot of work in the community.
Really? Oh, that's great. That's great. So I guess growing up, you know, with your mother and whatnot, was she
I just bought a pumpkin pie.
Making these cheesecakes and whatnot?
Dude.
Yeah. My
I just bought a pumpkin pie because I have so much expired sour or whipped cream in a can. Did you know that stuff lasts forever in a can? Like the expiration date doesn't even matter on that shit. Because as long as it's pasteurized, since it's a sealed container and it's like it has pressure, bacteria can't get inside of it to make it go bad. It can't curdle. It's interesting. I'm using the hell out of it. Curdling needs bacteria to get to it, right? Or heat. It doesn't go bad though. It's just fine. I just gotta shake it and squirt it. I can't believe it. It's like expired a year or two ago.
The recipe from
It's
New
milk
York.
containing. You would think that could kill me or
Parade
something.
magazine, I believe, and handed it to my mother and said, "You can do this better."
Delicious.
And Mom took it on and started baking the cheesecakes. One of the first things she did was cut down the sugar a little bit because she wanted to make it about flavor, not about sweet, which is one of the reasons why
Have you tried the pumpkin pie, sister? At Costco?
Who don't do sweets that much love my mom's cheesecake because it's not sweet. You can taste the flavors, which are always good.
Right. Y'all know I love flavor, you know. I need that, you know, everywhere we go, you know. That's amazing. So wait, did your mom make more than just, was she also good at like cooking other things?
She was very good at cooking a lot of things.
So what was your favorite meal by your mom, you know, that you can remember growing up? Like, man, like, I love my mom.
I don't use clothes.
Besides cheesecake, her pies.
Really?
I missed when
The
we were
pumpkin
growing up,
spice
'cause
doesn't
she
have cloves in
started
it?
baking cheesecakes, and we were the testers, so we didn't get a chance to have pies and cakes. One of her favorite desserts that I used to love is yellow cake with caramel frosting. And her apple pie.
That's how, his mama, Cam mama make a good caramel cake too.
Oh, okay.
Indeed. Well, hey, we're excited to try this. We're gonna step aside. We're gonna order a couple things, and we're gonna make it do what it do. But I appreciate you for talking with us and letting us come here and experience everything that Harriet's has to offer. I'm gonna try everything. I think what I want to do is I want a praline. I want a sweet potato for sure. You know, I love strawberries, so we're gonna do a strawberry and cream. But do you have any other suggestions?
Definitely French vanilla.
Why French vanilla?
French vanilla, Mom would say, if that's not good, nothing else will be.
Oh, well, you heard it there. You gotta have a strong foundation for the rest of the meal. Okay, we'll get that too then.
Banana pudding. My personal favorite is apple and spice.
Apple and, is it kind of like an apple with
cheesecake? Apples in the middle of French vanilla cheesecake.
Dang, you make it sound so good. Okay.
One up and coming also is the turtle, which is kind of like our chocolate fudge brownie with, like I said, with pecans and caramel. So
making every single flavor sound good over here. God, talk.
All right.
Order everything, broke ass.
Praline and some sweet potato.
All right, so here's what I'll do for sure. I'm gonna do French vanilla. Okay. I'm gonna do praline, sweet potato.
3. Strawberries and cream.
I love strawberry.
4.
And then
white chocolate shavings on top of that? Or no?
If you suggest it.
I'm not a big white chocolate person, but a lot of people love the white chocolate.
Throw it on there. Throw it on there. Throw it on there. And the last one we'll do. What do you think? Either turtle or the apple and spice? Which one?
Well, I would say the apple and spice.
Apple and spice, baby. Hit me up. All right, so that's the strawberry.
That's the
That's
strawberry.
like $40.
This is the praline.
$40 in pie for four slices.
Oh my goodness.
French vanilla.
Man, this is my favorite day. She just keep coming back from the back with more and more cheesecake.
Does it come on an actual plate?
Hold on. Which one you
White
got
plastic.
right
This is apple and spice.
This is the apple and spice.
Oh, he's got 5, so that's
All right, one more.
$50 worth of pie.
Sweet
With tax.
potato, man. Look at that. Look at the layers on that, man. That's insane.
That was that
I
top
always say
layer.
don't eat them in the parking lot, otherwise you won't leave my parking lot.
Well, we're parking lot eating masters. We love eating in the parking lot. This one right here is the praline. Look at that, man. That thing looks delectable and decadent. So many nuts paws on this. Whoa. So much caramel. That's a good looking piece of cheesecake, man.
He definitely likes the nuts.
This is the strawberry and cream with the white chocolate shavings on top. I'm not sure how I feel about the white chocolate shavings, but we're gonna try it out and see. This is the regular French vanilla. You know, she said you gotta have a good base as everything else is gonna be good, you know what I mean? This is the sweet potato. And you can see the layer
Oh, that's what you said.
of sweet potato to cheesecake.
You said something different than that.
Absolutely amazing. I'm most
You said
excited
if you
for
don't,
this. This is the apple spice, I believe. I think
if this ain't good,
just
nothing's
kinda
gonna be
like
good.
an apple
This is-
pie cheesecake situation.
Yeah,
You
this
know?
ain't good, nothing's
Who
gonna
knows
be
how it's
good.
gonna be?
Yeah.
Let's give these things a
And
try.
then he said what he just said, and he just said that she said
For
it.
the regular sprinkler first.
All right, so
Anyway,
you gotta
I'm a
try
stickler.
the base of French vanilla because that determines how everything else is gonna be.
You just put words in her mouth, pretty much.
Oh my God. Look at that, man. That looks very creamy. Let's see.
$50 a cheesecake, and it's only the equivalent of one cheesecake. Yeah, $50 for one cheesecake, pretty much.
Oh my God.
He's so trapped.
That good. That good. Hey, hey. She was right.
Whoa.
She was right. It's not too sweet. It's really creamy. It definitely lets the flavor do the talking. If this was that good, then these other ones over here about to go crazy.
Sensational. Only real ones know that clip of Future eating cheesecake and saying sensational. God dang.
All right, move on to the next one real quick. One bite, bruh. One bite. We on the health grind. Got to do the praline.
This is the most hyped up one that everybody tries to get.
1,000 folks told us to get this praline, bro. Let's see what it's talking about, man. Oh my God.
That's a lot of sweetness.
That bite's too big, dog. But I can't go. Oh, look at the caramel. Look at the caramel.
That's a lot of sugar, though. That's why everybody likes it, probably.
Oh my God.
Those pralines are really sugary, too. It's like candy-coated nuts, ain't it?
Hey, man. That praline is an ultra situation. That base make it go up, man. The caramel, the pralines on there.
They do look pretty good, though.
I know, well, it would.
We out here.
Now, you know,
$60 pie is insanity.
Drop them in a comment.
I just get my pie from Costco, homie. Live catch action. We got some live catch action. Locals at 6. Oh, hell no. That sucks. That's too long. Oh, hey, he went to Sam's Club.
700 East 17th Street.
This is from 10 minutes ago.
Vase.
A spot for them here.
New Zealand vase.
Dude, if I was
I got
them,
some
I would have a
more.
fucking groceries delivered. I would not go in public with him like this. Like he puts his mouth on shit all the
Genevieve
time.
got a code and says 2586.
They would be doing the community a
And those mocha
service by getting their
frappe.
shit delivered.
And say he would like it to make chickens in both plain.
What else do they have?
Make the spooky Oreo casters.
Like you're not allowed to bring a dog in the place because it could lick things and pee on the floor and shit. Well, this guy, him like licking the fruit and shit, that's a problem.
Sassy.
Put it in your mouth. There you go. Putting everything up to his mouth like that. Like, COVID's still a thing, right?
I see.
Like, can you imagine how his mom had to deal with him during COVID? Oh my god. What if he got it?
Sink animal stuff.
Very retarded people don't get it. They got some sort of immunity. Did you ever see one? Did you ever see a tard with COVID?
Gross. Jesus.
I see. Even that he's putting in his mouth.
Come here and see what's happening now.
Linda. Dude, Mama needs to get him out of the chocolate aisle.
And Maverick, Mom drinking some coconut slushy.
Dude,
As a prank.
I have these things in the fridge I got from Costco yesterday. They're actual coconuts that have this thing on them that you slam on the top of it, and it comes with a straw, and I just put it into the coconut. I've never seen them things at Costco before. They were only like $10 for 3 of them. I was like, bro, I definitely got to try that thing. What is that doing here? Ever. I've never seen that at Costco, and all the time I've went to Costco. So I had to try it. I had to get one. Well, it came with 3 of them though. That's gonna be fun.
Just like he says.
Maybe I'll get hung over one day and I'll need it. I don't know how long. I gotta look how long they last. They have like a shell around them or something.
Rotten chicken is so great because nothing else has happened.
Oh, I'm gonna get one because they look so crazy.
Much wasn't it a price when it was gangsters or to gay chicken taco test turning on to.
So
770 Street is one years of the decent fire starts are taking a walk.
One young
That's
coconut.
called Fantasy Sewer Key.
This is one. Oh, you can see it there.
That's the Genevieve. Is a funky smell.
And it says pop, sip, enjoy. I'm supposed to just go pop.
It's just one.
And then I can just.
Of rotten chicken vegetables. Come looking at the rotten chicken because
I can't hear anything inside of it though.
We need chicken rotten.
For sweet marmalade person. Morning.
Earth of Thailand.
What flavor is the blue one here? Blue brown is 1,000. Oh, I hate to throw that out.
Would you have gotten it too if you saw it? It came at 3 though for $9. That's a pretty good deal. $3 each. Whole coconut for $3. And it's got this thing in it that can just make pop. Totally worth a shot. With a shot of bourbon. Coconut and bourbon. Was that thing?
I wonder what would happen if I put some fizzy water in there with my electrolytes. That ought to make it super interesting, right? Let's try that. That sounds weird. After yesterday, let's just do the freaky thing. I think I'm gonna just have coffee. You guys have cream? Flavor. Vanilla? No. Just real cream.
Look at the
Some
powder.
places only have the powdered kind. We have like the non-dairy kind. Half and half. That's what you've got. That'll work. I just need some fat in my coffee.
Fat in my coffee.
You need to start.
Don't tell us.
Oh, you know what? I think I have an extra thing of MCT oil. I didn't put
Why?
that in the car.
Why do people need
Hazelnut.
fat in their coffee?
Don't stay.
Is she
Highlander frog? That sounds scary.
maybe she's keto. You got
How would you-
MCT
So if you're a
oil.
coffee connoisseur, how would it be different than, let's say, just regular coffee?
I'm not necessarily like a coffee
Well, the reason I ask is that right now my nose and my taste buds aren't working very well. I got something going on with my sinuses, I think, and so it wouldn't do me any good to try it.
Yeah, Highlander frog is just
less content.
Dude, what was she even talking about though?
A sip.
Like, she was OCDing about the coffee right there a little bit. I usually drink mine black too, man. Yeah. Tastes coffee better. That's how my dad drank it. So I started drinking it like that eventually. Yep. I don't drink it at all now. What's wrong with his lips, dude? God dang. Wipe them or something. Got shit all over. Is that hair? Dude, this has one view on it. I don't know what could happen right now. His dick could pop out all of a sudden. His mom would be like, "Honey, put that away." And I'd be like, "Ha ha 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 ha."
Columbus Day sale.
You're like, "Shut up, mama. You smell like fish." Next thing I know, I'm fucking watching him beat off on here, and we're all fucked. Daniel's taking down kitty cam over. That was pretty good, actually. That's not very good.
Sam's Club and return those craptastic pro dookies.
That was too bad, huh? Some of it.
Thank you for the drinks, Mom. Hey!
Hey!
34.
Johnson Street.
Johnson Street. He doxes himself all the time. He gave us the address to Sam's Club the other day.
In so many ways.
Mark called it.
To have some news.
His hair looks dirty. Oily, that's not product. Ew. Yuck. It's all oiled together like that. There's no way that's product. This is oil's product, or his body's product.
As quickly as he's in the headlines, he's knocked off the front pages because
Polka Breakfast King.
We're going. Highway required. Ooh, should we get onto the highway, sir?
Why does his voice sound like that, man?
Yeah, well, somebody gets space.
See, that's why I believe that people, like Asians, you know, like a lot of Asians sound really high pitched. I think they're taught to sound like that. Like they keep this tight right there, and they just do that because that's what they know. That's what everybody else does. For some reason, this dude is talking in this weird ass voice all the time. Like he could change it though. Can he? Where is the other voice at? I want to hear him just. He needs to just relax that a little bit, maybe. Just hey. It comes out all buttery all of a sudden and not scratchy anymore. Is it possible?
South Boston Street.
Do you buy the Prestige?
Yes.
Something in Alberts has got me.
Is that a move?
Oh crap!
If he didn't talk like that, he wouldn't be nearly as weird.
I'm not going anywhere yet. My fuel light just came on. Did you hear it ding?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Blue?
Sorry, dude.
Really? You get scared
So I don't put fuel. Yeah, the yellow light. When the yellow light comes
when women
on,
have a
put fuel
deeper
in you.
voice than you? Hey, Busy Brown. Hey, what's up, guys?
Don't want to see what's happening.
This guy's gonna pop off heavy one day on YouTube. Watch. What do you think? Because it's so fucking weird, and he does it a lot. So he's gonna have like a big following in some other country all of a sudden.
So, I want to taking a lot of poppy blue
Well, come on, people.
blue sip.
Hang on to your
I want to know how he's editing in it.
Don't hold it over your eye.
Oh, you missed it earlier. He was doing way better with the finger drums. Wait a second, 11.
Throughout the century, the diesel engine has in World War II. This is another note in the book. On D-Day, our landing on D-Day.
Two.
But throughout the century, the diesel engine has.
That was the best part of it, actually.
World War II. This is another note in the book. On D-Day, our landing on D-Day.
That was my favorite part.
It's what you meant space freeway.
Diesels at that time. And in terms of the industry through a century, there's a
Spaceway.
whole bit I can do. I mean, at this point, as you know, on book tour, you can sort of pull the string on your back and you do your thing.
What is this? Prebiotic soda. Only 25 calories. I want to look it up, y'all. Hold on. I'm gonna look this up. I don't like looking stuff up at the same time as playing stuff because I miss a lot. But I'm not looking. Prebiotic soda. I just want to see what the nutritional poppy. Yeah, I think that's it. Poppy. Poppy. Drink poppy. The death video games. Yeah, those are kind of weird. Five grams or less of sugar. Okay, they have apple cider vinegar in them with prebiotics. Yeah, it's special type. That's what I thought. They had fiber in them, and they do. It's a special type of fiber that your gut, like your the probiotics eat. That's what my vet told me. Prebiotics are food for probiotics. So extracted from agave teculana plant. Oh, it's a natural sweetener also, I see. Agave inulin. Apple cider vinegar. Every can probably contains apple cider vinegar. Ours is pure and unfiltered, so it contains the mother and gives our flavors a mouth-watering edge. Makes it like a little like kombucha or what? A little kombucha-fied. 25 calories less. So yeah, that's it. 25 calories. It says there. Inulin. There you go. That's what I'll do again. There you go.
Equipment used to grow that fruit is powered by.
At least Mom's not feeding them bullshit soda. That's good. That's good, man. Shout out to Mom. I thought I saw it prebiotic on it yesterday. It could be worse. It could be way worse. Only 5 grams.
It's one day. a lot of wrecks and witches fight.
But how many does he drink? Like, he probably can't drink too many of those without getting like diarrhea or something. Oh, too much inulin probably does something.
Smelly.
What if he likes having diarrhea though?
Several years ago, I came really close to selling a show called Food.
Sweet.
For people in history,
sweet old mom.
Unappreciated.
Coming back to 5 years.
Be a look.
Oh, I got it! I finally got it.
I got it.
Twice, and I was trying to. Oh, I can't believe it. How can you drink that? I'm only offering you.
Dude, his goatee does look like pubic hair. For real, now that I'm looking at it or closer.
Just enough. Like, you recognize the names and settings and places and some of the things that happen. You've got a real strong tone, sometimes even more. You might consider yourself.
Figuring it out, man. Before you know it, he's gonna have his own SoundCloud, then Spotify, then more views than Precious Child, or more listens than Precious Child. He's really a solo hit snare kind of guy. He doesn't like the norm when it comes to music. This is what it's like inside of his brain. Cannibal. I mean, he eats chomos. He's learning, you're not giving him a chance.
Connecticut, head down the Long Island Sound toward the East River, toward the U.S. Open Center, and we passed like a telephone.
Brothers, were any of those other...
We're adding some milk.
Lou, you don't know about this guy, do you? have been on it by now, probably. Trying to have a conversation with him. Oh. Yeah. He uploads a lot, dude. I don't know if he ever responds to comments, so I haven't looked. Cool. Hey, break it down. Still, he's got something going on, or his mom doesn't even, or his mom's thinking about getting rid of him and having a place to watch him. He's really chill, apparently. I'm not laughing at the situation. It's like, I know you haven't seen it up yet. He goes around the grocery store licking things. And in a lot of the older videos, he tells his mom she smells like fish all the time in front of like the cashier and stuff. Maybe he's cutting that out now because he doesn't want to go to the home. She was like, you keep doing that, I'm giving you to the home. I've talked to the lady already. Mom, I don't want to go to the home. Because we know that they had, he filmed it. We could hear the whole conversation she had with the government worker about what next, what she could do, and where he could go and stuff. Just to pay them, yeah, that's right, that too. These are building mega church. I don't think so. Man, how much time has he spent doing this? Be so much better if he just has more talent. I'm the only person that will watch this whole video in its entirety. I did it. I'll be able to, I should get like something at the end of it. Medal, a little survivor medal. I survived. You get a medal too. It's an accomplishment you can put on your medal board. Once you get 10, it turns silver. Once you get 100, it turns gold. Why didn't he learn from doing melody 1, then 2, then 3? Sounded the best. Turn the volume down on it. I thought we were gonna go to the store again. He hasn't been to Sam's Club yet. press a button on, make it go a little faster. This is the longest music time he's given us. Bro. I really like Melody 3. There.
That is all.
This would be a great day in the Sam's Club. I can step in horse shit. We've got an obsession with trains.
Looks like this.
He wants the train driver simulator for $1. Well, that'd probably keep him busy for who knows how long. Drive trains all over the country. Multiplayer. Oh really? Damn. I'm glad she's alright, dude.
How you doing, sir?
Good.
Why didn't we get that? I wanted to hear that interaction.
If you see. Oh, no. Which
Oh
is
yeah,
the
I
meanest
saw that.
thing.
Poor tank. Hey, Lani Beach, I've been there. It was rated the #1 beach in all the Hawaiian Islands when I lived there, so I went. I would take all my dates there. Lani Beach, a beautiful beach with calm water, stunning views. Yeah, there's islands in the distance. They're really cool, and the sand here is different than the other beaches because it starts off coarse, bigger, and it gets finer as it gets closer to the water. At least that's how it used to be. It's probably been over touristed up now. Hey, the Hanaima Bay. That's where I went and I got freaked out with the coral reef. We didn't listen to the signs. I've been in almost all these places. I've been in this waterfall. This is probably Waikiki up here. Been there. I wonder what he was looking at. About a wahoo.
Least, not least, test.
Oh, he's filming on a tablet. All this time he's filming on an Apple tablet.
Burrito and the burrito. Let's see.
He just like goes to the games and tries to play them. Oh, what's he want now? Hydro Thunder, their game.
When we've serious,
It's got really bad ratings. Why does he like it? Nine. I mean, it's not super bad, but it's not good.
Since I've bought those, nothing else has happened.
That's what he's gonna get, yeah, for whatever he's made it. He's filthy rich. That's what I was just thinking. You notice that, dude? That was a really good stretch. Like his bones aren't aching. His fur is really soft too. I got him some probiotics. It has prebiotic and probiotic in it. I'm gonna put in his food this afternoon. That helps with his itchiness. Why is that given the weather for Washington if he's not in Washington? Why else put that into the windows that they were in Washington? What is that? Camera. A bird camera? That's everything. Trying to turn them on.
Absolute. No.
You just wanted to better lined up.
No.
And some dude yesterday tried to convince me that this guy just has Tourette's. What did he say? He said he sees this shit all the time or something, or he sees it. Oh man. What are these weird songs that has just built into it though? Oh, maybe it doesn't built in.
I'd say she's probably the first read and the last read.
Good. No.
He knew he'd played all of them. He was smart enough to know that it had played all the songs. Damn, that's a big crusted pizza.
Out of my spot so other people can get in, but I just can't right this second. Right this second, I've got things that I need to do.
I gotta feed my boy first. My little baby boy.
Mom goes to 700 East 17th Street.
That guy that was right there.
Mom goes to 700 East 17th Street.
He just purr. You can't see, sorry. Why Americans are going back to Chili's? Because it costs the same as fast
Why are
food.
people going back to Chili's all of a sudden? I don't get it.
Chili's Grill and Bar is an anomaly in the restaurant space right now. At locations that have been open for more than a year, Chili's fourth quarter sales increased nearly 15% compared to the same time period in 2023.
In a segment that is seeing declining traffic and flat sales is a tremendous accomplishment. And I think it speaks to how much what they did really resonates with today's consumer.
Chili's parent company Brinker International reported its total revenue surpassing $4.4 billion in fiscal 2024. That's an all-time high for the company.
While the brand has experienced some internet virality over the past few months, its current success didn't happen overnight.
We've actually been at this turnaround for now it's a little over 2 years. And we just started with the fundamentals of casual dining. So that sounds easy. It sounds kind of a little bit of motherhood and apple pie. The reality is it's really, really difficult to execute.
So how did Chili's do it? And can they keep it up?
Is that a plastic shaker though?
Brinker International owns Chili's and Maggiano's Little Italy. Chili's accounts for more than 85% of its business. Its growth was pioneered by the founder of casual dining, Norman Brinker, who acquired the chain in 1983.
There's a long-term history with Chili's that goes back to the Norman Brinker days. A lot of pride, having fun at the restaurant, operations, led culture. It was very much a youthful brand that was differentiated from grill and bar peers.
The chain grew quickly, reaching a peak store count of over 1,300 U.S. locations by 2008. And Brinker International's annual revenue had exceeded $4 billion. The recession hit the restaurant sector hard, especially casual dining, as consumers increasingly opted to eat meals at home. Chili's has shut down stores almost every year since.
And that brand slowly lost its way, often pursuing things that were outside the brand parameters, extending the menu too far, for example.
Why did you feel the need to narrow the offerings a bit?
Yeah, I think in legacy brands, it typically, the way to try to get short-term sales growth is you add more items. And that will work in the short term, but it makes it very difficult for the restaurant teams to be able to execute. Unless the business is growing fast enough where they can afford more labor, it's very hard to run that menu. And so that's what we had.
Guys, have a start at the 84.
It would make our lives difficult on a Friday, Saturday night when we're really busy and each zone in the kitchen is trying to pump out food as fast as possible and try to make a quality dish. And sometimes that quality suffered.
There was also a misguided focus placed on takeout and delivery. After falling from its highs in 2007, Brinker's revenue remained relatively stagnant in the decade leading up to the pandemic.
And even the 3 years preceding COVID, the profitability of the business had gotten worse, partly because they were pursuing off-premise businesses. Ultimately, they took the money out of the advertising budget and put it into third-party delivery initiatives and even virtual brands to reach the consumer with the kitchens and the assets that they had. Well, those initiatives hurt the on-premise business.
That all changed when CEO Kevin Hochman stepped in 2022. Brinker International's 2024 revenue surpassed the highs it saw in the early 2000s.
What's changed? Why are Americans going back to Chili's? What's happening is, one, the actual experience is a whole lot better, but then two, our marketing team's done a great job of getting back into, they call the zeitgeist, or being relevant again.
We weren't always the top of the tier. And over the last 2 years, we've just seen such a turnaround. From the support we get from, our bosses, to the technology, the culinary innovations, all of those things. It made Chili's fun again.
Over the past 2 fiscal years, Chili's has grown its average sales per restaurant by about $440,000. That's 14% more than what it was before. In the same time period, Hochman says the menu has shrunk more than 20%.
And typically, you don't get rid of menu items because you're going to lose sales. We got rid of almost a quarter of our menu, right? And I'm happy to say that simplification has worked. We have grown the business, we have improved guest metrics, and that's why we're beating the industry pretty significantly right now.
In the 2024 fiscal year, Brinker International has invested $200 million in capital expenditure. That means it was investing heavily in repairs, maintenance, and improving its restaurants overall. Brinker International's share price is up around 60% since the start of 2024. But despite strong sales, the company did miss Wall Street's expectations for earnings in its most recent quarter.
We went and put more labor into the restaurants, which is expensive. We accelerated facility improvements that we probably would have done next year, and we'll pull them into this year. Wall Street didn't anticipate us making those additional investments to try to hold on to more of that traffic. I mean, that was the change in expectations versus what they were seeing and what we knew.
Traffic spiked by about 6% in Chili's most recent quarter, compared to the same time period of last year.
Hey, yo, Chili's, what?
Part of that is due to recent success with social media.
You hear 5% traffic growth.
Dancing?
Is that much? Well, it doesn't happen throughout the day. It happens during peak time. So that could be, in some restaurants, it could be 20, 30% more guests coming in, right? And then spread across the day, it's 5%. So you really got to staff up if you don't want lines and you want them to have a good experience.
To keep up, Brinker has spent an additional $5 million on staffing. Another $15 to $20 million of labor is planned for 2025.
This is called the triple dipper.
Chili's estimates that nearly 40% of its growth this past quarter came from these mozzarella sticks going viral on TikTok.
Ooh. You cannot tell me that's the most insane cheese pull you've ever seen.
Every time a customer orders that, I'm like, oh, you saw it on TikTok? And they're like, yeah. It's hilarious.
Within a week, what we were ordering in order to fulfill those orders tripled in some restaurants, probably even more so. We were bringing in so many mozzarella planks that it was hard to store them all. But you didn't have to because they were going out just as quickly as they were coming in.
The chain estimates that the other 60% of sales growth came from its $10.99 Big Smasher meal, meaning it's capitalizing on one of the most important consumer pain points at the current time: value. The inflation rate of limited service dining, think food you order at the counter, has outpaced that of sit-down restaurants for all of 2023 and even the first quarter of 2024. And Chili's saw an opportunity precisely there.
How is this Chili's 3 for me only $10.99 when fast food is so expensive?
Yeah, dude. I think California increasing the minimum wage out here for fast food workers is one of the main reasons Chili's is popping off again.
It could be because we don't have to pay for any mascots.
Certainly, they've had decent success over the last couple of years, but this really now has resonated with consumers in a way that I haven't seen a full-service promotion resonate in quite some time.
Oh, the Bloomin' Onion, that was
nostalgic brand that brings people
Outback?
in, and they've leaned into that, and they've leaned into the socials, they've leaned into the advertising, and their innovations, their investments are working. I mean, our traffic is up, our sales are up.
Brinker spent $14 million more on advertising in its fiscal fourth quarter of 2024 compared to the same time last year.
Espresso
Applebee's has
martini
pushed
sounds
a similar
disgusting.
strategy, but with less success. Its same-store sales have been in the negative every quarter over the past year, while Chili's have been in the positive.
You order DoorDash nowadays, or delivery, and you might pay $17, $18 for a value meal of sorts from a fast food place, and you're not getting a fraction of what we're offering with Chili's.
As casual dining is marketing itself as an
But it's
alternative to
frozen
fast
food.
food, even CEO of Darden Restaurants, which owns chains like Olive Garden and Longhorn Steakhouse, said certain casual dining chains are taking customers from fast food competitors. Still though, from a consumer spending perspective, over the past decade, limited service spending has increased as a percentage of overall sales, while full service dining has decreased.
Limited service, which includes fast food and fast casual, i.e. upscale fast food, a little bit higher experience, but we
bread.
bucket it all together in limited service, has
for
outperformed.
idiots.
Traffic has been
I've
good.
eaten it
It's
before,
slowed
and I feel like
as
an idiot
everything
right
else
afterwards.
has.
Fast food chains are more exposed to the lower income consumer, who have pulled back with certain discretionary spending.
Casual dining has more of a percentage of consumers that are over 100,000 in income. And that exposure, that relative exposure has been good for them if they have the right value.
However, when comparing a chain like Chili's to McDonald's, the scale of the companies must be put into context. Last year, Chili's revenue was around $3.5 billion, while McDonald's revenue was over $25 billion. Double-digit sales growth is simply much harder to come by when you're that big. Plus, the reality is that consumers who frequent fast food chains versus casual dining chains are often coming from different income levels.
Because the interest rates are higher, the wealth effects are less, the long-term real wage declines all hurt the under 50,000 cohort. And unfortunately for McDonald's, for example, they have to deal with that way more than Chili's. In addition to the fact that Chili's has played much better in the value realm. In fact, quite astutely, Kevin Hochman and team have marketed to that relative value, even versus fast food.
The real test for Chili's will be sustaining this recent growth for the long haul. Customers need to not only be coming back, but they need to be spending more too.
Full service is not only the traffic conundrum, getting people in the seats, but also then generating margin. And a lot of the higher margin items that are generated by casual dining, alcohol, desserts, appetizers, have been the areas that consumers have cut back on.
That's important because restaurants often rely on deals to bring people in the door and get them spending on other things. Value offerings themselves typically aren't generating high margins.
At what point does that eat into profit, though? Are you concerned about that as a maybe long-term?
Well, certainly you have to be concerned with that because ultimately we have shareholders and we gotta have a great rate of return. You know, one of the things I'm proud that the team has been able to do is we have what's called a barbell strategy. So as long as we have items that we can offer for guests that want something a little bit more versus some guests that just want a hot price point, and we keep that mix in balance, right? We're going to continue to grow profitability.
Or why the fuck did they show the tequila instead of the bourbon? They should have showed American whiskey. This is an American show. It's like in Japan. What do you think they're going to show if they show the bar all of a sudden? They're going to show Japanese whiskeys probably. Not tequila. Probably because they took that B-roll from some tequila story from back in the day or something. Maybe the margarita they make with tequila.
Hi everyone, welcome. Previously, time the sides of my tongue and the centre of my tongue are being burnt by the chili powder. The lollipop itself is nice and fruity. It looks a bit like a, well actually I don't even want to say what it looks like, but it is fruity. But this powder, there's so much of it, it's so sour. You don't know how sour this is. This is the sourest thing I've probably ever tried. But it's not bad, it's actually kind of fun, spicy, different for a snack for me, which is why Lucas Muecas chamoy flavour is our snack of the week. If you would try this, let me know in the comment section below. Also, if you have any suggestions,
The bloomin' onion, huh?
I'm Dominique Lavigny, your Bakersfield neighborhood reporter. If you've taken a walk or a bike ride along the Kern River Parkway, you may not have given this weir a second thought. But the city of Bakersfield plans to upgrade it, and that's caused some concerns for some local environmentalists.
Along the Kern River Parkway Trail lies an unsuspecting battle for water.
You see the deeper areas, there was a lot of water. Now there's only water over here.
The city of Bakersfield reduced Kern River water flows on September 3rd to perform repairs and maintenance to the weir near the Stockdale Highway Bridge. But Antia Lauer, a biology professor at California State University, Bakersfield, says as the water levels drop, the number of dead fish rises.
Fish don't cry, they don't scream. But if you see them in shallow waters gasping for air, this is like heartbreaking.
Lauer says she partnered with her colleague Ray McNish in her research class to document impacts on wildlife.
We have documented multiple mass fish death events since August 28th.
McNish says since the city reduced flows, they found more than 3,000 dead fish in the riverbed.
3,000 fish dead in the river is a failure on our part, and I think we could do better.
In late October, the Kern County Superior Court granted a preliminary injunction prohibiting the city of Bakersfield from diverting too much water out of the river. But the 5th District Court of Appeals put that injunction on pause, meaning the city must abide by its current contracts with the agriculture districts.
At this point, the reality is if I could just put it very bluntly, is the city really has no water to run through the river.
The city ran its shares of the water through the Lower Kern until August, so they were already out of water by the time they announced they would reduce flows. But Lauer wishes the city would have handled that reduction differently.
And if there would have been maybe a diversion, a little canal or a fish ladder for them, some of them might have been able to escape.
In a statement to 23 ABC, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife says, quote, CDFW takes all instances of fish mortality seriously and is investigating what has occurred on the Kern
crazy
River.
if they did that.
We cannot comment further during the pending investigation.
They just cut off their water supply
I reached out to the city
so
of
that they could
Bakersfield
give it
for
to
independent
agriculture.
comment, but did not hear back.
It's also about managing it correctly. And there is probably some room for improving water management here.
Sounds like
The
a
city of
water
Bakersfield
Nazi.
says they plan to begin sediment removal and weir repairs in October. For 23 ABC News, I'm Dominique Labinier, your Bakersfield.
Hitler loved fish. I don't know. I'm just saying weird shit.
What are we even doing here? Fishwife, little sardines in olive oil. Baby pilchards. Finally, Fishwife has produced a can of sardinillas. That's so wonderful. It's a tough market to crack because you got a lot of competition. You got La Brujula, you got Conservas de Cambados, you got Ramon Pena, and wait a minute. Wild caught in the Northeast Atlantic. Brislings. What are we even doing here? Fishwife, little sardines in olive oil. Yeah, they're bristlings. I knew they were bristlings. I had read the box beforehand. I was just playing. With a pinch of lemon peel, garlic, and sea salt. How's Fishwife gonna differentiate themselves from all the other bristlings, right? Our bristling sardines are responsibly wild caught by family-owned boats in the Northeast Atlantic. Yeah, so they're saying everything that you could possibly say about some bristlings, right? But the interesting part, Spanish olive oil that's been infused in-house with lemon peel, sea salt, and garlic. So that's kind of like how they're differentiating themselves from like all the like John West bristlings that are coming out of this Scottish cannery. Yeah, let's check it out. Oh man. Got the glue nailed this time. I don't know how I became so obsessed with the glue on these cartons, but.
These are so expensive, I've never tried them. What the fuck? That doesn't look good.
Interesting. So we've got the ordinary braid here, but it's a little marked up. They're a little off center.
Mushed up,
and,
yeah.
You know, part of this, I suspect, is these are not in just olive oil. These are in water too. So I think you get this water and you get this lemon peel, and you start to have this sort of environment that degrades a fish and makes it a little loose. And I have to think that's what they were going for. But they are pretty little bristlings. Yeah. I was calling this the liver on an episode, and everybody's like, yo, that's the eggs, guy. That's the eggs. Well, call me an egg lover. Delicious. I really like the lemon peel thing. I can feel the garlic talking too. These are very delicate. They don't really, I'm gonna be careful not to roughhouse them the way that I might do with some KOs. Yeah. They have got the texture of bristlings in water. And I'm really curious to know why they went with the sort of water in it too. I mean, they wouldn't put the water on the ingredients list unless there was a little bit of like a mixture. And I don't really see kind of a oil and water thing here. Maybe it's just part of the infusing it with a lemon peel. I mean, you see a lot of this. That's nice. You see a lot of this sort of lemon peel debris here. Yeah. I guess that's what I'm looking at. Why else would this be so murky? So, I mean, from my taste, the olive oil doesn't
either
have as much of the lemon flavor as the
I'll get some
sardines
back
do,
out.
which is curious. So, I don't know. Maybe the sardines just kind of soak it right out of the olive oil.
Are you hungry?
Like the Deans really do have a nice tart lemony flavor as soon as they touch your tongue. It's like obviously all over the surface here. They're a little thrashed though. I don't know, that's pretty. That's really pretty. Yeah. What I wanted to do is bring out some club crackers. Yeah. I want to try a couple of these, right? Because I knew we'd be dealing with bristlings. Why not put them on crackers? Yeah. What a fun time. Nice buttery crackers. Yeah, you know, I had some sardines on some like water crackers at a party the other day. Just wasn't the same. Maybe the, you know, optimal thing would be some like toasted, you know, baguette slices. Yeah. Yeah, the only thing about these, the pricing is kind of way out of sorts. 3 for $32. $10 can of bristlings. Yeah, that's pretty steep, especially when you start talking about like, I can go get a can of Fangst for less than this, right? Right. Still though, that was a fantastic bite and another very curious outing for Fishwife. This is probably their weirdest can yet. Essential for Fishwife completists and lemon lovers. For people that just like a nice bristling, wait to see if they go on sale, right? Right. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Look a bug, he's gonna do his bug eyes. What a dweeb. Anyway, if you like the weekly schedule I'm on and you want to support me, join the Patreon now to watch next week's video today. Plus, we have all kinds of exclusive videos on there. Thank you so much to all the Patreon members. They're the ones making this thing happen with their generosity. Have a great week, guys. Bye.
You're taking a live look at Capitol Hill, where in just a few hours, the first ever Gender Liberation March will take place in D.C. The event comes as the U.S. Supreme Court has agreed to take up the case challenging Tennessee's ban on gender-affirming care. Arguments will be heard in the fall, and a decision is expected next summer. The demonstration was coordinated by the Gender Liberation Movement, which states that they are marching for bodily autonomy, self-determination, collectivism, and the pursuit of fulfillment in the face of increasing restrictions on communities on the margins. So joining us now is one of the core organizers of the march, author and activist Raquel Willis. Raquel, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, Whit.
So, Raquel, let me ask you first, how did the idea for this march come about, and how long have you been working to organize for it?
Well, we like to say that this march is years in the making. We know that there have been so many attacks on various communities on the margins, especially LGBTQ plus folks, but of course, folks who need access to abortion and reproductive justice. So in the last year, we've started to build a bit of a coalition of different leaders and organizations who believe that we all deserve to make our own decisions about our bodies.
And if counter-protesters come out today, how is the organization working to make sure that participants stay safe?
Well, we definitely have a robust and strong safety team that is there guiding us through the streets. We're going to take our voices and our bodies past the Capitol. We're going to go past the Supreme Court, as you said, and then we're also going to take this right outside of the Heritage Foundation. As many folks know, the Heritage Foundation are, you know, they are a key architect of Project 2025. And we know that that plan that they are putting forth will restrict so many of our rights as queer and trans folks, as women, as folks of color. And we just want to let it be known that we're not going to have that. We're going to raise our voices and continue to fight.
And Raquel, as you know, some of the things that you're advocating for have become controversial political issues in this really divided country that we're in right now. Several Republican-led states have taken steps to bar access to gender-affirming care for transgender minors, which for people under 18, that typically involves using reversible hormones to delay puberty. So what do you say to people who may have nothing against the trans community at all, but just believe that minors are simply too young to be making these life-changing decisions?
Well, I would suggest that folks get to know trans folks across all ages. You know, our experiences are not new, not something that just kind of fell out of the sky yesterday, as many folks have thought. We have elders, we have ancestors and transcessors who remind us that queer, trans, and non-binary folks have always existed. And actually, one of the key struggles for a lot of our people has actually been having access to the health care that we deserve. So we understand folks may have questions, but let's actually hear and be in dialogue with folks who know firsthand what a trans or non-binary or gender non-conforming experience is. Overwhelmingly, the folks pushing this regressive legislation don't know queer and trans and non-binary folks, and they are trying to fearmonger and dig into ignorance. But the other thing that we also want to let people know is that this is about all of our bodies. So these politicians who are pushing restrictive legislation against trans and non-binary folks, they're not stopping at trans and non-binary youth. As we've recently seen in Florida, they're coming for trans and non-binary folks of all ages. And you better believe that the attacks on gender-affirming care are intertwined with the attacks on access to abortion, IVF, and reproductive justice writ large.
Raquel Willis, thank you for your time today. We appreciate it.
A new study finds that teenagers' brains actually aged rapidly during COVID-19, that lockdown era. The findings showing that teenage girls were more affected than teenage boys, potentially impacting their mental health and even their behavior. ABC's Rhiannon Alley with more.
A new study is revealing unusual changes in teenagers' brain development during the pandemic.
It's not that surprising to know that there are actual brain changes that happened during the pandemic, given everything that teens, especially teen girls, faced.
The study found COVID-era lockdowns ended up aging teenagers' brains faster than the usual rate, more than 4 years faster than usual in girls, compared to just over a year faster in boys.
The authors hypothesized that adolescent girls were affected more than boys because they may be more dependent on that social interaction and being able to connect with their friends.
Back in 2018, researchers began tracking brain changes in 160 people, ages 9 to 17. They found lockdowns contributed to an increase of anxiety, depression, and behavioral disorders, causing their brains to mature faster. The same type of accelerated brain aging has been documented in teens who've suffered severe trauma, stress, and neglect.
But it's important to note that these studies don't exactly tell us what the long-term effects are or if the process can be reversed or slowed down with the right type of emotional support moving forward.
All right, so we've got to talk more about this. We want to bring in ABC News medical contributor, Dr. Alok Patel. Dr. Patel, it's good to see you. You sort of explained for us in that story what happened, but how concerned should parents be about this new finding? Parents already being concerned about what happened to the kids during COVID, and can the negative impact here be reversed in any way?
Bill, I think parents should be just more aware about the true impact that the stress of the pandemic, stress from all around us, that's had on those developing teen brains. What the study really does is it adds some physical evidence to what we already know about how sensitive teen brains are during those critical years and how fragile they really are. Now, the headline is alarming, but it's important for people out there to understand that our brains go through changes with age, with maturity. And so some of these changes are not necessarily bad on their own, but they can be accelerated with stress. So I don't think parents should really panic from the headline, but what they should be doing instead is really doing what they can to pay attention to the emotional well-being of their teens and their young kids.
Yeah, that's always
want
great
to be
advice.
petted.
I want to broaden out here, but stay with the effects of the lockdown. At what point do you think we're going to know? How long-term do we have to go out to figure out what the long-term effects are of the lockdown on children and adolescents?
Bill, I'm so glad you asked that question. You know, when you look at a study like this one, we have to remember that this is a relatively small study. So it's hard to really extrapolate and say that this changes in the brain is going to be permanent or have some type of widespread effect on every single teen. Every child truly is different, and every age has different types of potential setbacks that may have happened during lockdowns, during anxiety. And it's also hard to tell, Phil, if these effects are directly from the pandemic or from a lot more teens being on these things, social media, global events. What is important to know is that people should have a sense of developmental milestones for their child, for their age, and it might be a few years before we really truly understand the impact, but it's really important that you pay attention to your own individual child, support them, offer a non-judgment zone to hear their concerns, and if you need help, you reach out.
Yeah, instead of looking for specific data, just realizing that everybody has troubles coming out of it. So we just talk to our kids a little bit more.
Many
about
of
it.
us.
Many of us, Dr. Alok Patel, many of us. All right, thanks so much. Always good to see you.
Thank you.
An Alabama City Council meeting was shut down after residents voiced their concerns over a recent influx of Haitian migrants.
A new study finds that teenagers' brains actually aged rapidly.
Please let him talk. You shut up. I was very specific. Okay, I'm going to ask all of you to leave because this meeting is over.
Here to react, David Phillips, who was at that meeting, and an Alabama Republican mayoral candidate for that town, Brian Taunton. Welcome to you both, fellas. Phillip, let me start with you. You're the guy who was at that podium. You were asking questions about what's going on in town to your city council, who should be responsive to you. Why'd they cut your mic?
That's what I was wondering at the time. You know, that was the section of the meeting that's open to public comment. So when I stepped to the mic, I had a few questions for them, and they basically shut it down, excuse me, before I could even voice really any of the questions that I had. I think it was more of the fact that they really didn't want to give the answers more than they didn't have the answers.
Okay.
You know, as I mentioned in other statements, that's the whole point, that the podium and the mic are there, is so the public can, you know, ask the questions they have.
That's why the city council has a job, to answer questions that people in the city have. Brian, tell us about what's going on. You've got a small town there, and you've got a potential problem, it sounds like, with migrants coming in. What's going on?
Well, we do have a problem, but first I'd like to say thank you for having us here this morning to discuss this. But the problem is much bigger than we are. We're a small town of 12,000 people. And while I appreciate Dave's comment, the bottom line is this: we're not equipped to deal with this. Our city council and small town governments across the U.S. are not equipped to deal with this problem. Dave shouldn't have even had to be at that meeting to have this discussion. Our city council is not prepared to have this kind of discussion. We've all been caught flat-footed on this. And bottom line is, this falls back on a failed immigration policy of the Biden-Harris administration and the failures of Alejandro Mayorkas and Homeland Security. We should not be dealing with these issues, but we're being forced to, and we simply do not have the infrastructure to support them. Right. And this is what Dave and others in our city are afraid of. These people have not been properly vetted, and they very well, I believe they are wonderful people, but many have been simply recruited into the United States by outside sources, and that comes with some major issues. But like I said, we look at what's happening in America, and we don't have the resources. We're already stretched out as a small community.
Yeah, and you're asking questions that anyone would ask in their town. Things have changed. Yes. Why have they changed? Are we safe? What are you doing about it, City Council? I do think you're right. It's probably much more of a national issue than it is that particular City Council in your town, Alabama. We got to leave it there. Brian and David, thanks for being with us. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Anybody know that God? Anybody ever heard that God talk in church? Anybody ever heard that God say, you are not wonderful because you're trans? You are not amazingly, beautifully perfect because you're queer? You are not amazing because you're a woman, cis, or trans? Your body is a temple to the love. Say that with me. Your body is a temple to the love. One more time. My body is a temple to the love. Therefore, I get to do with it what I want because I have autonomy in it. That's what is on the table. Can't nobody tell us when we can have sex, what our menstrual cycles are about, how many babies we can have, whether there can be IVF, who we should make out with in the back of the car or in the bedroom or in front of the Heritage Foundation. That's not their business. And if we don't think that everything that's on the Heritage Foundation's agenda is about our bodies, our particularity, our identity, it is. Every single thing has to do with who we are right here. So I'm standing in solidarity with you, not because it's avant-garde or cute. I'm standing in solidarity with you because you are my people, and I am yours. And if we don't move together, we will lose. But if we move together, we will win every damn time.
I need to take a nap, dude, a little bit.
We don't have time to figure out who believes in which God, who goes to what church, who married which person, who confesses to what sin.
Just leave this up,
we don't have time for those kinds of categories. We are human on the planet.
Probably.
And love will set us free. I say we are human on the planet, and love will set us free. Love is the tie that binds our movement together. Love is the fuel in our tank. Love is the power to heal the world. Love is what we need. Love is my God. You want to meet my God? Love is here right now. Love is the movement, the wind, the air, the spirit. Love is all we need to get by. All right, y'all. November's coming. We've got to vote love up and down the ticket. We can't fight with each other and figure out who's not on our team. That shit will kill us. We have one team, one movement, one category, which is free people loving free people, making free people with love. Amen. And, fuck the Heritage Foundation. You all know that Jesus cursed, right? Who knows? Brood of vipers was not a nice word. Brood of vipers was Aramaic cussing. So when I say fuck Heritage, just translate it to Aramaic and have a nice day. Bye.
Yes, mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Voice of God is back. Everyone having a good time? Oh, I lost mine. All right. Honestly, this next person does not need an introduction. I'm super proud to even be able to introduce this person as a trans-masculine person and having a trans man in media, having that representation that we don't normally have. It is an honor to be able to introduce this person. Elliot Page is an acclaimed writer and producer. His accolades include nominations for an Academy Award, 3 British Academy Film Awards, and a Golden Globe Award, 2 2 Primetime Emmy Awards, and a Screen Actors Guild Award. Shit, damn. Wow, I am honored. We are honored to have Elliot with us today. Please welcome Elliot Page to the stage.
Oh, hey everybody. My gosh. I am so grateful to be at this march today, to look out at this sea of people fighting for and celebrating our collective futures. Thank you to the incredible organizers for uniting us. Yes. And we are so lucky to be in the presence of Miss Major. Yes, to listen to her words, soak up her knowledge, witness her strength, her heart, her absolute magic. I don't know where I would be without Miss Major. She moves through life with such fortitude and immeasurable care for her community. And it's because of Miss Major and other pioneers that I exist, firmly rooted in a way I never believed possible. And honestly, I'm tired of talking about myself. An actor finding his truth, like OMG, enough. And at the same time, I know how important it is for all of us to disrupt the narratives that currently demonize us. No matter how much I publicly speak about my life being transformed for the better because of gender-affirming medical care, too many people ignore my words and instead project their fears onto my self-love. What is it about our joy that makes people so uncomfortable?
I know this person is.
They debate the legitimacy of this healthcare that allows us to thrive. But is this really about healthcare? I mean, the evidence proves that this medical care is safe and effective. The evidence clearly shows that this medical care saves lives. I think we all know that they want to ban this care, not because it doesn't work, but because it does. They are threatened by our self-actualization, by our joy. In interviews, I'm frequently asked about trans joy, a great question and one that deserves more public awareness. In some places, people are thrilled to hear about my trans joy, often suspiciously so, as if they can't believe it, as if I'm lying. How could you be that and feel joy? But today, I also want to acknowledge my trans grief. Grief for years lost. Grief for not fully living my life. For all the shame and pain I held. Grief for how hard I attempted to negotiate a way out of being transgender. Grief for the ways this only hurt me and those around me. My internalized transphobia, the constant noise, the discussion, the opinions, the just asking questions, tore me apart. When I was finally able to step back from the swirling foreboding, the self-battering and torment, the messages to lie and hide grew faint. I was able to listen at last, to embrace myself wholly. And goodness, do I want that feeling for everyone. Whoever you are, whatever prevents the self from blossoming to release and allow the love to flow through.
I can leave this up. I'll just leave this camera up. I don't expect anybody to be here when I come back. I'm just going to leave to see if any cats come by during the day. Happen to clean up the plate. A snippet. Thank you, Sister T, for modding. Thank you, Miss Spunk, for being here. Golden Coin. Ted, Mark. Stay Busy Brown. Loose, that's all kinds of people came in. Night Owl Glass Season. Straggler was here. Oh. I just realized Straggler was here on this channel. Hey, thanks, Miss Funk. I'll probably show up again tonight. My mouth's kind of killing me right now. My throat. So it's really making me just want to sleep because these headphones are bugging me. I'm fucking flared up pretty bad right now. I might come on and drink a whiskey again tonight just to numb it out. It didn't feel that bad this morning. Get worse as the day goes on. Thank you all, though. Thank you all for hanging. Hope to see you on the next one. Hope to see you on the next one. Good night. Hey, good night, Gold Coin. Hey, I can be. Alright, everybody. Love y'all. See you soon. Have a good day. Thanks. Down. Knocked over. I knocked over a water bottle before I went, before I even turned the stream off. Before I knocked a water bottle into the keyboard. And then, when I was cleaning the keyboard, I knocked the fucking Puffco over. So now I gotta clean it because it got water all down in it. I knew that when I woke up I'd have to do this. Right. Oh, yeah, I gotta get some whiskey in me. Yeah. Didn't help. Didn't get rid of the mouth yet, but it usually takes a little while. Probably gonna be a couple days. It's just that there's so many on my tongue. So it sounds like Trident ate a bunch of dried up wet food. I probably had fly poop on it by that point. 2 o'clock. It'd been down, man. I should have picked that one up. I was just so tired. I didn't feel like doing anything but sleeping. I should have put another one down. I don't know. Trident needs to come earlier though. Trident needs to learn to come earlier. I don't want trying to get used to there being a full can of food there in the afternoon. It's gonna be warm again soon. Her mama had a falling out. I don't know, I'm not really positive. I just think to her. I think she's maybe her mom. And Mama maybe a he. That's clean. All right. One more brand new chamber. Boom. Last of the Mohicans. This is what they look like when they come in the box. If I go that far. Alright. Done. Sweet. Alright. I heard you. You really made me put my hand down here every fucking time. Damn, that's annoying. Holy shit. If I don't have my hand down there to block her, she fucking gets right at the corner. Yeah. Oh, you go. Go. Ay. Can't find the cable. What happened? Where's the training march at? What is this? Maybe a little butt. That's my song, guys. What do you think?
Feel offended. The reality is we feel offended. We come to this country with an American dream.
The Venezuelan mother I spoke with is staying at the
Guys,
shelter
I've been
behind me
unused
in
to
West
it.
Englewood. The mother goes on to say living conditions are not ideal for the children. She says,
trying to get this right. So if you came from Venezuela, you want the American dream. Came from Caracas. It was gold toilets everywhere, but you're like, America's better. You get here and you're offended. Wouldn't you just go back? Right? Instead, you tell your friends and neighbors, they keep coming. But the place sucks. Why are they staying? I'm confused.
So we're not in a place where our kids' mental health is prioritized or where they can run around and play. At the same time, the mother adds she feels
They
disconnected.
wouldn't even go back if they were paid to, probably.
She says we feel isolated from society. Our kids need psychological help and need to go to school. She says we're not moms who are here to look for trouble. We're moms who just want a better future for our children.
Right, well, why didn't you find them?
However,
why didn't you find a man in your country? You know what I mean? You can't even find a man here. You know how easy it is to find a man here? You know how many white fucking... All she had to do was learn English. All she had to do was learn English and she could have gotten a sugar daddy. Because she's not fat. We have so many overweight people here. Overweight women is the average. Average is like 180 pounds, 5'4" or something for a woman. Crazy. That's more than I weigh and much shorter than I am. That's the average. That means there are women that are a lot heavier. So if you're a skinny woman, you can get a dude. Especially if you know English. But they come here speaking Spanish, so all they can get are the same old dudes that they're running away from. Maybe put a little effort into your immigration. Like, you know, you can't even you can't even move to Vienna without taking German classes. You can't stay for longer than, I think it's 3 months at a time or something. I forget now, but unless you want to go to school and learn German, then you can get a student visa. Why don't we do shit like that? Because we're idiots. Come on
whoever
in.
told you it was better may have lied to you because you're not happy, ultimately. In Caracas, yeah,
Guess who don't have that? You think the Viennese government is paying for those classes for people? I don't. You think that you go to Vienna and Vienna pays for everything for you as an immigrant? I doubt it, but we do.
Mental health care treatment, housing, solid gold toilets everywhere. You get here and you're like, whoa, I want my vegan latte served to me, I guess, because they're not happy, right? And somehow they're, but yet they keep coming and they keep coming. So I don't know who I should believe here.
Some of the asylum seekers told me they were moved to the emergency shelter in Red Hook, but came back to the Watson Hotel unsatisfied with the housing at the cruise terminal.
It's inhumane. It's inhumane what these people are living through. There's only 4 restrooms available for them, 4 individual restrooms, and there's no running hot water.
This is video.
Listen, I've been to the countries in question here, and I've been to Cuba, all of these kind of places, right? Running hot water. You don't get that all the time. You're lucky to get water that's drinkable. But they're not happy. I understand. The dream you thought you were getting sold didn't come true. But I see none of them going back. Zero. Like if you said you went to Florida and you got there and you said, listen, I hate it here. I want to go back to Venezuela. I would bet you if you talked long enough on the timeline, you'd have somebody give you a plane ticket. Maybe Ron DeSantis.
Video shot inside the relief center. Another asylum seeker telling me the sleeping cots are set up too close to each other and that it's too cold out there and we have nowhere to safely put our stuff.
The migrants protesting the move, instead sleeping on the street. Some of them say the conditions at the Brooklyn cruise ship terminal, which the city set up with 1,000 beds for single men, are unlivable, with reports from men who were there of only limited bathroom facilities.
We cross the street like this or take a shower and come back to this.
What are these people used to? I thought it was all we hear is how bad it is from our own politicians. They're fleeing something.
Yeah.
They never tell us what they're fleeing. They're fleeing the poverty in their own country. That's what they're fleeing.
They're fleeing persecution from the gangs.
And they're getting stuff for free. And we got our own veterans, citizens living on the street. These people aren't happy.
You know, something I find amusing, it's not really amusing, but it's like fucked up about it. Like there are probably areas in our country that are close to some, like we probably have all right. The best areas in Venezuela are better than the worst areas in America, I'm thinking. Like the ritzy areas in Venezuela that are safe are better than our, like Memphis's, Detroit's, Chicago's, as far as crime. I don't know. But if that's the case, then why aren't we subsidizing our hoodlums to get out of the ghetto? Why aren't we subsidizing people that are in crime, gangster, poverty-stricken areas? Why are we subsidizing them to get out of those areas? Why? Because how would that improve our country? Those areas would still be shit, and now we're just moving the good people out of them, so it's going to get more concentrated with bad people. But we're subsidizing Venezuela to do the same thing. All the bad people are just coming here. A lot of them. It's actually making Venezuela better. That's crazy, dude. Because we're subsidizing the bad people to leave. That's why. Yeah. But there's no way for us to make sure that they're all good people. There's no possible way. Like, we're not testing out. You know, if we had something like that in America, we do, honestly. The colleges pay for it, though. You get a full ride scholarship, you can get out of the hood. And they got to prove themselves to get out of the hood. Or the military can get you out of the hood, but you gotta put in the work for that too. You gotta graduate boot camp to make it official. Otherwise, they're shipping your ass right back home, right out of boot, or right there. You're not gonna get to go to anywhere past Great Lakes if you're in the Navy, which is pretty ghetto up north of Chicago. You haven't left the ghetto yet if you're at Great Lakes. Not really. So the reward of graduating boot camp is possibly getting to leave the ghetto and go to a nicer. Because, I mean, let's be real. The Navy doesn't build its bases in the ghetto. They just don't do that. Show me one. Show me one military base that's in the ghetto. That's another way that we incentivize to get out of the hood here in America. But for Venezuelans or any other country, we incentivize everybody for no fucking reason to come here and flood our country and give them all kinds of benefits. They haven't done good on no ACT, SAT, all these hoops that we have to jump through as Americans to get the same benefits that they're getting, to get out of the hood. But they just all get it freely. What? Don't come on. Holy shit, Simon. I got food I'm cooking. Oh, I'm gonna leave him. I gotta get my tacos ready. What in the actual fuck?
Showers, enough bathrooms, food's not good enough. We're cots too close together. I demand better.
¿Se pueden quedar aquí o los van a mover?
Están dando, quiere que nos vayamos para Brooklyn para una, como ese como un campamento militar, algo bien feo.
At District 1, dozens are sharing a bathroom in the lobby and a porta potty outside. We asked if these conditions are better than they were at home.
No. In Venezuela, we never lived on the streets. Now we are living on the streets, and we need to wait for some help.
There is no spare.
What did they think was going to happen when they got here? Well, I'll tell you, the NGO said, you'll be living in New York City. Because remember, America, a lot of people's New York City, Texas, California, Florida. That's it. There's no other thing in between. And when you come from Venezuela and you go to New York City, could be cold, right? Could be hot. So if you get there and you're like, oh my God, it's too cold here. It's too hot here. Well, did you think about that? You got to Google on your phone, right? No. The free stuff's more alluring. But they demand more and complain.
Room on the buses. Jose Angel Farias has been living on one for 3 days. He's worried about the health of his 2-year-old daughter. Farias says there are some people on the buses with fevers. Says we do not have the means for a medical emergency. The buses are super crowded. There is not room for one more person.
Residents here point to pasta covered in grease and meatballs still frozen in the middle. They're pushing back today. This mama.
Wow, so the free food ain't good enough. It's not cooked right. I mean, when someone gives me free food, you invite me.
God damn it, cat.
It's not to my liking. My taste buds. Eat it and keep my mouth. How was it, JT? I said, outstanding. Thank you.
Was she up here fucking huffing this?
Don't feel that way. They're like, this food's terrible. We're pushing back.
Of two says sometimes the food smells bad, rotten, and every time the children eat
I want to see what this spaghetti look like.
But they demand
day on the
here point to pasta covered in grease and
room for one more person.
Residents here point to pasta covered in grease.
That is a lot of grease, but he is also.
Residents here point to pasta covered in grease.
He is also like cornering it, making it all drain to one end. It does look pretty nasty though.
Here point to pasta.
I mean, is that all grease for real? I feel like this motherfucker got all the grease from everybody's thing and poured it into his, and is like, look at all the grease. Hey, give me your grease. Yeah, give me your grease. Yeah, we're doing a video about it. Yeah, everybody give me your grease. You got like 10 people to give him his grease, and he's like, oh my God, look how much grease I have.
Covered in grease and meatballs still frozen in
the
middle.
I need to see frozen in the middle. I don't. How does this show frozen in the middle? Hey man, as long as it doesn't get them sick, it doesn't matter if it's frozen in the middle. You know what I mean? The motherfuckers are. All you gotta do is thaw them out and eat them, maybe, or something. The shit. You know what I mean? Eat your frozen meatball, asshole.
They're pushing back today.
And carrots.
This mama.
Wow, so the free food ain't good enough. It's not cooked right. I mean, when someone gives me free food, you invite me to your house.
If you invite me to your house,
it's not
you give me frozen meatball, carrots, and some greasy ass noodles. I'm actually gonna be like, what the fuck, bro? What those grease come from? You know, dude, you didn't even cook my meatballs. This guy really acted like he wouldn't say something if his friend served him that. Oh, no. You tell her, Simon, she better knock it off.
my liking, my taste buds. She invited me, I eat it and keep my mouth. How was it, JT? I said,
Hey, Ted.
thank you. These people don't feel that way. They're like, this food's terrible. We're pushing back.
Of two says sometimes the food smells bad, rotten, and every time the children eat the food like that, they get food poisoning.
Right.
But Mayor Adams implies the
really?
migrants
Well,
are
now they
just
get
being
sick, apparently.
picky.
People may have a different cultural taste for certain foods.
They say May Day, an international workers' rights holiday, is the right time to ask for immigration reform because they make up such a large part of the American economy.
So the communist holiday known as May Day, they're going to ask for free shit they couldn't get in their own country. They want it here, but they want it better. Never paid in a dime. Now remember, I don't blame these people. They've been told, hey, you're going to get a solid gold toilet when you get here. You're going to get sushi hand served to you by a beautiful woman. 4 type grapes picked, put in your mouth.
We demand Biden, the administration, he listen to the people. He listen, he make a reform, immigration reform for the people that stay here for a long time.
Right. So they get immigration reform for people who come here illegally, broke the law to get here. They get to a city, they get free stuff. They want more reform. I don't know how we go forward. I thought we were doing these people a favor, right? That's what we're sold. And yet, the more they come, the more they get, the more they demand from you. What do you do with all this information? So I'm thinking about it. I'm looking at this video, like Daily Caller. I'm like, what are the people in the comments saying? Comments of YouTube. How do they feel about it? Let's take a gander. And the first one you get, they're illegals, yet they're complaining. Shh. It makes sense. They are. They don't belong here because they're, by definition, illegal aliens, but they're unhappy. Don't like it? Feel free to leave. Leave. Mass deportation. Great again. 2025. Trump. They may mass deport on their own. The food's so bad, right? If you're illegal, you have no right to complain about anything. Another solid comment coming in strong. Stop calling them asylum seekers. Well, that's a new term, even though illegal aliens is a term of law. That's how we define people who come here illegally. But now everybody comes for asylum. They just say, I want asylum. Well, asylum means you're escaping from something, right? You're supposed to stop in the first safe country. So from Venezuela, you stop at the first safe country, go to the U.S. Embassy, request asylum. That's how it's supposed to work, but they don't do that. Hey, we don't follow our law under the current administration. American citizens get less help. Absolutely they do. Another good one here, coming in strong. Maybe they should go back. Maybe they should tell everyone in their home country how great the conditions are in America. Being sarcastic, like, it's terrible in America. Don't go. Send the grifters back. They should have thought about that before they came here illegally. You'd think that, right? Before you go on that long trip, you'd go, let me watch some stuff on YouTube. You call a friend who's in America. And so they did, of course, and they've been told. I don't blame them. They've been told. Solid gold toilets everywhere. Beautiful women feeding you grapes. Hand picking them, feeding them to your mouth. The rivers run with honey. I mean, come on. The American dream is the opportunity to make your life better. Not for other people to make it better for you. These people come from a communist country, mind you. They're fleeing it. And they think they're going to get that here. It's not working out as planned. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Then you go back. Another comment. So go back to wherever. You don't belong here. This is on YouTube, shockingly. Allowed comments. What do you do with them? They're not happy. Do you fly a Michelin 4-star chef in to cook Venezuelan food? Hand waiters like an Obama party at Martha's Vineyard serving him food. Would that work? You let me know.
gonna be really hard to eat like meal or something. This is gonna be torture, but it'll taste good. Going the right way. Sweet. Officer involved shooting. Phoenix Awards dinner. Biden. God. Kitty. Don't come in my lap. Now I'm eating, Kitty. Come on, man. Do I come in your lap and you're eating?
Yeah, so let me just say, obviously we decided to come to the cross-state rivalry game because it's such a big North Carolina institution, and we're glad that we did it. Met a lot of good people, talked to a lot of good people, and just tried to remind people they have to get out there and vote, because we'll obviously win Eastern Carolina. We'll do very well in the rural part of the state. We just want to remind people to actually get out there, make sure their voices are heard, because the only way we lose this race is if people don't turn out. So that's why I was here. We had a good time. We met a couple of friends. And it was good to have my wife with me, because it's always fun to hang out with Usha. So here we are. Anyway, let's take a few questions just from the local reporters.
Oh man, I forgot this was in here.
How was it? You know, talk about any highlights from
I got that food in here already. Well, this is going to be a bitch. I'm just going to put this in here.
In Greenville, and I think I've actually been to the bar we were at earlier many times earlier in my life. So that was a personal highlight to me, just to show my wife some of the old haunted grounds from when I was in the Marine Corps. But love this area, love its people, and just had a lot of good conversations. That was also another highlight. North Carolina. Well, look, I mean, if you just look at the electoral college math, it's very, very hard for us not to win, or it's very hard for us to win unless we're able to get North Carolina. I feel very good about it. I talked to a lot of local congressmen, the state chair, and look, we feel like we're in a very good place here in North Carolina. We just have to make sure we show up, we turn out our voters, and we do what we need to do. I mean, look, the message here is pretty straightforward. Kamala Harris's policies have failed North Carolina. They failed the whole country. We are not going to get the change that this country needs. We're not going to lower inflation or secure the border if you have Kamala Harris doing exactly what she's already done for another 4 years.
What do you have to say to legal immigrants who may be facing backlash based on some of your comments that you made?
Well, look, I mean, I'm married to the daughter of legal immigrants, and I think it's important that we welcome everybody in this country, but only people who have the right to be here, and importantly, only people who actually enrich the United States of America. We've unfortunately, under Kamala Harris's open border, which includes granting amnesty, mass parole to a large number of illegal immigrants, and making them legal, but not actually making them part of the American community, is, look, we have communities that have been overwhelmed by this massive inflow
Not
of
making them
immigration.
part.
We have a lot of people who are dying of fentanyl overdose.
Yeah, not making them a part of our community is because of how it's being done. Because we're putting them in groups in small ass towns that like don't have any way for them to truly acclimate into our society. Because it's a bunch of good old boys that ain't never gonna fucking like them. What are they thinking? Putting these damn the Haitians in these small towns the way they're doing, man. It turns them into a salad bowl rather than a melting pot. They're gonna stick together when there's that many of them. If there are only like 5 of them there, and they're in, you know, it's like when people join a drug and alcohol program. You got the old timers, but there aren't nearly as many new timers. If the place was all new timers, nobody would get clean. You got to have the guys they've been there for a year or 2 months or whatever, right? They're about to graduate. They're the ones that can give the knowledge. Like, these people are just showing up as a bunch of fucking drug addicts, pretty much. Hanging out with each other. Not learning our ways. Yeah, that too.
We have a lot of people who can't afford to buy a house because they're competing with people who shouldn't be here for scarce homes. This has got to change. And look, we can be welcoming as a country.
I didn't realize y'all's
but we
comments
also have
were-
to have leadership that actually prioritizes a secure border and prioritizes the citizens who have every right to be here.
Anything you have to say to undecided voters?
I'm sorry?
I think it says tea for the tacos. I finally got
Well,
them.
I think that what I'd say to undecided voters is you're hearing a lot from Kamala Harris's campaign about how she represents change. But Kamala Harris is the sitting vice president. She doesn't represent change. She represents more of the change. And if you want to get back, or excuse me, she represents more of the same. So if we want to go back to policies that lower inflation, that allow young Americans to buy a home, to secure that southern border, Donald Trump is the only candidate in this race, not only who's already done those things, but has a plan to do it again.
Kamala Harris earlier this week said we owe it to American voters to have another debate. Donald Trump has shut that down. What do you say? As if you posted a tweet last month about a vice presidential debate, and you also said that Americans deserve another debate. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, well, look, I think it's important to debate. Obviously, the president, Kamala Harris, already had a debate, and Fox News, I believe, has offered to host a debate, which Kamala Harris refuses to do. So when she says she wants to do another debate, there's a little bit of smoke and mirrors there. What she's actually saying is she wants to do another debate so long as it's with a friendly media outlet, when Donald Trump has given dozens of interviews with friendly media, but also with hostile media. I think if you want to be the people's president, you ought to get out there and try to earn every vote. That's why we talk to as many reporters. That's why we talk to as many people. It's a little bit rich for Kamala Harris to hide in the basement and say she wants to get out there and talk to people. Nothing is stopping her. So I think she should do that. I think Donald Trump has already been doing that, and we're going to keep on doing that through the finish line. But one thing I'll say about this is, if you think about the way that Kamala Harris has run this campaign, she's done it in a way where she's hiding from the American voters. She's given now one local media interview, one national media interview, and one debate in 45 days of being the Democratic Party nominee. If you can't get out there and talk to people, whether they're hostile or friendly media, how can we possibly expect you to represent us at the world stage in private meetings with world leaders? The answer is we can't. I just think Kamala Harris isn't up to the job. That's why she's hiding from her own voters. Thank you, guys. See ya.
That would be awesome if it was on InfoWars.
Police, you're reporting an emergency?
I suppose so, yes.
What are you reporting?
I was just at the Michaels here in Petaluma, and a couple tried to kidnap my children.
What the best description you can recall?
I mean this in the nice, they're just kind of rough looking.
Are you or your husband, I mean, like, important people for some reason? Is there something they would be like, we're going to take your kids and hold them to ransom?
I might be my kids are very good looking. I don't know. Sorry, I want to like be.
What?
What's your I really do want to be 100% sure, because I do not want to falsely anything. I don't want to misrepresent what has happened. I do think it's important for parents to be aware, but I don't. Like, it makes me a little uneasy that you guys are getting blown up about this.
Katie Sorensen, an aspiring momfluencer, calls 911 to report every parent's worst nightmare. As her follower count skyrockets, the community grows outraged, and investigators are placed under immense pressure to quickly solve the case. But as they dig further into the investigation, they soon find that something isn't quite right with Katie's story. And what they discover turns out to be almost as shocking as the report itself.
That's a
On
thing.
December 14th, 2020, in Petaluma, California, Katie Sorensen made this call to 911.
Police, you're reporting an emergency?
I suppose so, yes.
What are you reporting?
I was just at the Michaels here in Petaluma, and a couple tried to kidnap my children.
Tell me exactly what happened.
We pulled into Michaels, we're getting out of the car, and a couple was parked in front of us. They followed us into the store, followed us throughout the store, followed us through checkout. We're on the phone right behind us. I heard them making comments about my children's hair color and eyes, and I thought it was just to be polite. I walk out to my car. There's a large white van.
There were two people who did this?
Yes, it was a couple, but then there was a third person that was
Savannah. Let me get your name and phone number.
Okay, my name is Katie Sorensen.
Okay, I've got an officer. He's going to go check the parking lot of Michael, see if we can locate that van.
After receiving this unnerving 911 call, Officer McGovern and his trainee meet Katie outside of the police station to get her story, starting with how the couple had supposedly followed her and her 2 young children into the store from the parking lot.
They were kind of suspicious. They were watching me. I took a while to get out of the car because I had a stroller. They followed me throughout the entire store, every aisle I went down, got in line right behind me.
He's lying the entire time.
And they were I wasn't listening to everything they said, but they did say blonde hair, blue-eyed, boy, girl. They were talking about my kids, I think.
Okay.
The lady in front of me could kind of sense they were being off. They were just getting really close and just kind of saying weird things.
Okay.
And then she let me get in front of her. I checked out. They should have taken a while because they were another person behind me.
Yeah.
Although Katie might not realize it, what she tells the officer next will later come back to haunt her, as her story hinges on this one unsettling detail.
They must have put their stuff down. They just followed me right out to the car. I called my husband and we have a code word, so I said it. And he's just stayed on the phone with me until I got the kids out. They were walking in circles around my car first. And then as I was
They must have checked their phone records.
to the stroller, did one circle around the stroller, saw that I was watching them.
You can call them.
And I was I don't know why I got too scared to say something to them. So I saw an old man behind them and he was looking. And we just made eye contact. I said, "Excuse me, could you help me lift this?" And he was an older man, so he must have had a caretaker or something.
Yeah.
They both came over and helped me and stayed with me until I left.
As if this isn't terrifying enough, what Katie describes next is like something out of a horror film.
And then, so where did the people go?
So they got into their car. This was another big part. When I walked up, I knew what was happening because there was a white van parked right next to my car with the slider door right close, so they could have just put them in that white van.
Okay.
That's my assumption.
So the only thing you heard them say is possibly a description of your 2 kids, or you and your 2 kids?
Yeah, that's the only thing that was weird, but then they were circling my stroller and the car. Van that was parked wasn't their vehicle, they were in a different one.
Okay.
And so whoever was in the van, he got out, and then as those people were walking over to me, he got back in. And I made eye contact with him. And
he was the guy with the rimmed glasses that you described? So outside of proximity, did they communicate with each other? Or are you just assuming they were?
I'm just assuming they were.
When asked for a description of the couple's car, Katie tells the officer that she couldn't make out much due to the glare of the sun. However, she was able to see that it was a 4-door compact vehicle that was dark in color. Katie was, however, able to get a good look at the couple.
If you were presented photos of any of these people, would you be able to recognize them?
Yes, just because I was looking at them, because I was trying to disregard my feelings and try to make conversation. Maybe I was just being crazy, so I kept looking right at them to see if they would talk to me, and they wouldn't make eye contact with me.
What were the descriptions of the 2 females? Were the 2 ladies?
No, it was a male and a female.
Were the 2 people following you?
The male and the female were 2 people following me.
Okay, yeah, so what the best description you can recall?
The male he had darker skin tone, maybe Hispanic.
Throwing the Hispanic under the bus.
Hoodie that said Black Lives Matters and had like graffiti all around it. The mask he was wearing was one of those
Black Lives
it was just
Matter?
a pullover, like
On a Mexican?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if that's helpful.
Yeah, like a gator.
Yeah. He had a shaved head.
Describe the female again.
She was Caucasian, had reddish hair, but it was more of like box dyed. It wasn't natural red. She had on a blue mask.
I think so,
it was some sports team. I didn't see the logo. I don't recall what she was wearing.
Okay. So blue mask, red hair, I mean, that'll stand out.
Yeah. I mean, this and they're just kind of rough looking. Like, I don't know how that.
That's fine. Yeah.
In a video posted to her Instagram page, Katie would later describe what happened and what she thought of their appearance.
Monday of this week, my children were the targets of attempted kidnap.
I definitely felt the heebie-jeebies. I didn't feel good, but I thought I was judging a book by its cover. They were not, like, kind. That sounds bad, but they weren't clean-cut individuals.
With a description of the couple now established, Officer McGovern searches for a possible motive.
And they were on the phone with somebody giving the descriptions.
I don't know if they were on the phone. I didn't turn around to see if they were talking.
You just overheard them.
I just heard, and it was very weird context. Like, it didn't.
And then I guess are you or your husband, I mean, like, important people for some reason? Is there something they would be like, we're going to take your kids and hold them to ransom?
I might be my kids are very good looking. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. My son has special needs, so he's nonverbal.
Okay.
But I mean, as far as someone like seeking out us, no.
Yeah. Has anything like this happened in the past?
No.
Okay. That's bizarre. And these people, well, you said they look rough looking, and your children are. This didn't seem like a recruiter or something for like a modeling agency. They weren't like two very attractive kids, and they would have said something to you most likely.
Now the cop is weird.
Okay.
As Katie
Are you sure they weren't
more and more disturbing
trying to recruit your kids to be naked models, little naked cherubs? Huh? That's a thing. Yeah.
elements of her story, Officer McGovern tries to piece together some other key details.
Modeling agents go up to
the
parents.
Suspicious behavior is super weird. The fact that they circled your car, circled the stroller.
You know, your kid is.
I mean, we can.
I need him for
I don't know if it meets the criteria of like
my underwear
kidnapping.
commercial.
I don't care to press.
I need it for my diaper commercial.
Yeah.
Somebody else's all.
Yeah, clearly. That's why we have like 3 people circling the shopping centers over there. It's like, what the heck's going on? And then, again, associating the 2 different vehicles, that's just based on a hunch that you think they were associated? Yes. Okay. All right, not a problem. But the gentleman in the van, aside from making eye contact with them, didn't appear to interact with anybody.
I was on the phone with my husband, like just freaking out.
Yeah.
So I didn't really pay attention to that. I was just trying to get us safe in the car.
What? Yeah. What?
Her husband knows about it though.
Guys, obviously have your standard operating procedure. I've never heard of families having a safe word like that. What made you set that up?
We listened to true crime podcasts.
Okay.
Which is silly, but we just always decided that if it was more of if you were in trouble, like yourself. So he didn't even know what I was talking about.
Yeah.
He was like, wait, what's going on? Aren't you at Michael's?
Yeah.
And then I was like, I think someone's following us.
Got it.
I think so.
Okay.
As the interview comes to a close, Officer McGovern informs Katie of the next steps before they part ways.
We'll keep looking for them, and again, we'll put a BOL out, most likely, it's a dark-colored compact with a possible male Hispanic, and then the description of a white female adult with red hair and a blue mask. Just to at least contact and sort it out, but again, criminally, it's going to be tough to string together what we got. So, okay, well, sorry that happened to you today. That's a very rare occurrence, especially since, you said there were a lot of people at Michael's. It's weird that they would have been that forthcoming. So
it was very weird, and like I said, we listen to crime podcasts, so I try to not go there, but it was that.
Yeah.
So.
All right, I'll let you guys get out of here. All right, well, have a better day. We'll look for these people. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Not a problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
On December 13th, 6 days after speaking to Officer McGovern, Katie posts a 2-part video to Instagram recounting her petrifying experience that day. Soon, the videos go viral, receiving more than 4 million views.
God dang. Why did she feel the need to actually follow a police report, though? She could have just faked it all online. She didn't have to actually, because it's not like, did she show the body cam footage or something to her followers? It's so weird that she went all in on it like that. Really stupid.
Katie's follower
as if they were going to check on it or something.
To over 80,000 followers in just
one
day.
They did.
Katie's story is particularly concerning for residents of Petaluma, as the city is home to one of America's for 80,000 followers, and Katie's follower count leaps from about 3,000 to over 80,000 followers in just one day. Katie's story is particularly concerning for residents of Petaluma, as the city is home to one of America's most notorious child abductions, the kidnap and murder of 12-year-old Polly Klaas in 1993. Pretty soon, worried parents began calling the Petaluma Police Department, and the following day, on December 14th, Officer McGovern, along with Detective Yeager, head to Katie's house to confront her with some surprising new developments.
So is sounds like the initial statement that you gave Officer McGovern was a lot different than what you had posted on Instagram, and that's why we're here. Okay? Because what you posted on Instagram is pretty concerning to us. So if this couple is out there attempting to steal children, right? We need to get all the details that we can.
Yes.
So we were able to go to Michael's today and pull up the video surveillance footage from that. So there's just some clarifying stuff.
Yeah.
So I want to show you a couple photos just to make sure we're talking about the same people. Yeah. If you're willing to look at them.
Of course.
You really didn't think they were going to investigate?
Yes.
After positively identifying the couple, Detective Yeager presents Katie with her findings, subsequently flipping the investigation into the attempted kidnapping on its head.
So on the video footage, this couple actually is in the struggle for about 5 minutes.
Both of them?
Yeah. And so we watched them. We watched them on the video footage throughout the store, and they're not following you. That you guys just happen. The only time you guys come back together is when you're in checking out. They come back. They actually have product items with them. So before we blast their photos.
Oh my God, this fucking kid right now. Holy shit. Bro, if I had a kid like that, I'd give him up for adoption.
I want to make sure that you're accurate, and I'm not disheartening what you're telling me. No. I just want to make sure that because what you're telling us and what we're seeing from the video surveillance, they don't match.
And I'm so glad that this happened because I think this was an important piece. I don't know if you were the officer, I can't remember. Okay, yeah. Okay, yes. It's a lot of work. Yeah. This is my special needs bed. So when you're in a situation like that and you're on high alert, you think you're hearing things, you think you know what's happening. So this is an important step that I think.
Awesome.
So I'm not like trying to stick to my story or whatever
I'm just like, if these people are out here doing what you're saying they're doing, that's something for us to address, right?
Yeah.
Our next step is going forward with this.
Probably rougher for him.
One, prosecuting them, right?
Yeah.
And two, making sure this doesn't happen again. At the same time, we need to make sure that these people are in fact the people that you saw, and they're doing what you were saying that they did. Because nobody wants to accuse somebody falsely, right?
Exactly. And that's why I'm a little discouraged of the fact that that isn't the same person that I saw in the parking lot if they were in there before me.
Okay. So you just looked at the photo and you said you were definitely sure.
I'm 100% sure that that's them.
Okay.
The only thing that I'm sorry. Can I see if he'll go inside for a minute?
Absolutely.
It's just a little less distracting.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just as the heat is starting to turn up, Katie takes a pause to settle her son, granting her a momentary reprise from Detective Yeager's uncomfortable line of questioning. A few moments later, Katie's husband arrives home.
Dad, I'm assuming.
Hi.
This is my husband, Dave.
Very cute kids, Dave. Very cute.
Yeah, they are. Katie, people are trying to call you.
Yeah.
I know you're busy, but just...
I didn't realize. Sorry, you probably won't leave me alone, so as long as it's okay with you.
So anyway, back to this. We want to make sure that because we are going to put their pictures out on media. If these are the people that you in fact said were doing that, and they reached for the stroller and you thought they were going to kidnap you, these are important things that we.
Yeah, that part, without a shadow of a doubt, that is what was happening. There is absolutely no rhyme or reason to someone taking steps forward and reaching. That is without a shadow of a doubt. I can see how the timing of following.
Seriously, Dad, take this fucking thing.
The timing of following.
Sorry, kid.
I can see how that could have been misinterpreted.
Do you remember what they were saying to you?
They didn't say anything to me.
Okay.
They were talking about the kids. They were describing their features.
Okay.
And then they said they made comments about.
Dude, what is wrong with these kids?
I didn't listen clearly to everything that they were saying, but they were saying blonde hair, blue eyes.
It'd be easy to distract.
They were just saying like things. Usually, what I was expecting at first was I thought they were going to make comment to that my kids were wearing masks, so that was where my head was at. And so I wasn't really listening in detail. I just heard my kid the first time that I heard them talking.
At this very moment, Katie has just backtracked on something she said in one of her Instagram videos.
I did it.
In both encounters with the police, Katie makes it clear that she didn't hear the man speak much. However, she told her followers that after the couple described her children's features, she claims she then heard the man say,
The boy will be easier because he's not wearing a mask, so the mom must not really care about him.
It's hard. I want to like be.
What?
No, I really do want to be 100% sure because I do not want to falsely. Anything.
As the awkward conversation continues, Katie finally acknowledges what brought the police back to speak with her.
Like this whole Instagram thing, like last night, yesterday.
He's probably going to be a YouTuber.
Mostly friends
like
who I went
Weaver.
to school with. Like I did not think that this was going to be anything at all.
We're getting calling us because they live in the limit because now they're afraid of their children, which is one step. So we either want to reassure them that we're doing everything we can to find them, or it's like we're trying to give you justice and to do the right thing here. At the same time, there's a lot of eyeballs watching.
So 100% they reached for my shoulder.
No, I don't think he knows.
100% they were saying things that they shouldn't have been saying about my kids. 100% they circled my car.
Everybody just thinks he's overreacting.
It should be noted that this is now the third time Katie has told officials that the couple circled her car. First to dispatch.
And he's like, whatever, who cares, overreact.
Then to Officer McGovern when he met her outside the police station. And now to Detective Yeager.
Ain't no skin off his back.
Despite her claims that the couple 100% circled her car, she described the incident to her followers on Instagram differently.
And they walk around, not the full perimeter, but half of the car. They go back.
They apparently don't have any proof that he knows, or they wouldn't have blurred him out during the video.
Half of my car.
They were parked closer to Michael's. They have no reason.
Right, he's probably used for drama.
To be on their own car to walk around my wife's car. You know what I mean? That's what's really.
And that is of.
Oh, he's backing her.
That is what happened. One thing that I have felt like I don't have 100%, and when people ask me, I say I don't really know. Is the white van.
I don't think he knows.
It very well could have just been coincidental that someone was in a van right behind me.
Although small, this is another discrepancy in her story.
There was a white van parked right next to my car.
Perhaps sensing Detective Yeager's skepticism, Katie's husband chimes in to back her up.
Keep telling details like you went to the very back corner of the store to get your spray paint and they followed you.
So they watched the footage and this couple didn't come in. It's not the same couple that came in at the same time.
These people that she's saying that followed her out were already in the store 5 minutes before. We watched them throughout the store and they don't come on surveillance. They don't come anywhere near her until everybody's in line. And these people...
You can see her right now. She's like, guys, this bitch is really fucking me up right now.
So that's why we drove out.
It's like, you're making me look like a liar in front of my husband. She knows she's lying. She's like, oh man, this sucks. It's right now she's like realizing that this isn't gonna work, and she's fucked. Probably, or she doesn't know quite yet that she's completely fucked. Because I bet they charged her with this, and right now she still thinks that she's like, it was a different. It's two couples. Yeah, 2 couples. That was a different couple.
To kind of clarify some of this.
Yeah. I'm so sorry. The kids, I really didn't have my phone, and I've been trying not to.
Does she really not think that they have video surveillance, bro? Like they're gonna watch the video of her walking in the store. They're gonna see there's no couple behind her, no couple followed her. How does she not realize she's screwed already?
It's too much for me right now.
I don't.
This is all our property, so okay.
So, would you recognize these two if you saw them again? If we were to do a photo lineup, would you recognize them again?
Yeah.
Okay. And willing to go forward.
Really dumb.
Yes. Okay. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to work with these people. We're probably going to put this out on some social media, see if some people can help us. And then Officer McGovern will contact you at a later date when we have full lineup. Maybe you can come down to the station to view that.
Okay. I don't want to misrepresent what has happened. I do think it's important for parents to be aware, but I don't, like, it makes me a little uneasy that you guys are getting blown up about this. I mean, I think it's important, but I don't want to, I guess I'm feeling doubt that I misremembered the story. I don't want to misrepresent what happened and make it a bigger, I don't know.
So for my personal, it's like if I am a victim of something like this, I would want to trust us, right? That we're going to do the right thing.
Yeah.
I would like to trust the police department that we're going to do the right thing.
Yes.
I don't know if, and this is just me, I don't know if I would want my stuff blasted over media.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how that makes you feel. It would make me feel uneasy.
Yeah.
But it definitely makes it harder for us to find them and prosecute them when it's everywhere.
Yeah.
And it just does. It's kind of like, I don't need to say this, but the O.J. Simpson thing, it was so blasted everywhere, right?
Yeah.
They had a hard time finding a town that they could prosecute it. They could get 12 juries that didn't know anything about it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So this doesn't help us when it goes out, when it gets blasted like this.
Your Instagram, bitch,
that's
ain't
what I don't
helping.
want. I care more about them not doing this again. I care more about, like, parents being more aware, but I don't think it's necessary for everybody to know all the details of everything. So I guess that was just, you answered my question, was to just keep that. I did turn off all the comments and accepted more.
After Detective Yeager warns her of the possible repercussions of posting more about the case on social media, Katie then goes inside to get her phone so she can show them a message she received from someone online telling her that something similar happened to them in the Michaels parking lot. While the detective looks at the message, Officer McGovern has one more serious issue with Katie's story to point out as they prepare to leave.
So did you go right from Michael's back to your car?
Yeah.
The man did exit the store quickly behind you, but the woman remained in the store for almost a minute, chit-chatting with the clerk. She was trying to make a sale. She was scanning something on her phone. I'm assuming that was like a receipt or a coupon. Yeah, so she remained in the store and was making transactions. That's why I'm trying to see if you recall both of them following you out to their car, at what point they linked back up.
The hand in hand, I didn't visually see that until they were walking around my car. So they weren't walking hand in hand behind me out of the store.
Okay.
Because I was so, like, just trying to get to the car, I didn't turn around and look. I just felt behind me. I just felt
there was some presence.
Yes. And then getting to my car and seeing them do that is...
So, but the last time you saw them, they were inside the store, and then upon exiting, they were also both together. It wasn't just the guy or just the girl. It was both of them were linked back up at that point.
Yeah, at the point that I, without a shadow of doubt, saw them, yes, they were both together. And there is no excuse. I would love to hear if there is a one for taking a few steps forward towards the stroller, a few steps back, a few steps forward. And I saw he had something in his hand, because that was my first red flag. Is why are they holding hands like what?
He was carrying a phone the whole time he was in the store. Okay. So that's probably, I don't know why he would have changed his behavior in the parking lot.
Okay.
But that's what he was. And then when she left the store, she was carrying a bag of belongings.
After this uncomfortable exchange has concluded, Detective Yeager gives Katie her card and leaves with Officer McGovern. In an effort to corroborate Katie's story, the Petaluma Police Department issued a press release which included a photograph of the couple, asking for anyone with information to come forward. The couple, later identified as Eddie and Sadie, were made aware of the accusations by their teenage daughter, whose friend recognized them in the photo. The two promptly agreed to an interview with police, and 3 days later, on December 17th, it was announced that Sadie and Eddie were officially cleared as suspects, and that police were now investigating Katie.
You are done, lady.
Katie Sorensen was charged with 3 counts of falsely reporting a crime, and on June 29th, 2023, she was convicted on one of those counts.
Probation.
She was subsequently ordered to serve 90 days
but she
in
got
jail,
probation, I bet.
60 of which could be served on a work release program, and she was required to complete a 4-hour implicit bias training. She was also placed on 12 months of informal probation.
Only 12
where she was
months of
prohibited
probation?
from having a social media presence and ordered to submit to warrantless search and seizure of her electronic devices.
Dude, she isn't allowed to have a social media presence? That's hilarious, dude. What? That's crazy how the courts have that much power over a person's life, you know? What does that even mean? She's not allowed to have a Facebook account? She's just not allowed to have a lot of followers? Man, I mean, sure, other governments are much more heavy-handed and controlling and have more power possibly over their citizens. Like, I mean, look at Iran. They can chop your fucking arm off in the middle of the day if they want to. Pop! What are you gonna do about it? Well, you can't do that here. But they sure can, like, control somebody here, though. They can get you by the balls, buddy. It sucks so much being in the judicial system here in America. And it's set up to be a revolving door. It really is, man. I was in it for a really long time. The only thing that really saved me is the VA, dude. The VA saved my ass from all that shit. Because I was in it, dude. When I got charged on not my last one, the one before my last one, I took 5 years of probation and 80 days of Caltrans. And I misheard. I thought he said 80 hours. Fuck. So like my public defender didn't think I was gonna make it out of that on the other side of it without actually going to like prison. I had a pretty lengthy sentence over my head if I fucked up. Years. Prison time. Suspended sentence type shit. So if I fucked up on probation, it was straight to prison. Holy shit. Whew. Cheers to the VA, dude. The VA saved my ass. I love you, VA, because they allowed me to come there and do my community service there instead of doing Caltrans. I couldn't do Caltrans, dude. I had no idea how crazy that was. VA saved my ass. Woo. More than once they have. I wouldn't even be here right now if it weren't for the VA. For multiple, like, I would either probably offed myself. I would have like gotten in some shit in the streets and somebody would have killed me probably. I'd be locked up. Or my pituitary tumor would have killed me by now if they wouldn't have given me surgery when I was in my 20s. Pituitary transsphenoidal adenoma resection performed when I was 25. I owe so much to the VA. I should actually start volunteering there again. It's just these cats, man. I got the cats. It's not the same. Simon wasn't as evil at the time. I didn't have to do all this medication shit back then. Because if I'm going to be there, I want to be there at least, what is it? I think over 4 hours you get a free lunch. Definitely wasn't my free lunch action. You get to eat in the cafeteria. They give you a meal voucher worth like $5 something or something. I forget. Probably worth more now. The food went up. The voucher probably went up. So I was getting that too, bro. That was like the craziest part of it, man. I switched it. Like I had to go up there and talk to a guy, tell him my case, and ask him permission. I had to take that to court and ask them, and with my lawyer, tell them why, and like it was a whole thing to get it done. And then once I had it done, man, I was doing like 8-hour days, and it was cool because I'm sitting there pushing veterans all day long. I'm like hanging out with my people, and And I got a free lunch every day. In Caltrans, you had to bring a paper lunch, a sack lunch with you, which was fucking hot and nasty by the time you ate it. You couldn't use your phone all day long. You weren't even allowed to bring your phone. Like, none of that was a thing at the VA because I was just like a volunteer. They didn't even know I was community service, the people I was working with. I was working with actual just people that was there to volunteer. It was, dude, I got really lucky with that whole thing, actually. I mean, maybe God was like, you know what? This case is kind of bullshit. It's a little bit bullshit, so I'm going to help you out here, kid. Maybe. Yeah, well, no, that's on a good day. On the best day of Caltrans, you're picking up trash with the things, with the tongs, putting it in a bag. And that's boring as shit. You know, that sucks. On a bad day, you're hoeing weeds manually like a fucking slave, or you're out here like in the sun beating down on you, you know, or you're trimming the overgrowth with hand tools, hand saws and shit. Yeah, when you know they could have like paid government workers with actual, they got us out there, and I'm out there with freaking felons that are looking at prison time with hand tools and shit. And I was like the whitest person there every day. I did it for 2 weeks. There were so many things about it. Like I had to show up at like 6 in the morning. I didn't have a car at the time. I had to take the first train to I think it was the Wardlow station. And then from there, I had to ride my bike over this huge bridge that goes over all the train tracks. And I think the LA River or some shit. It goes over a bunch of, it's massive. And I had to book it over that thing as fast as I could. And by the time I showed up, it was just in time. And I was already sweating. God, it was so bad, dude. I just couldn't keep that up, man. I was gonna go fucking crazy. I was 14 days in, like, oh my god. I needed somebody to drop me off or something to make it to where I wasn't tired by the time I got there. Because if I were to walk over that bridge, I wouldn't make it in time. And there wasn't a bus that was that early that went from the trains to the street that I need to get to. So it's like little shit like that. They set you up to fail. You know? Like, what are they? Because if you're late like so many days or something, you have to go back to the judge. You know? You gotta like talk to the judge about it. Man, Caltrans. So if you ever see those dudes with the orange vests on the side of the interstate with the Caltrans truck, and you see a porta potty behind the van, there'll be a van, and then you'll see this weird tall thing behind it. That's a porta potty. If you see that, all those dudes are convicts. Like they're doing that work. Those aren't city workers. Dude, I got experiences. It looks like I just sitting here, and I have been just sitting in here for years now. But before I did this, I experienced stuff, a lot of different stuff. I've lived multiple lives with the amount of shit that I've experienced. My jobs that I've had, places I've lived. I could die now and would have experienced more than most people have in the country. And that's a lot because it's America. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Like, I don't know. For some weird reason, I appreciate experiencing or knowing what it's like personally to be in LA County. opposed to Memphis Penal Farm, opposed to the 201 Popular in Memphis. I know it's weird. It's weird to like appreciate knowing what it's. I feel like knowing what it's like in these places like helps me live more on the straight and narrow. If I had never experienced that, I might not know how bad it is, especially in LA, dude. Yeah. Scariest place I've ever been locked up. I think that's the scariest place I've ever been, actually. LA County, Men's Central Jail. Simply not enough white people. Makes it extremely dangerous for a white person. The woods, the Pecker Woods. They love calling us Pecker Woods in there too, I think. Like, I don't know why the fuck white people want to be called that. I get that it's a tree and all that. I don't want to be called a fucking pecker. Pecker Wood sounds like I have a fucking boner dick or something. Everybody else got cool names. Southsiders, the Pisons. Pecker Woods. And of course the blacks. They're the blacks with the Pacific Islanders and the Asians. For some reason they clicked them up together. Maybe because they were both slaves around the same time. Asians and blacks. Weird. The Asians were building the railroads while the blacks were working the farms. I don't know. Mexicans, they weren't so much known for being slaves, were they? As much as migrant workers. Why is that? Why aren't Mexicans known for being slaves? Why did we never enslave the Mexicans? I'd be like, Kamala, what are you talking about? Black jail. No, well, to be fair, it was the Mexican jail here. In Memphis, it was the black jail. Yep. The nicest jail I was ever at was up north in King City, near San Francisco. There was a lot of white people there. It was like, it wasn't actually in San Francisco, though. It was on the outskirts, like the burbs. That was some bullshit, too. They dropped those charges. I didn't even get... I got out on Christmas Eve that time. I was on vacation. Oh man, I feel like my parents should talk to me more. I've been keeping my nose clean. Why don't they reach out to me and try to rekindle things? I've gotten older. Don't they realize maybe I've gotten older and I'm a little bit more mature, maybe? Can they call me once a year at least just to see if I've grown? Probably just come through here and watch me, little fucking assholes. They just probably watch and just lurk. Fuck you, moments. Dude, if my fucking parents, one of them is on their goddamn deathbed eventually, and they tell me that they were lurking in my chats all the time, I'm gonna be fucking pissed off, dude. It's not gonna make me happy. Fucking cheating doing that shit. Like, I'd like to know how they're doing. I'd like to be able to peep into a window into their world. They have that ability here, and they don't even reach out to me. That's fucked up. My parents are kind of fucked up, dude. Hey, what we got here? Biden's talking. How long has he been talking? 4 minutes. Oh, it's about black people. This should be good. The Congressional Black Caucus Dinner. Oh, I can't play this music. Bitch, you almost knocked that off. You see that shit? Damn, I wish you would have knocked that off. That would have been hilarious. God, that would have been funny. If that thing would have just shattered.
Please have a seat. I'm honored to be with so many friends. The CBC, you put your trust in me. You've always had my back.
What is the Congressional Black Caucus?
CBC Chairman Stephen Horsford. Terry Sewell, CBC Founding Chair.
It's all the black people in Congress?
And Leader Hakeem Jeffries.
Yeah, it is.
This evening's performers and hosts, Fantasia, Sherry Shepard, Roy Wood Jr. Roy's become a friend. He did the White House Correspondents' Dinner together. And he hosted the White House Juneteenth event. Yesterday I was proud to host, and very proud.
Bro, this shit's racist. Why isn't there a white caucus? Is there a Mexican caucus? Is there a fucking caucus for every race but us? There's no Caucasian caucus, is there? There's no caucus where people get together and they talk about how the rights of white people are starting to be trampled on. We can't have that. We can't have that. We just got to take it at the ass.
I mean it sincerely. The first ever White House brunch celebration of black excellence for more than.
We can't have anything for white excellence either, because that's fucking racist, right? You know, hey, contrary to popular belief, white people are pretty awesome. We're able to conquer most of the world. We were able to conquer most of the world, man. With America and England combined, holy shit. We fucking ran shit. We still do run shit. We run the world, baby. Woo! Baby, baby. There's such a small percentage of us in the world, but white people run it. We're in charge. We're in charge of the planet. How about that? Fucking assholes.
Attended in this CBC week. And tonight,
that's pretty awesome. We did something.
Congratulations to the honorees. And thank you to all the CBC members, staff, alumni, including those who serve across my administration, including the former chair and former HUD Secretary, Marcia Fudge.
It's okay to be proud to be white, man.
And especially our incredible Vice President Kamala Harris.
So many white hate, like they, white people that hate white people out there.
We're also keeping our prayers, CBC Titans most recently lost, Ada Bernice Johnson, Donald Payne Jr., Sheila Jackson Lee. Their memories and their legacies, the legacy of the CBC remind me of a parable in Scripture. With just the smallest amount of faith, the size of a mustard seed, anything is possible. Our dreams, our wildest dreams of our ancestors, can take root and grow into bountiful and beautiful harvest to come. That's what I want to talk to you about very briefly tonight, what I see in all of you. As I've said before, We face an inflection point comes around every 5 or 6 generations. One of those rare moments in history when the decisions we make now will literally determine the fate of the nation and the world for decades to come. We continue to be in the battle for the very soul of America. In 2020, I ran for president to redeem the soul of America, to restore decency and some dignity to the office of the presidency. I ran to rebuild the backbone of America, the middle class. And I ran to unite the country and remind ourselves when we're together, we've got a damn thing we can't do.
Why does he bring up shit that he didn't fulfill? You know what I mean? I ran to get this done. I know it didn't happen, but that's what I ran for. Y'all, I'm trying out here. Fuck. Give me a break. I'm only the president. What am I supposed to do here? It's Congress's fault. It's Senate's fault.
Together in 2020, we started that work by protecting our democracy. Kamala and I received 81 million votes in 2020. The most ever, led by black voters all across America. And Donald Trump lost.
What do you mean? Led by black voters? Only because George Floyd and all that shit, asshole. The fucking forest that was. You know what I mean? It's the only reason black people were voting for Democrats in droves, because they thought that Donald Trump was, he aligned with people that thought the George Floyd shit was bullshit. That's why he won, because he was behind the George Floyd shit.
President.
That's it. They were for the rioting.
We showed democracy can deliver for our people. Donald Trump's failed presidency eroded trust in whether democracy could meet the needs of the nation.
Like, these people were used, dude. They were used for their agenda to get in office so they could fuck our country up.
Was eroding long before he took office. What's democracy? If justice, opportunity, freedom are denied to too many people for too long. But Kamala and I made a commitment to you to prove that democracy is the way, to reject the zero-sum view of America that says, if you win, I lose. If you succeed, I fail. If you get ahead, I fall behind. Maybe worst of all, if I hold you down, I lift myself up. Instead of embracing the bigger and broader view of America, if any one of us do well, we all do well. With the help of the CBC, we went big and we went bold, and yes, the result, yes, we are better off today than we were 4 years ago.
Only because 4 years ago, COVID was happening.
And I'm being
and racial tension was at an all-time high.
Why?
He didn't fix that, though.
The highest number of black members in American history.
Oh, is that what did it? Because Congress has the most black members in American history. That's why our country is shit right now? Well, there you go. Hey, we can blame it on that now, too. Also, the most trannies in high-level positions. We can blame it on that, too. Thanks, Joe. Thanks for giving us shit to blame it on.
Together, we've delivered one of the most extraordinary 4 years of progress ever.
Extraordinary.
Future harvest of endless possibilities. COVID no longer controls our lives. Together, we spearheaded the most equitable economic recovery in American history.
Dude, I don't know anybody that believes that, though. The entire world was suffering because of COVID. We bounced back from COVID. That's gonna happen. It's gonna happen because we have so much gross domestic product to sell. Our land. We have so much farmland. We have... You know what I mean? We're selling to other countries. We got back into doing shit because we got a lot of people here too. To get back in them, like them taking credit for it really pisses me off, dude.
Historic low black unemployment, record growth of black small businesses, with more money in the pockets And we've cut back on child poverty for blacks in half. The racial wealth gap, the smallest in 20 years. And we're finally, I've been fighting for this a long, long time, we're finally reconnecting black neighbors who were cut off by old highways and disinvested decades ago. Removing every poisonous lead pipe in America, so every child in America can drink clean water without fear of brain damage. We're delivering affordable high-speed broadband, so no child has to do their homework outside of McDonald's parking lot.
Yo. Can't you just get a fucking Brita filter and filter out the lead? I mean, don't most people that drink tap water filter that shit? If you don't, nowadays, I don't know, man. Whatever. I think we would have when I was a kid if they would have been around. Like if they would have had Brita filters when I was a kid. I drank out of the water hose when I was a kid. I mean that shit tasted weird too. But like nowadays, I feel like I don't know. I mean, they might not have lead in it, but it's probably got some other shit in it. You probably want to filter out.
For protecting and expanding Obamacare.
Who drinks tap water out of the tap without filtering it?
After all the years, I finally beat Big Pharma.
Regularly.
And significantly lowered drug prices for seniors. And before we too long, we're going to make sure that's available to every single person in America, not just seniors. We're putting home ownership within reach. That's how we build generational wealth. We're making the most significant investment in every climate,
in reach, so.
Including the most significant action on environment ever. We relieved student debt for 5 million borrowers and a significant number of black borrowers. I set out to do this a long time ago, finally got it done. We're investing a record $17 billion in HBCUs.
Dude, does anybody else find it odd that we do this, that our government does racist shit like this?
We took executive action on police reform and continue calling for the law to be written as the law of the land.
And they don't see it as
We start
racist.
the process of reclassifying marijuana and pardon thousands of convictions for mere possession. Because no one
And the only
should be in
reason
jail for
they don't see it as racist is because the black people like it. Why don't the black people see it as racist? Because they're getting put on a pedestal? They're getting acknowledged for being whipped for thousands of years. Poor black people feel sorry for us. Feel sorry for us and retributions maybe one day. Why not? You owe me a beach, America. Give me the beach. There's this one beach in California that they actually gave back to this black family. I don't remember the name of it, but y'all heard about that? Well, you know we're going to be giving beaches to all of them. All the beaches are going to be owned by black people. Up and down the coastlines. And all the governors are going to be Venezuelans for the states. One of the main stipulations is they have to be Tren de la Agua gang members. So we know that they got that oomph. Hey!
Simply using marijuana or have a barrier to job, housing, loans, or other opportunities because of that. And something I'm really proud of. Together, we put the first black woman on the Supreme Court of the United States, as I promised I would.
But why? Why was that a promise? Did he even know of a black woman when he did that? Or he was like, man, we need a black woman up there. I'm going to find one somewhere in America that fits for the job. Is that really what he did? What the fuck? That's racist. What is going on with that? Why don't we have... Oh, we got to have one Asian. We got to have one black. We got to have one... No, we got to have a female and a male of each race. I mean, that's the only way this is fair, dude. That's the only way we're going to have fair judicial system. We has to be like Noah's Ark of races.
excited to
I'm not fucking around. I mean, like Cambodian, 2 of them, Laotian, 2 of them, Japanese, 2 of them, Germans, 2 of them, Israelis, 2 of them. These are races, right? At this point, they are. That would make it way fairer, wouldn't it? But no. Even then, we need like a black one, a white one, and a Mexican one, and an Asian one in the different countries that they've come from to be in America, because they're representing their people, man. We need someone to represent everybody, every people here, and we have such a wide variety of people. We might need thousands of Supreme Court judges to get this shit right. I mean, really, we would. Really, we would. Like, for the judging system to be fairer, there would have to be more judges. More, because look at, do you trust a poll that has 5 people or 5 million people that answered the questions? That's the equivalent of it. Because these judges are polling. What do they think after they've heard some stuff? They say yes or no, whatever, guilty, not guilty. The larger the pool of judges, the more accurate the poll would be. I'm going off topic here.
We selected the first class of Fulbright John Lewis Civil Rights Fellows.
We need 10,000 judges.
Who will learn how to establish and protect freedom and justice and equity, not just at home, but around the world. There's so much more we're doing to help people walk into a life of generational wealth, to be the providers for their families, leaders in their communities, dreamers and doers of our nation.
We leave it up to like 5 judges, right? Or 10 judges?
The leadership of the CBC, crazy. We're making the most significant investment in Black America ever in all of American history. Let's be clear. There are old ghosts in new garments trying to seize your power.
9. There are only 9.
Extremists coming for your freedoms. Make it harder to vote and have your vote counted. Closing doors of opportunity. Attacking affirmative action.
And you know, when did they come about? When they first came about, 9 was probably much more realistic for like what was going on when Supreme Court started. 1789, okay? USA Pop. 1789. The population of the country at the time. Oh, wow. Who ran against George Washington in 1789? All 69 present cast 1 vote for Washington, making his election unanimous. Adams won 34 electoral votes and the vice presidency. The remaining 35 electoral votes are split among 10 candidates, including John Jay, who finished 3rd with 9 electoral votes. Damn, the Supreme Court's been around since our first president. So 1789 was a big deal, apparently. Looking at the population. Oh, I didn't. I typed OPP instead of POP. 4 million. Only 4 million people were here. Okay? So how many do we have now? Like 400 something million? 333 million divided by 4. Why is this giving me a fucking answer? 83. There should be 83 Supreme Court judges, not 9, because that's how much we've grown as a country since the Supreme Court has been around. If it started with 9, if it always had 9, then it should have been multiplied to 83 by now to actually be so that it's as fair as it was then. That way, the polling is it's more representative of the population size or of the people. I don't know.
Values of diversity,
I feel like that needs to be
equity, and inclusion. Banning books.
Revamped or something.
Erasing history. My predecessor calls the insurrectionists who stormed the Capitol on January 6th patriots. But when peaceful protesters marched for justice for George Floyd, Trump wanted to send in the military, but they wouldn't go.
St. Floyd.
He says immigrants, black and brown immigrants, poison the blood of our country. Right now, his running mate is attacking Haitian Americans in Ohio. It's wrong. It's got to stop.
But it's not just Ohio. They're everywhere.
In America and incite,
Alabama,
not incite
Texas, Northern Chicago,
folks, to win this battle for the soul of the nation,
New York.
We have to preserve our democracy. We must speak out against lies and hate, told for power and profit. We must show up. We must look to the future. And I'm looking to you to help lead the way. You've helped push us forward to be the country we say we are, a country of freedom, justice, and equality, proving that black history is American history.
Oh, wow. What is white history then? Is that
and
also
black
here?
excellence is American excellence.
What?
Let me close with this.
Black excellence is American excellence.
The Psalms teach us, and I quote, I've been young and now I'm old, which is true. And yet, I have not seen the righteous forsaken. I have not seen the righteous forsaken. In 1971, as a 28-year-old kid, I decided to run for the United States Senate because of segregation in my city, my state.
Oh, is that really why?
13 black members of Congress came together then to establish the Congressional
Lighter
Black Caucus.
detector says shows that was a lie.
That same year, a founding member of the CBC began exploring the historic run for president. I knew Shirley Chisholm. I served with her. She was righteous.
Is she a black lady?
She planted bushes full of mustard
A black
seed
lady
of
ran
faith.
for president?
And of course, the last 50 years, I've seen those seeds weather storm and strife and blossom into something amazing. I've served as vice president of the first black president and former CBC member. I am president alongside the first black president and former CBC member. And God willing, she'll become the first woman of the President of the United States of America.
Chisholm. Dude, did he say he was with this Chisholm person or was it somebody else? Shirley Chisholm became the first African American to run for a major party's nomination for President of the United States, making her also the first woman ever to run for the Democratic Party's presidential nomination. U.S. Senator Margaret Chase Smith having previously run for the 1964 Republican presidential nomination. So a Republican woman did it first, and she wasn't black. Is this woman black? Yeah, man. Wow, look at her. Look at this shit. This is wild. This person ran for president in the 60s. That's far out, bro. That's far out, man. You ever hear about that? I bet that was super risky, though. I mean, they were killing people back then. Interesting. That's pretty ballsy.
And Akeem will become the first black Speaker of the House.
I almost brought up Martin Luther King. And then he said that the aliens would have been connected with me.
So my challenge to you is to keep the faith and do the work. Because we know faith without works is dead. In this moment, I think of what Shirley said. She said, quote, freedom is an endless horizon, and there are many roads that lead to it. The last 4 years, I've been honored to stand by a true partner who's helped us lead to the horizon of freedom. A journey where character and public life still matters in America. Kamala Harris meets the highest standards of character. I've served with her. I know her. I trust her. And I'll be proud to stand in the steps of the United States Capitol and watch her take the oath of office as President of the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kamala Harris.
Oh shit. I didn't know she was speaking. She's the keynote. Oh no, not with the Beyonce though. Not with the Beyonce, bro. What is she wearing? She looks like she's a female version of Darth Vader or something. She fucking looks like an evil, like a fucking...
Can we please give it up for our President Joe Biden?
Oh, you can't see her. Sorry, bro.
Oh, it's good to be back. Please have a seat, everyone. Please have a seat. I have to say, it is so good to
Shit,
be
you need
back.
to see it.
Let me just say about Joe Biden.
You need to see their interaction. Oh my god. Here.
Evening, CBC.
He still looks half out of it.
Can we please give it up for our President Joe Biden? It's good to be back. Please have a seat, everyone. Please have a seat. I have to say, it is so good to be back. And let me just say about Joe Biden.
What is going on? Why are they screeching? Sound like fucking bats or something in the corner. What is happening?
Hello to all. Hello to all my Divine Nine brothers and sisters. And my sorors. And to all my HBCU brothers and sisters.
Why is she incessantly laughing, bro?
But let me just talk for a moment about Joe Biden. It has been the honor of my lifetime to serve as his vice president. And I'll tell you, I have worked very closely with him, whether we are in the Oval Office or the Situation Room. Joe Biden is always fighting for the American people. And I do know that history will show what we here all know. He has been one of the most transformative presidents in American history.
Yeah, our fucking cities are much different now.
And so I
Colorful.
thank you, Joe Biden, for everything you are and everything you have
More
yet
gay
to do.
and more...
And thank you also to all the leaders of CBC, Chair Stephen Horsford, CBCF Chair Terry Sewell, and ALC co-chairs Troy Carter and Lucy McBath, for your years of service to CBC and to our nation. I also also want to thank Hakeem Jeffries, who will be the next Speaker of the House. Yes, he will. And nobody knows how to quote Biggie better than Hakeem.
This ain't gonna happen. I'm a Republican straight down the thing.
Goose, thank you for your leadership.
I'm in control of this show.
And I cannot go further without thanking the great, great Congressman Jim Clyburn. So tonight I must also speak the names of incredible leaders who were my friends, who were our friends, and with whom I had the honor of closely working over the years. Representatives Eddie Bernice Johnson, Donald
Can we get
Payne
past
Jr.,
this shit, please?
and Sheila Jackson Lee.
Oh, man. You gotta bring up all the... Hey, what's she doing? She came up from underneath the house.
Will live on through ours. And finally, to all the
When did
members
she
of
go
the
there?
CBC, over the years, we have
Oh,
worked
she's
so
itchy.
closely together on so many important issues, from
I thought
addressing
I got rid of the
crisis of
fleas,
maternal
though.
mortality, to expanding access to capital for small businesses, to defending the sacred freedom to vote. And I thank you, CBC, always for that partnership and your leadership as a proud,
I wonder if she needs more of it than I gave her.
So for more than half a century, everyone here knows the Congressional Black Caucus has served as the conscience
I put another bowl
of the
out? It's kind of
Congress
late.
and of our nation. And as a proud former CBC member, I know firsthand America relies on the leaders in this room, not only for a conscience, but for a vision. The CBC has always had a vision for the future of our nation. A future where we can see what is possible, unburdened by what has been. A future where we fulfill the promise of America, a promise of freedom, opportunity, and justice, not just for some, but for all. And today, that vision, our vision, is under profound threat. While we moved and fight to move our nation forward toward a brighter future, Donald Trump and his extremist allies intend to take our nation backward. They will give tax breaks to billionaires and big corporations, cut Social Security and Medicare, and end the Affordable Care Act, which the CBC fought so hard to pass. But we are not going back. We are not going back. No, we will chart a new way forward. We together have a vision of a future for our country where no person has to go broke just because they got sick. We have a vision that understands then the importance of strengthening the Affordable Care Act. Remember, they tried to name it Obamacare thinking people wouldn't like it? People love it. He wants to talk about people love it. People love the ACA. Even though the former president tried almost 60 times to get rid of it, it is intact, helping hundreds of millions of people in our country. We have a vision of our country where we understand that the access to health care should not be a privilege just of those who can afford it. It should be a right. And that is why together we cap the cost of prescription drugs for our seniors, and we'll cap the cost of prescription drugs for all Americans. We actually have a plan for health care, not just concepts of a plan. We have a vision of a future where every person has the opportunity not just to get by, but to get ahead. And so we will build, yes, what I call an opportunity economy, so every person has an opportunity to own a home, start a business, and build intergenerational wealth, including my plan to help create 25 million new small businesses in the next 4 years. Ours embodies a vision of a future where we protect our most fundamental freedoms, including the freedom to vote, which is why we will finally pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. And we will continue to fight for the freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government telling her what to do. Because we here know one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government should not be telling her what to do. And CBC, when you pass a bill to restore reproductive freedoms, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. So to continue to realize our vision for the future of our nation, we have some hard work ahead of us. But I know we like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work is joyful work. And generations of Americans before us led the fight for freedom and for the future. And now the baton is in our hands. I truly believe that America is ready to turn the page on the politics of division and hate. And to do it, our nation is counting on the leadership in this room. So to everyone here, no matter what state or district you live in or represent, I thank you in advance for your work, the work you have done and will continue to do to register people to vote, and to get folks to the polls. Each of us has a job to do. And the bottom line is, we know what we stand for, and that's why we know what we fight for. And when the CBC fights, we win. I thank you. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. Thank you, everybody.
Oh my god, the fucking... Oh, they didn't use enough of it.
I know who I am. I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude.
Residents of Springfield, Ohio are on edge following bomb threats directed towards multiple schools, agencies, and media outlets this week. The threats follow comments made by former President Trump about Springfield during Tuesday's debate.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
Trump falsely claimed without any evidence that Haitian immigrants are eating pets, even though the claims have been debunked by multiple government officials. Friday, while at a rally in Vegas, the former president pressing on with conspiracy theories that are widely believed to have instigated havoc in the city.
And I'm angry about illegal Haitian migrants taking over Springfield, Ohio. You see that mess, don't you?
Springfield's mayor agreed that the city is experiencing an uptick of new residents, with over 10,000 Haitian immigrants now here legally under temporary protected status. But he says they need help, not hate.
Anybody on the national stage that takes a microphone
needs to understand what they could do to communities like Springfield with their words.
Johnny Fernandez, ABC News, New York.
That's singer John Legend weighing in on his hometown of Springfield, Ohio, where an influx of Haitian immigrants has become a political flashpoint. For more on this, let's bring in the Attorney General for the state of Ohio, Dave Yost. Dave, thank you for taking time. And as John Legend pointed out there, it is nearly a third of the population has now come to this tiny town. In fact, we can show you the numbers. It's 15 to 20,000 Haitians in the past 4 years have come to this town of 58,000. That's quite a significant number. Let me start, Dave, with asking you, what has been the impact of this influx on Springfield?
Well, you know, the people in Springfield are good-hearted people. They're not mean. They try to help folks that need a helping hand. There's not a town in the country that can absorb a quarter to a third of its own population that doesn't speak the English and is coming here for the first time. The systems there are breaking. For example, there was 150 or so students that were Haitians last year. This year, it's over 500. There's 4,000, more than 4,000
students,
Haitians that are receiving public assistance, which is partly paid for by the state government. Everybody's got a stake in this, and this isn't about who, it's about how many.
Yeah, Dave, in fact, I've covered extensively on this network the CHNV program, the controversial legal pathway program to bring Cubans, Haitians, Nicaraguan, and Venezuelans here. It was recently paused because of evidence of fraud, recently restarted. But under that, on the CBP website, more than 205,000 specific Haitians have come into this country since January of last year. And I understand you are looking at a possible lawsuit, looking at legal pathways to see just how far the federal government's power goes. Tell me about that.
Yeah, I mean, let's think about an absurd extension. If the federal government has no limits on its power, could they, for example, resettle all 10 or 12 million people that have come in the last 4 years into America in Ohio? That would double our population. There's no way the state and its towns could absorb that. We already have problems with housing crisis and health care access in places. So the question is, what is the limiting principle on federal supremacy here, and what can they do to a member state without the state's consent? These are important questions, and we're looking for a way to get this in front of the federal judge. Taking a look right now at the authorizing statute and the rules that run this program, that govern this program, and to see whether that's within proper legal bounds.
Do you anticipate you'll bring legal action?
We're looking. I can't give you an estimate just yet. You know, the creative and nearly impossible take a little bit of time.
Mr. Attorney General, is Springfield or the state of Ohio receiving any federal money to support this resettlement of this population?
Well, sure, there's some federal money. Obviously, the federal government pays for part of Medicaid. There's federal money for SNAP and such. So it's not that there's no money, but there certainly is not any close to the resources that you need to provide housing for 20,000 people. What town of 60,000 could find housing for 20,000 people almost overnight? You just can't do it. And across the country, we're already having this debate about affordable housing. This is exacerbating it.
And Dave, the residents there in Springfield are starting to speak out about the toll it's taking on them. This is one that spoke out to my colleague Jesse Waters the other night.
Our food pantries, they get stripped. Our clinics, which is Rocking Horse, is a federally funded clinic in town, their budget was decimated. What we are is a city that only wants our safety, security, and sovereignty back.
Have you spoken to the mayor or any of the local leaders there? And are they on the same page with understanding just how taxed the residents are feeling?
They very much are. Look, I was out there as early as June and was hearing about this from the mayor. And I've talked with police officials and the county sheriff-elect. I've heard from a lot of folks. But they're also concerned that this whole national debate, and particularly the attempt by the left-wing media to try to shut down this debate, is putting their town in a bad light. And I don't blame them. This is a great heartland town in America, a strong history. They're good people. They're good-hearted people. But it illustrates what is wrong with the current administration policy on immigration. They don't manage it. They don't communicate. They don't support it. And they just let people come out and we see the results of it here in Springfield. Here's the thing. This could happen to any city in America. This could happen to your town.
And lastly, Mr. Attorney General, before we run out of time, 2 schools received bomb threats and were closed on Friday.
Yeah, let me be really clear. That's a serious second-degree felony in Ohio to do a bomb threat for a school. We also have reports this morning that there were bomb threats at medical facilities here on Saturday. Knock it off. Bomb threats are not part of political discourse. They're not free speech. It's a crime. And the police are going to take it seriously. And I know the local authorities will take those cases to court.
Mr. Attorney General, thank you for your time. We appreciate it. Please keep us posted and updated on whether or not any legal action will be forthcoming.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Well, I'll go and shut this one down because I pulled the plate up. Thanks everybody for hanging. Thanks for modding, Sister T. And thanks everybody else for coming through. Ed Thomas, Electric Blue, Miss Bongle. Who else? Was there more? Oh. Cool. I think Mark might have been here. Manuel was here. Manuel Ferreira. Hey man. Manuel was. Thanks for sub. Mark Hopper. Golden Coin 100. Alright, thank you. See y'all later.